Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2, Day 2. I am JRT, joined now by Exner. Cole, how you doing?
Doing well. You called in the All-Stars yesterday, but unfortunately you're stuck with me today here.
Oh, no,
but
don't say that.
No, I'm looking forward to it. It should be fun. Semifinals and grand finals. Last time around, it was an absolute blast seeing so many of these teams, rise to the occasion in the semifinals, and now we get to see a lot of the same teams, fighting for that spot in the grands. It's really exciting stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, we get a rematch of the grand finals of series number 1, right here, between NRG and Wildcard. So I think that's going to be itself pretty exciting to see if NRG can maybe get their revenge right on this Wildcard squad. First, before we get into anything else, guys, let's check out the bracket and talk about what happened yesterday with all of these teams. And first off, Wildcard did not play with Stanislaw yesterday against Take Flight. Who was it? It was Marky. Yeah, who's been kind of MIFK, but MIA lately, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see him back and playing things up, and it looked like it went pretty well. Maybe he took over the Stanislaw calling of just playing slow and, letting that clock tick, although I could imagine it could be the hard thing to replicate without Stan in the server. But they still looked very good. It looked, incredibly comfortable. And, I think, might be back here as well today.
Yeah, Stan's back today, so we'll see him up against NRG. He was just saving himself, right? He was taking a rest on the bench so that today he'd be fresh and ready for the tougher opponent here. Speaking of tougher opponents, I mean, NRG went up against Boss, and I honestly felt like that would be a better engagement than it was, and it really did not go well for Boss at all. They were beaten worse than they were in the previous BO3 up against NRG, and honestly, I think we talked about it in the last series, Cole. I like the additions. I like Slight and Micro. I think those two pieces are great, but right now they just need more time to cook.
Yeah, and you also look at the rest of the landscape here, and while everyone else is leveling up, unfortunately, I just don't think that is true for Boss at the moment, right? You're getting so many great additions. If you're NRG, you got Nitro. If you're Wildcard, you brought in a couple Swedes. And it feels like a lot of these teams are making new additions to prepare themselves for what is a pretty exciting second season of the year. And maybe not the same case for them. But zooming in a little bit more on our matchup here, as we can see, Wildcard, as I mentioned, those two Swedes, still playing over there in Sweden, but still rocking incredibly well. I mean, just playing some unbelievable Counter-Strike. Haven't been taking too much losses whatsoever since bringing in these two new guys, and currently operating at an all-time high.
They've only lost 3 maps. That's it. On Ancient against Elevate, against the Party Astronauts on Inferno, and then Ancient again against Lag. That was the first map they played with the Susp and Fozy in the lineup. So for me, this is looking like an incredible addition. We've already talked about it many times, but once Fozy and Susp are in North America, it's only going to get better for Wildcard. And apparently they're coming on Monday, right? They're flying out
Nice.
on Monday to join the rest of their team in NA. So that's going to be great for future series. But right now, we'll see if they can repeat what they did last time, which was a grand final victory, in series number one. So we'll talk more about them a little bit later on. Let's now check on the other team, NRG, and discuss what happened yesterday. Because one player that we've been hyping up repeatedly, of course, is Breeze. He's been incredible since he joined up with NRG, and he continues to be so. Yesterday, there were some insane numbers he was putting up.
Just feels like he's become a little bit more motivated, a little bit more of an X factor for his squad right now. And I think you can probably accredit some of that motivation to Nitro coming into this roster and finally feeling like, even though Walco had set a good tone for this roster with the early iteration and probably gave a good foundation for Nitro to pick up from, it just, when you're playing with Nitro that you're dealing with a winning IGL, right? And
Yeah.
I think that affects the rest of the camp big time. You're seeing, massive strides in Hex performance. He looks very revitalized with this Nitro edition here in the IGLing. And even though like Automatic has taken more sacrificial roles, like he just does his job well, and I think that can be kind of accredited to again what they've set up so far. It just feels like a slam dunk move that Energy have made and picking up Nitro, and they're already fielding that success.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Automatic takes tough roles, so I didn't expect him to do what he did yesterday, which was frag right behind Breeze, and Breeze was at, I think, 47 frags overall and a plus 31 kill to death differential. Yeah, and his rating was 2 over 2 maps, so, I mean, he
Wow.
was absolutely insane. But we can talk more about the individuals, actually. Let's check out the Prize Picks analyst segment right now and jump into it. And who do we want to start with, Cole?
I mean, I'm down to start with Sus just out of the gates because
Yeah.
I'm always super impressed with his rifle work. I just think it's funny when I watch this guy play on such high ping and still land these like crazy transfers in spray downs. It's super impressive what he's doing here. And alongside it, just a fun fact, I just watched his twin brother and Metasport play
Oh.
incredibly well, and they're just like when they were playing together, it was very fun to watch that 1-2 punch, and I'm glad that he found a home here in an NA team. But I just have a lot of high praise to talk about, like this player in particular.
No, I agree. And Fozy as well. I mean, I think he deserves to be highlighted. Both the Swedes were performing so very well in terms of their performance in the last series. They impressed us time and time again. Sure, they had their slower maps. There's no question it's tougher sometimes to deal with that 120 ping playing from Sweden. But overall, I liked what I saw, and I expect they're going to be two excellent players to keep an eye on if you're going with these prize picks. And then the last one, I say last, but he should have been first. JBA is ridiculous. He's their star player. He's really been a revelation for Wildcard, and I felt like he was going to be one that might be poached by M80. I thought they were going to target him. Ended up going with Lake. We still don't know how that one's going to turn out. We've seen some matches here and there, but I think I want to see a little bit more happening before I have a conclusion from that pickup. But JBA, I'm guessing that also Wildcard really wanted to hang on to him and realized how important he was as they built forward. And I mean, you see it in the results with the new, like we already talked about it, with Fozy and Sus picked up. They haven't lost a series yet.
I mean, he's a young player that has been building up the most experience
Yeah.
and operating closely with Stanislaw. Like the most of his success has come out with Stanislaw with this
Yeah.
project, and I think that is something that Stanislaw does very well with his kind of leadership style. Is when you have an opportunity to have a chance to mold a player. I mean, you just see how much success he's been able to bring. So a lot of credit there to that little duo that's been building up over. I mean, really, they've been together for a year now almost. So it's been exciting to see this project continue to succeed, and now with more resources, with Wildcard backing them, it just feels like that duo is going to be exciting to see in the server as well.
I agree. Well, all that being said, let's switch gears and talk now about NRG. And well, my pick's always Breeze. He's my man, right? He's the guy that I say you always got to go with because he has been absolutely lights out incredible. He doesn't really have bad maps. If you're looking over the last 3 months, even, I would just say last month, actually, I think he's only had 2 maps when he's been under a rating of 1. Everything else is above. He's had 2.27 rating against Boss. I think that was a month or so ago. Yesterday, 2.14. Hovers around 1.5, I would say, even on average in some cases. So he is very, very good. And I think that outside of that, you also have a very strong unit around him, automatic, playing those tough roles, still able to frag out and be effective yesterday. And we didn't even talk about Hexter OC, who are both fraggers in their own right. I think this is a pretty stacked team when you break it down.
Absolutely. I mean, again, motivation is at a high here with this squad, and like you said, that trio right there of Breeze, OC, and Hex can do so much damage. I think they have a lot of potential to shut things down and take over. And again, it's good to see Breeze with a lot of motivation, with a lot of success around it, because that was an X factor that this roster, if they were going to succeed, I think that Breeze had to become, the player that we
Yeah.
know he has been in the past. Otherwise, this was just gonna feel like a replication of that EG project, maybe a replication of some of the struggles that they faced in NA. And now that we see this Breeze in this form, I think that they can reach those strides and prepare themselves well, and that's what we have been seeing so far.
Absolutely. I mean, there have been some ups and downs still for this roster as they try to find their form, losing against the Party Astronauts in ECL and against Wildcard right in those grand finals last time, even
Yeah.
though that Wildcard match was very good and we got the full 24 rounds in both of those maps, even went to overtime on Ancient. I'm curious to see if we're going to get the same veto. But one player I want to talk about before we jump away from this is Nitro, because he, at 32 kills over two maps, it always feels too high to me, given that he's IGLing. And yesterday it was definitely too high. This time, that seems ambitious. I would say that his frag totals, despite the fact that he impressed us a lot in the previous series, probably going to slip away a little bit just because he's got so many responsibilities on his shoulders. And I mean, I don't know if he'll ever really find that form that he had previously.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised to see that he's been able to hop off of the like Valorant and what he's been doing there and just find a lot of success like mechanically in CS2 here. It's been refreshing to see him come in and find some very early success. As he challenges tougher and tougher opponents, we'll always question if that's still the case. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I think he can still show that form here and maybe has in the past, even in that last series, he had
Yeah,
a couple of
no,
really good maps, right?
no, I agree. And I shouldn't be discounting that either because he did have incredible form. So I just don't know how sustainable it is and if he'll be able to do that against a team like Wildcard once more. Let's check out that band coming through, Nuke Mirage. Last time we saw the pick going to not Dust 2, definitely not Dust 2. This is interesting coming through from Wildcard. What do you think of that?
I mean, trying to
Or from
maybe
Energy,
change
sorry.
things up here from NRG's side, as again, as you mentioned, that last series went, 2-0 in the favor of Wildcard. So they're on the end, switching things up as kind of the losing team makes a little bit more sense, especially considering that they have been playing it more recently. I'd imagine they've been putting some work into it with Nitro as kind of they have been having some time off, and maybe they're trying to lean on that, a mechanical map that maybe you can hope to catch some of the Swedes off guard in, and that's what they're trying to do there out of the gates. But Ancient has been just such a stellar pick for Wildcard. I feel like this is a map that they've got buttoned up incredibly well. Susp understands his roles very well over towards that B side on the T side. He's such an asset when it comes to getting little resources and still finding opening advantages. He does it on the defense too, where you can trust him to lock things down. And I mean, it's going to be hard to imagine a world where Ancient goes wrong for them, but last time it was a very close
It
affair.
was.
So I think that you can see NRG fight back on both these two maps and start out impressing.
Absolutely. No, I agree with you. And I mean, talking more about Ancient, you mentioned how it was really close. Yeah, both times overtime was needed to decide in the Revival Series number one. 14 to 16 loss against Elevate ended up winning the series, of course, but it was the 16 to 13 win up against NRG last time. Leftover is Inferno. And if we look at the Inferno for both these squads over the last month or so, it's kind of been similar results. So I think that if we get there, it'll be a very tightly contested affair. And it already was previously, like we mentioned, between these two teams. So I'm very excited to see them get underway, which I think should be happening soon. We're running a little behind schedule today as all the players are trying to get into the server and get things sorted. And we are okay. Can we say that? Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
They're arguing about server location right now, guys. So there's a bit of a disagreement as to where the server should be. And yeah, I mean, look, you already have on the wildcard side two players playing from Sweden. So I don't know. Maybe it's just an attempt to rattle wildcard. It's not out of the ordinary to see teams go to those types of measures. Say, oh, we're going to fight over a server, we're going to make them a little bit
Make them work
flustered.
for it.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Chicago servers are always pretty solid, so I don't know. But again, routing's a different issue. Everyone has different routing to different servers. I'm fortunate enough to always have good ping though. I played a game on the Los Angeles server from Philly, and I had I think 60 ping, which again is like across the country, so not bad.
That isn't bad at all, honestly. Like that's a I mean, for CS2 it's still tough, I would say.
It
Once
is
you're
it is
above
tougher, yeah.
40 ping, I think it's really
Yeah.
starts to get a little bit difficult, right?
And I'm used to playing on 5 ping and matchmaking like at all times,
Oh
so
wow,
whenever I get
jeez.
above that, it kind of gets sour for me. I start making excuses.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I'm usually on
can't play with
20.
this 60 ping.
How do you get 5? What? Like
I don't know. I just get good routing. Usually it's always Virginia servers, but the 5 stack that I play with is all kind of on the East Coast as well, so that
well,
helps.
lucky you. I think
Yeah,
you're luckier than most, Cole. Don't be
I know.
too spoiled there when you get 20 ping and start complaining. Like,
That's me. I'm like in EU, like people that get above 20 ping are like at a big disadvantage because they're so used to having those good servers as well.
yeah. No, I mean there's a lot of desync going on too right now in CS2, so I can understand wanting like the lowest ping possible and the best routing
Yeah.
possible, just so you can avoid that as much as
We
Um,
saw it
yeah.
like last event with them like landing shots that they were very clearly like all the way behind the wall, and the shots are still connecting, which maybe flares up a little bit more when you have 100 ping as opposed to
Of
just like
course.
60, but it was kind of wild to see that. And
Yeah, the
again,
HUD.
like I think Fozzy's not all that unused to it. I don't know how he's kind of fared up, but I again like he spent some time playing with some like Asia rosters and played with Rare Adam. I think he qualified to EWC with GG Howe, and I don't know if he was even like playing from Sweden then or if he was actually in Asia, but like that guy is no stranger to playing in like odd settings, I feel like, or uncomfortable settings, and so maybe that's a specialty of his.
No, I mean when you're used to it, it's much easier to just keep going, and you've already adapted to that situation where you okay, I know I have to fire sooner or I have to peak in a different way to make sure that I have an advantage and I'm not putting myself at a disadvantage situation, which is a lot easier to do when your ping is higher to get into a situation where you'll get overwhelmed. So yeah, and I think definitely both players look like they've adapted to it and are good to go when it comes to what we were watching last time in the previous series. They were all doing the right things, which is great to see on their side. I think maybe part of me is a little bit concerned about when they come to NA if things won't go well because they're used to playing in a different way and they'll be like, "Oh, now we don't have to do that."
Could set some
Is
bad
the
habits.
Yeah, exactly. Is it gonna maybe have to they're gonna have a little bit of trouble getting rid of those habits? I don't know. I don't think so. I'd like
Yeah,
to
yeah,
think
yeah.
that it'll be just a huge improvement for Wildcard, and then they'll be able to come out with the wins, perhaps against I don't want to say they haven't lost against anyone, so I can't even say they can come out with
Yeah.
they've beaten everyone they faced off. So I don't know. It'll just get even better. That they'll have stronger map victories. Maybe those map losses won't happen anymore. Look, I already highlighted this last time when they won, and I mentioned I'd put a post out on Twitter. Just these guys are the ones to watch for me. Like in North America,
Yes.
Wildcard are number one. Yes, NRG is also very close to that point, but I would still put Wildcard a notch above them. Maybe NRG can prove that that's not the
This is
case
their
here,
chance,
but
right?
yeah, I think so. And even then, though, like you can still say, "Oh, Suspend Fozy had 120 ping. Like, is this really proving anything?" But
True.
I mean, at the same time, I do think that definitely they have to come out strong out of the gate here to prove that they can go toe to toe with Wildcard and come out with a map victory, which they were unable to do in that previous series. So
Yeah. I mean, to kind of like further that point as well, NRG right now, I think could be, or even Wildcard, both of these teams could be kind of causing upsets in some of these qualifiers. Like when we start seeing those 4 team, ESL qualifiers to make it into international lands, who's going to be taking that one spot? Because that's always kind of the interesting point here with how like the circuit has opened up. There's now Wildcard can be one of those rosters that is more consistently claiming these positions. Obviously, they've got more to look forward to, in terms of like getting a chance to play at Pro League. But then again, like I think NRG could be in that same boat, given more time with Nitro with this IGL
yeah,
change. Like
yes.
there's going to be more and more like discipline instilled into this NRG roster, more and more, excitement around the opportunity to play with this kind of tenured IGL
For
that I
sure.
think they could be taking those spots as well. And then where does that leave a team like Mady who just lost what was a superstar apparently heading over to G2, right?
Yeah, that was honestly one of the toughest things I had to witness happening in NA. I really wanted Malbs to stick with the squad. It was,
Yeah,
I get it, like you're going to a tier one, S tier team. And
yeah.
the money is going to be way higher in terms of pay, right?
And you get to
Like,
play with Nico and Mono
yeah,
C
like
and probably win a couple tier one events.
he almost won the first one he was in, right?
Yeah,
So like
yeah.
it's totally makes sense
You're
that he
right,
would make that decision. I just inside me, the NA inside me
dude.
was
I feel
sad,
that.
right?
Yeah, I feel that big time. I think him and Twist are the only ones that have made the move from the Americas to Europe, and so he joins a pretty elite group of a second person, and that's kind of a cool story, cool opportunity for him. But it is wild that oftentimes it isn't the case. We're usually the ones bringing in talent into NA, and that's just how good Malbus was. Credit to G2 for identifying that, because a lot of people are
Yeah.
talking about it, but I don't think a lot of teams were willing to take that risk.
No, definitely. I mean, like if you looked at his numbers, it was nutty. Like it would be hard to overlook him under any region, right? Like
Well, he
you
beat him. They beat him in what was it? Was it Dallas that they won a best of three? Or was it like a blast qualifier?
I
Something. I
think
just remember
yeah.
M80 had beat G2 in a best of three, and
Yes,
then
you're
very
right.
shortly after, they're like, maybe we should pick up this guy.
I think
Uh,
it might have. I don't know if they beat G2. No, they did beat G2 in the
and then
upper
they lost the
bracket, and
second
they
time
lost the
around.
second
Yeah.
time. Yeah, so that's what happened, right? That's a really good point. Like, I guess they got firsthand scouting experience
Yeah.
for mobs. Like, oh, he's really good. He can beat us. He can probably beat our opponents too. And they're right. He did, and he played super well. I'm really happy for mobs. Don't get me wrong. I'm thrilled that NA talent has been plucked away, and they're identifying NA talent as a team as players that can be picked up and brought to that high level. But it just makes me sad still because I would
It
love to
was
see
Pro
the
League. There you go.
yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, no, it's okay, it's okay. But yeah, I mean, look, I just wish that we could build a team that can go and compete at that level, and then have multiple, North American teams making more noise instead of having the best ones plucked away, and then you having to rebuild
Well,
from scratch
we
almost. But
we got Liquid that made it to the fall finals at least, and then we got
well,
Complexity that were so close today on Anubis at least.
dude, was that when they? Oh yeah, that was
Yeah,
tough. They had a
that was a
four v
hard one.
three, right? And they blew it.
And unfortunately,
So
Maui bet his analyst
yeah, I
3 on
saw
them.
I saw that clip. I was like, Maui, what are you doing? It's NA. You gotta expect this
Yeah,
stuff, right? So,
yeah. He had full faith that we'd win the eco, so,
yeah, no, nope.
it would be a very Complexity way to take it into OT, though.
It would be, but it didn't work out. Ah, what a shame. It was so close. But yeah, that's what I was hoping for, M80. And they still can be. I'm not saying
Yeah.
with Lake, I think they still got a ton of talent on an M80, and they've got the potential to compete even with Lake on that roster. And I say even with Lake, he's one of the top riflers in North America. I think he was just kind of, people were sleeping on him because he wasn't necessarily on one of the top teams,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, he's playing on Carpe Diem, right? And
Yeah.
I don't think I think the fact that he just got scouted alone is more exciting than like maybe bringing in a talent that we've seen quite a bit in the
Yes.
past, and we're trying to make it work again. We're trying to make some of these like recycled talent work in a project that we've seen how it's gone in the past, right? So at the very least, it's like this team knows how to build for the future, knows how to have and even have the availability of like talent in the NA scene. So
Yep.
that's always been really nice. Is that I think we're seeing that more and more often.
I think M80 as an org is excellent. They're one of the better North American orgs that we have, and they've done a good job in every game that they've been competing in terms of scouting talent well and bringing good names in. And again, I think that's another great example, like being picked up in general. Like all of the when they had Manx go, then they picked up. Oh my God, his name is slipping my mind. Cole, help me here.
Sin,
Sin, thank you. Sin was picked up, and that was incredible. Like, great job from them
yeah,
to find him, and he's been doing an awesome work with the squad. And now they got Lake, so we'll see. I mean, I feel confident that they can still be at the top in NA. I think the question marks more come in when can they compete with international competition. Now, I think Lake can. He just needs more time to
yeah.
cook here on this M80 roster. Guys, we still got a lot of time here. I think it looks like we're still trying to get the players to agree on a server. So we're going to send it to a quick break here. When we come back, we will have map number 1 between NRG and Wildcard. right, we're jumping into things here. Everything's been resolved server-wise, Cole, and I think we'll finally be able to get this match underway.
Yeah, good news right there. We've got everything sorted, and we're getting ready to start the game. Hopefully, some agreed upon terms. I assume that's what happened because we're starting the game, which is exactly what we wanted to happen here. Because Wildcard versus NRG is a good kind of test of how these teams are faring up. As we said, grand finals getting rematched here in the semis. And, I kind of want to see if NRG can try and get some revenge with this change in the veto. I think it's a good idea, good game plan for them to go with. But obviously, it's going to be still a challenge up against this wildcard squad who just hasn't been doing too much losing.
Definitely not. And we start on Dust 2, which we didn't necessarily expect, but this is where NRG wanted to go, as they didn't have the success they were hoping for in their previous pick last time. And we are on pistol round here finally. A little bit of damage taken by Nitro, down to 89 HP. Sonic and Stan are holding the fort towards mid as Nitro waits to see if anyone decides to push, which might happen. I mean, Sonic spotted out there, does a little bit of damage to automatic with the dualies, could get overloaded here. Very ambitious peek, and actually gets away with it with only a little bit of damage taken. Now he's going to go back in. Whoa, Sonic, a step too far there. Breeze gets the headshot. 5v4 for NRG.
I think they kept on trying to flash Sonic in to fight for lower tunnels, and that second flash just didn't quite catch, as well as the first one, so he doesn't get the great escape this time around. And NRG stand up a man. Now looking to route their way. I mean, really no clear direction just yet in the round. No rush to really play off this 4v5 advantage. So we'll see where that end goal is taking place. Fozy getting on that top of that cap box. That new Dust 2 update. We'll see how effectively it's been used already. Finding a quick pick off the back of it. Able to finish the job on an automatic, and well, now this long lurk puts JBA in a bit of a dire spot here. Fozy's rotated off, and they're hearing the pressure applied, but it's up to JBA to really hold down for the most part on this default box here. Steps up with 2 quick kills. He's doing his job and doing it perfectly. Woo! Another one out of JBA. Swinging for the fences here. Now Nitro left last man standing up against the trio and can't quite get past it. JBA with the 4K.
I mean, we've always highlighted JBA, and he immediately shows you why. Unbelievable taps coming from the USP. A little over ambitious, like I mentioned, by Sonic at the early goings, but Fozy finds the second, and then it's all JBA after that. I mean, they kind of lined up for him, but still, the crosshair placement perfect, even on the reswing. And that'll do it for that round. NRG don't get the bomb plant, and they won't be buying up as a result here. The only piece of utility they have is a flashbang and Breeze. Upgrades from the Glock to the P250. Outside of that, no money spent, as would make sense, of course. Nade's going to get tossed through here towards long. That's what NRG were waiting for. Now they'll be able to push out, but they are walking into JBA again, and JBA delivers another triple kill. He's trying to get away from this. He could go down in this situation. Stanislav comes to support and says, no worries, man. I got you. IGL taking care of business. It's 2-0 for Wildcard.
That's beautiful right there. Stan coming in for some extra support, but JBA farming up those sweet eeks. Definitely the last person you want confident out of the gates. 312 ADR in the first 2 rounds. Not too bad. But that's going to be a problem for NRG. Another thorn in the side that they have to play up against, because there's no ping issues on JBA's camp. He's ready to play. They're already facing the fair brunt of that as they fly up middle and catch Nitro off guard. They didn't quite register this mid-aggression. The smoke is through into a suicide, making it hard to cross forward. And on the way out, they still find further kills. OC left last man standing, looking to recover lost space, but finding himself with no further fights until it's finally given a flashbang setup, and Sonic will swing once more. Upgrades on the bonus round into AKs from MP9s. They do all the heavy lifting right there.
That is insane, right? Just the push down mid. The call to do that is bold from Stan, but he figures, look, we're on a bonus round. We have to try and do something a little bit different, get those MP9s up close and personal, and they do exactly that towards top mid. For a moment, I'm like, wait, is NRG on CT side? Because that seems like a desperation play from a team that wants to get around, not one that's in the lead. But well done from Wildcard. Look, they've got a couple of AKs, 2 M4s, and the Scout available to them. On the other side, NRG, that was their buy-up previously, so they're just going to get some pistol upgrades, a couple of players with body armor, and hope that they'll be able to rack around on the board here. But this is already quite the start for Wildcard, and JBA in particular.
Yeah, it's a bit terrifying when JBA's starting off this well. You can imagine only that Nitro was ready to call a really cool round, you know, slow default, try and take some map control in tunnels and lower, and kind of converge together in a mid perfect unity, and then bam, Sonic's rushing up mid in your face, and the game plan goes out the window for the first gun round. Whatever you had in store is no longer the case. And those sort of frustrating starts are exactly what Wildcard are looking to do on the CT side. Don't let this NRG team plant their feet, even in the early round. And now that they're on the ecos, you can play a more reserved game. You got the weaponry advantage. No need to rush like you did in the previous.
Yeah. I mean, Fozy's got 6K, the scout. He's going to be happy sticking with that as long as they keep winning rounds. It doesn't matter.
It's Dust too. You can peek mid doors every round with the scout and probably get one somehow.
No, the scout is super powerful at mid on Dust 2. It's crazy. Some people just run it exclusively sometimes. Anyway, Stanislav, not at the pro level, of course, not like MMA hugs and stuff. But Automatic's going to get one on to Fozy, getting back into the action here. 5v4 in favor of NRG.
Boy.
That's a messy spray from Stan, and he gets punished for it. JBA's going to have to do work again. What are these taps, JBA? Are you joking me? Bomb not even planting, as Sus gets a jumping F4 kill and then gets the last onto Automatic. JBA putting on a clinic right now on Wildcard. Those shots were ridiculous.
Oh,
look at this efficiency.
Tapping away where you saw Stan kind of just misses shots, misses sprays, and then JBA stands right behind him. He's like, you took all my accuracy right from him. And used it to full effect. Good thing he had the AK in hand. Those headshots were crispy.
I mean, just great patience too, right? Just tapping, not in any hurry.
Boy, they're doing it again. They're running up middle again. This is going to be so frustrating. But OC this time more prepared for it. Are they prepared for another one around the corner? Sonic is in an unbelievable spot, but he's spotted. He's spotted, but he's not taken down. He still finds a kill onto Automatic. A little bit frustrating there, but it's a man advantage still maintained. This time around, punishing the aggression. Stan is in no man's land. That jump spot him. Potential for that vision. There's two players crunching in on him from lower, but that's being covered right now with JBA. And, you know, we've already seen his headshots. Great flash main to at least keep him at bay.
Nice nade there, thrown by JBA into lower, and it does a decent chunk of damage to Hex. They're going to try and push out here. Stan could be at risk. Maybe he has to protect him. He can't now. Stan's got to look behind him. They overlook him completely. That's a freebie, but immediate trade from OC. Now it's all down to Sus, who is spotted around mid, tagged by the op through the door. Still gets the frag on OC? I don't even know how.
Down.
Yeah, bomb is down. They have to go back and get it.
It's recovered at the very least, but there are question marks as to what you do from this point. Unknown of where the reposition is here from Sus, but depends on whether they go through Catwalk or if they go through tunnels. And if they hit that tunnel side, that would be the right answer. And that's looking like what they're going to do here. So Sus might be left high and dry in this round.
Yeah, and I'd be surprised if he went for it. I mean, it is a 1v2. He has the flashbang, so maybe there's some sort of justification for him to try for it, and I guess they have money too. I just feel like CT side, you want to keep as much as you can, even if it's just one rifle to help bolster your economy in the follow-up. Hex is low, 50 HP, but Susp is way lower. And let's see what he decides to do. He's on the other side of the map.
He's just going to grab that op top mid, yeah?
Yeah, that's the best play to make.
Take that out of their hands. I mean, credit to OC. This time around, much more prepared for the aggression, and I mean, just has a field day. That's what you like to see from your opper when you're getting it pressed on middle. There's not a lot of excellent ways to counter that if they're sending all of your resources other than maybe a fast B or long hit, but if you want to just meet them where they are, if you want to test that play and challenge what's being thrown at you, I think that having OC with an op and suicide just popping some shots off is exactly what you need to go for, and able to land for the most part all of them, except for that spray down from Sus. That was pretty impressive. He re-peeks into it too. Like, what are you supposed to do there? OC probably never expects that in his life.
Yeah.
That in a match, he's going to get swung again.
There's that mid-smoke that isn't thrown very often anymore since they added that wall in front of P-spawn over at mid. Anyway, Automatic is going to get the opener on JBA. 5v4. Stanislav re-peeks it and only gets one, so that's not really a worthwhile trade on the wildcard side. Energy are starting to get a bit of a foothold here on this map. Sonic.
Next
looking
at
to
bat.
regress. Yeah, they just want to keep going one by one here, apparently towards long, and Sonic peeks out, does a little bit of damage, and realizes this might not be a good idea, and falls off for now. Looks like he's trying to line up some utility here.
He just dodge flash here, trying to avoid.
Maybe it's anti-flash, yeah.
He has his opera posted up on car close by, so that flashbang does come over. But I don't think there's going to be one. I think Bozy getting posted up on here, kind of finding himself isolated, is Automatic now. But with him still lurking about towards long, yeah, I mean, A feels like the end goal. If you're going to keep a player here, that's probably the long-term idea. And now the setup is going to head his way. Fozy has to stand the test of time with a lot around the corner. He's not hanging back either. He's going forward. Utility's out for OC and a repeat. Not successful, though. Fozy trying to hold up against the world. They still have utility out, but it's covered this time by Nitro up catwalk. So all is good. And it's again Suspend to another challenging clutch. 20 seconds left on the clock. There is an HE, but health is good on Hex, so not going to really matter too much. He's giving this one a look in, though. Completely fading away just yet. Looking for a top of the head shot right there. Spray goes wild and knows not to stick around for too long.
Yep. So there's the M4 saved over. NRG have a couple of rounds in a row, and they've had a decent amount of manpower coming out of those rounds, so that's fantastic. I mean, Wildcard just kept going for that fight towards long again and again and again, and they were punished every single time. And you see, like, all the bodies on the radar, right? All of them bunched up towards that long position that NRG just were very solid at getting the trades on, and more. Just winning the straight fights this time, and Wildcard will probably be on a half buy here, I would say, at most, unless Sus wants to drop one, and then they can force up. It just feels like their CT economy might get a little bit out of hand, so we'll have to be careful in this one, how they approach it.
Yeah, that long aggression right there, it felt like really trusting that JBA could handle, you know, a full long hit by himself as an individual. And I understand the theory of why you would see Wildcard think that. But sometimes just 2 players versus 4 on long is just not enough. So Stan and JBA get overwhelmed very easily in that last one. Sets the tone. We've got 4 HEs on catwalk for this one. Heading straight towards lower. I have this barrage here. Dodging those HEs. How did that do so little damage while JBA's headshot is the only one finally doing damage?
That's weird. Nades are weird still sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
they do damage.
I'm just assuming that they just bounced right in front of that box and, like, somehow, because there was the smallest clipping of a box in front of them, they were safe and sound. But even with that, you know, lack of damage, be thinking that they did a little bit more. They're gonna try and again split towards this A side, and there's just not a lot of resistance in this part of the map. Hex gotta be careful though. He's disposing of the weaponry, which I appreciate. He's gonna get more challengers, and yeah, that's what JBA does. Another one Deeg. His HE might have not done a lot, but that Deagle sure does.
Wow, JBA. I mean, look at the upgrades they have now. A couple of AKs. Along with that M4 that was saved over from the previous round. Automatic going to plant the bomb, but they are not out of the woods at all on the energy side. OC, connect with one, can get the second 2. That's a 2K for OC, down to 8 HP. Both rifles that tried to challenge him are eliminated. Stanislav creeping up from CT, spots the player, can't do anything about it. It is all down to Fozy, who has to face off against OC, wins that fight. Swings around a car, taps Nitro down to 74, but there's just so much work to do and so little time left on the clock. I think best case scenario, he can eliminate some players and save the gun. I don't know if a save will be afforded to him. You have to imagine that NRG, knowing he's so close by, are going to go for this fight. They kind of have to get away from the bomb. Even they could go towards Cat. Nitro stuck, and Nitro wins the fight. The IGL for NRG this time, dealing out the damage, and we are almost tied up at 4 here. NRG just 1 round away, but it will be a buyout coming through from Wildcard. They did all that on the eco.
Oh yeah, it's just great damage.
Yep.
On the eco, which you'll certainly take. JVA continues to just build confidence. The fact that he just, deletes 2 is massive. Nosy doing a good job of securing this one. If he goes down, maybe the round's a different story. In a certain sense. Without getting those 2 kills. Getting past it. This time more support for this long hold. JBA giving a lot of flashes. Nitro tucked in towards Blue Bennett is burning down, trying to figure out a way to sift through this smoke, avoiding the HEs and realizing that that is not a fight he can take. Not for too long. Hex is up catwalk though in the meantime, so it's not completely empty-handed. They have lost a man to Fozy's AWP and trying to catch him in transition. OC gets blasted by Sonic. Nitro at least able to answer back, but 3v4. Control getting a little haywire here so far. There's 0 smokes left and 0 flashes here for an RG.
Oh, Stanislav
wow.
going
Okay.
to blindside Hex as he's in a CT spawn. Just trying to gain some space, and the rest of NRG weren't really close enough to find a trade, so looks like Nitro and Automatic are on a trip down Cat. They will be greeted by Fozy's op, who's holding this angle. Trying to maybe surprise him. Yeah, a little bit higher than Fozy expected, so he misses the shot and then goes for another one and can't get it. Automatic with the AWP, not something you'll see very often, is going to connect on that. Still only 30 seconds left, so they have to plant the bomb, and actually they're already on the site, so that's good. 2v3, Automatic looking around towards lower. Wildcard not in the greatest positioning right now to go for this retake. Nitro's a little overexposed, but he does correct that by backing off towards the site proper. And now looking into long. Automatic playing Cat with the op. A good time to come around. Misses the shot, though. It looked like he had it. And another miss coming through. Stan, the opportunity, but can't do anything with it. Finally, Sus gets Automatic, but it's down to a 1v1. So little time left on this bomb. He's got a Molotov, but he doesn't have the kit, so he's just going to fall off. I can't believe NRG are able to hang on to that, but they do, and they've got a 4th.
Bit of a discombobulated retake rolling on right there. Can't get through into the site, even with the missed op shots from Automatic. Not in an excellent position to punish. And as I mentioned, even in the 4v2, it's a serious challenge right now. I mean, Hex makes this dive, and I thought that was where the round just ends straight up. Automatic finding some shots and success and finding the ability to recover in time. And maybe that's just to his credit here. Puts himself in a position where you can miss 3 op shots and still kick around in the round successfully. So, fantastic recovery for NRG. They just had 0 tools outside of using a little bit of brain power to get through that round. A cheeky boost and access into the site.
Honestly, I think Stan just couldn't find his footing on Catbox. It's sometimes a little bit difficult to get in position quickly. You have to maneuver yourself correctly movement-wise in order to get into that box quickly, and it felt like he didn't, because 2 misses and then unable to really capitalize on it is tough. But I agree with you. Automatic put himself in a good position where he could afford to miss a couple of shots and still not be capitalized on. I don't know. But either way, NRG 4 in a row to respond to Wildcard's opening 4. And now Breeze, he's activating. Stanislav, going to be only his 3rd victim of the map. Try to see him off that slow start. Nitro finds Sus getting a little too eager over in those upper tunnels, and that aggression from Wildcard this round not really panning out that well. Sonic knows that Nitro is right here because that Molotov was thrown. Now he swings around the corner. Ooh, back his turn. Can he connect the spray? He can. Alrighty, Nitro gives up an AK here to Wildcard and a lot of space. We'll see if NRG are fussed about that at all, though.
Shouldn't be too much of a concern. And still eager to split up. I mean, the biggest concern right now is going to be Fozy on the catwalk. Edging his way forward. OC's going to meet this AWP here very soon, but still OC finds the kill in the meantime. Oh, and Hex gets another one. Bomb is dropped on catwalk, though. So Fozy has a chance to save this round with proactivity like that through the fire and the flames. And now versus 2. Fozy, They're going right back up on that cat box. We'll see if he can find the same efficiency as automatic in the last round as he challenges up against it, but not prepared for that cheeky little off angle from Prize. That's what seals it. A little chaotic there for NRG in the late round, but recovered nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment where you felt like Wildcard might be able to get it, especially with that bomb down, but it just doesn't happen. Sonic was right to push up after losing 2 teammates to try and reaggress, and a great shot from OC there from NRG. Just right there, I thought he would be watching Cat Boost, right? I thought he would be aware of that, but it felt like he was thinking more about, I don't know, something else, maybe
yeah, maybe both of them just running up catwalk.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
again,
exactly.
I mean, it's a very new position that you got to be prepared for, so
it's tough to make that
That's going to come down to reps, yeah.
Yeah.
Sus gets a chance finally on this B site. Hasn't really got a lot of attention on this side of the map. It's been long duels.
Gonna get a lot. What do you think about that new boost, by the way? In terms of teams picking them into Dust 2, do you think it's going to change it?
Not gonna probably change it long term. They'll find adjustments pretty fast here, but Suspa again landing the multi-kill spray down. Exactly what I gave him credit for heading into this matchup. He's just so solid when it comes down to being an anchor here, but there's a bit of a gap in towards middle and looking to be exploited. Automatic is able to get one and a lot of change on Sonic. That extra bit of utility tossed in as well. And they're gonna look to make a quick move on this one. AWP just has to overwhelm OC. But he puts himself in a position where he can pop a shot off, reposition, or at least try for these. They're silent about their approach and window, though. Haven't made noise, and they're clearing out a lot of space. Finally, starting to pull the pin, and it's so fast that OC can't expect it.
Yeah, that's a really nice job there. Coming out from JBA and Sonic silently approaching the window. You know, I guess a good read on where OC would be posted up, which was towards that big box, and easily finding the frag on him without OC being able to make the adjustment. But you're right, I mean, mid-air shot connecting there for Suspawn to breathe and then gets the follow-up on Nitro. That's what really gives Wildcard a great chance of coming out with victory here. And then the trade towards mid by Sonic, only 4 HP left, and he even finds the last one as well. So we're tied up again, and we're getting another great series between these two teams, which is fantastic, because that's exactly what we were expecting and hoping for, to be honest. But yeah, no, I just, because it was picked into today, obviously, on Dust 2, so maybe giving more of an ability to get to Cat faster on your CT side, and there's an opening op pick from Fozy onto OC, but yeah, it just gives you more options towards A. I still think B is exceptionally difficult to retake if you're a CT, so maybe that still needs to be addressed, but I don't know. I'd like to see teams going to Dust 2 a little bit more. It's really been ignored for the most part, so cool, which is fine too, but I love this map. If I see another one here towards mid on automatic.
He's just working on. Anyone else want to pick up that up? Who's next? Who wants to give it a go? That was close, but I think he's going to get charged down. That's a beautiful HE. He's so focused on where he's been plucking out those kills, he doesn't realize what's right in front of him. I mean, even still, he went down with about 300 on the damage, so that'll do the trick. Now they're going to try this catwalk play. I mean, again, this is what kind of bailed them out last time around. A little late cat execute got them into the site, but this time it's Sonic with an AWP as opposed to Stan with a rifle.
Oh, nice shot from Sonic on the Breeze, and the fall off on Nitro eventually gets overloaded by Hex, but that doesn't matter because JBA is covering him all the way from pit. Wildcard get a 6th. It looks good. The double ops were excellent. I mean, Sonic is used to using the op all the way back to his Extra Salt days. I think at one point he was a primary op on some of the maps they were playing, and you saw it there. Very sharp. Does a great job with it, supporting Fozy. Yeah, I mean, Wildcard back to their winning ways here after losing those 4 in a row, or even 5 in a row, I think, to NRG.
Yeah, correct.
The pistols here could be a B rush.
It's got to be a B rush here, Sus, but this time around overwhelmed and not available for a single kill. Last time got 2 in this position, but knocked out of the round early, and that just might be the right tool for the job. A B-side post plant with smokes recycled towards door. And they're going to have a tough time trying to recover this in a 5v4. There's so many players you got to take care of. Try and clear things out. Utility is going to become a bit sparse, but it's used effectively. A 8G kill to start it off and equalize the playing field at the very least. Flashbangs and Molotovs landing perfectly. OC's got a dance now, but there's extra coverage from Nitro, who flies through the window. Sidearms out for Fozy. He's fighting them all, but Just inside the smoke, and Hex repossessing perfectly, looking to find the last kill. He's run out of ammo, running into the door. The AWP has to be whipped out here. Hex getting caught with a no-scope. Is there enough time for Fozy to get this defuse off? It's gonna be close, but I think he just might have it. No, not quite. Just enough time being bought by Hex for it to close out in NRG's favor, and we are knotted up at the half.
Wow, that was a wild and crazy round. NRG just full sending it towards B. They get the opener. Fozy throws the nade in, and that finds one. But JVA just flew right into the site when it felt like the round was completely over, was able to do additional damage, and Fozy pulls out the dualies to do even more. And at the end, I mean, it couldn't have gotten any closer than that. There was 0.5 seconds difference between getting that defusal and not finding it. And NRG managed to get one on the tail end of the first half to tie it up at 6-6. We head into the second half of action now. And Wildcard are going to be charging on forward towards long A. All 5 players. Breeze, I don't know if he realized it yet, but he has to fall back because he's the only one on A. There is that cap player in automatic that can rotate around to support a little bit here. Good smoke toss. What a peek from Breeze to find an opener onto Fozy. Now going to fall away a little bit. They might have to yield a bomb plant here, and they don't have a kit. That is perhaps an oversight on their part. Susp planting the bomb, a little bit of a jump by Hex to try and get a jump shot with the dualies. Breeze at Catbox is going to get a second for himself, but his teammate did go down in Hex. He needs to keep doing this work, and he's absolutely going to continue.
Oh my God.
3 frags for him on the round. JBA, the last one standing. I don't see this working out.
Okay.
As good as JBA is,
No
yes,
kid.
he does get one, but automatic just has to stick the plan, and JBA doesn't have the angle. That will do it. There it is. Finally, JBA put to rest after getting a couple, and it will be 7-6 for NRG.
Nice try. Making it work in the pit, trying his best. Could have gotten a chance to get in towards that plat position, but he needed those instant headshots, which maybe, you know, a player that's capable of those just couldn't quite swing it in this one. I mean, credit to Breeze for recovering that. If you're going to put a man on an island and play for the retake, you definitely need a couple of picks to alleviate some of the stress in that 5v5 post plant. And, well, it never really got to a 5v5 post plant because of Breeze. I guess if you're not going to buy a kit in a retake situation, you got to be quick like Breeze was in that round.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that they realized it right away. And they're saying, okay, guys, we got to go. And Breeze doing all the work.
Using that new position.
Mm-hmm.
Like to see it. Makes it a little bit easier to, you know, maybe play through that A side and be a little bit more passive.
For sure. No, just fix B, too. And like I said before, we'll be golden. OC waiting at ramp here. Ooh, actually gets taken down to 15 HP. Breeze doing all the work for him. Automatic throw, a perfect flash, and a 3K for Breeze. OC pops around, will deliver. No, almost delivers the final frag. Breeze is the one to do it all. An ace for Breeze off of some great flashbangs thrown by automatic, and the work being done by the rest of his teams to soften up the players. Wow.
He's just doing his best JBA impression. With that bullet efficiency, as you can see,
Yeah.
tapping away. Going for some sprays in the mix, and I mean, really making up for a bit of a slow start in that first half, but wasn't a big requirement in terms of, you know, winning them rounds in those 5 in a row that they manufactured. I think he got one opening duel that was towards long, which means a lot for sure, but now he's stepping up in a big way for the second half. That's 8 kills to start off right now for the CT side for him. And he went from the bottom to the top real fast on his team. We got OC rocking the default USP to save money for a necessary op, but sometimes this can kind of be a risky move.
I mean, I guess he's figuring, hey, if I get one, it's great. If not, then, well, I only had a USP, right? And he's got Hex supporting him, so they're set up for the trade. There is exactly what they were hoping for. OC goes down, Hex gets 2, and then throws the nade as a chaser. That will do a little bit of damage to Fozy, and the M4s are just singing right now for NRG, as you would expect in an anti-eco situation. Fozy does manage to connect a shot on Hex, but Hex just has to duck around the corner and not re-engage there. Adjustment happening for Wildcard. Looks like they want to go B, but now they realize with that smoke thrown, they might have to change plans.
Yeah, not much of an avenue towards B. Forced to rethink that one. I'm gonna go and try and find a gun towards middle door. She took down OC there. Fortunately, just a USP waiting for you. So no free weaponry to pick up on this T side. Not a bad idea though. Sometimes when I see these like sort of separate 2v4 situations, I think it's good at like selling repositions. So now JB8 trying to call it a bit of a fake here. No luck. Not catching anyone really in transition. And that is NRG comfortable on a 9. I think OC has, you know, money for an op. Maybe not a lot of utility behind it, but should be able to get that out.
Yeah, no question. I mean, OC's got it in his hands, so there you go. Timeout called by NRG as well. We're the only ones who have been calling timeouts. I think that's their second so far on the map, even though both times they were calling them off of wins. So I guess they just want to make readjustments. They know, of course, in this situation, it's an important round coming through. Wildcard's going to have that full buy that they were saving for. JBA is always a threat, especially on that T side, as he's going to be looking for some opening fights. And Fozy has the big green to work with to challenge OC. And I mean, OC, even yesterday, was kind of quiet in the frags department. It was Breeze and Automatic who were doing the majority of the work, and I think Hex at other times. So, I mean, they'll get to see OC activate, but when I was talking to Maui about it in the post game, we're just mentioning, you know, there's only so many frags to go around, right? So if everyone else is doing the job, then it's fine, even if OC's not necessarily connecting on a lot of damage. But here on Dust 2, his op will become very critical on that CT side. Fozy tries to find an opener there over in dark, but can't connect on it, so his teammates are going to swing into long. That nade could do a lot of damage. Breeze exposed here. Great flashbang thrown by Stan, but they take so much damage going for that engagement and still find another one. Haven't lost a body, but 3 players are on notice here for the wildcard squad.
Yeah, just a slight delay in the execution towards that long play. Usually it's an off-spawn move that you would make, and this time around it's wildcard with just that slight pause, and you can see what it means. There's players with utility out rushing forward. Just a small detail to flush things out and give yourself maybe even an advantageous duel, even if you take all that damage here. JB8 prepared for some re-aggression towards middle. They're just set up so well to close this one out. And OC, again, we put a lot of emphasis on his op. There's a lot of emphasis on him in this round. They're going to be careful about not giving him chances here to work around the cross. But they're also going to be interested in hunting him down. JBA makes his move. I think that'll be a sign for the rest of the squad to rein it in.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the money situation for Wildcard, it's not the greatest, but being able to take a piece like the op off the board might be a little too tempting for them. I think they're going to hunt it at the very least to have a poke and prod. Maybe more than that, sending 3 players towards this B site. Now, I think, what was that? Susp backing off a little bit. He wants to see what's happening into mid, make sure that no one's gone to CT. That hasn't happened. They know he's not on the A site, so they've cleared out everything. That means you can completely vacate the bomb site because you know there's nowhere he could possibly slip through. And they are all 4 charging in. Oh, that Molly's beautiful, and it's actually pretty much enough with the bullets of Sus to take care of business. Well done from Wildcard. Methodical in that hunt. Very, I would say, risk-free in trying for it at that point because of how isolated how well they isolated every other position of the map and got to be and easily got that.
Just a suffocating round for OC.
Yeah.
Didn't know what was around the corner until it was too late. You could see they box him in so incredibly well. So there goes what could have been a bit of an exciting opportunity with the AWP for OC on that CT side, working with that Dust too. I mean, again, the one shot he connects on that round is a clean shot. Knocks out JBA with a little flick, but doesn't get a chance to fire away anymore from that point forward. Wildcard not giving him that luxury. Now we got a quicker approach, not holding a lot back in this play out middle. Contact game. Hex is here with the rifle, not crouching, which sometimes can be a bit of a risk, and that Molly's going to flush him out of this position. And they clear it, but it's a little too late. Hex already knocks one out, but that trade felt a little bit inevitable when Sonic just continues to flush them through the smoke, man. 2 kills playing around that smoke, and even turning around to at least secure where Breeze is playing out from, but I just don't think this is going to be much of a start
Mm.
and around. They're gonna try and maybe get that AWP and fail if they
I don't know.
can.
Breeze picked up the AK now. I feel like this is indicating that he wants to at least have a look here and see if he can find a quick one. I'm going to toss that 8 to Car. JBA will take damage, won't go down. Yep. Still going to hold the line. Maybe Breeze saying, okay, throw the nade. Maybe it's a low player that I catch and we can go in for this one. But, I mean, with OC so far away, I think that was just a play to do damage because
Right.
even if he gets it, there's no support coming in. OC going to be watching, could, speaking of getting one, find one here on the exit. There's a freebie, probably. All right, JBA gone. Now Wildcard just going to tuck into Car. They should be safe here. Well, Sus wasn't. He didn't have enough health. Sonic was. And that will do it for the round. Lots of damage taken on Wildcard's side, but they still do get an 8.
Check this out from Sonic. Through the smoke, gets spammed again. Okay, little break in that one. Still, though, impressive vision from him. It could have been dicey. Good positions from NRG to prepare for what was to come. I mean, that mid to B looked destined from the start of the round. And you got a player from the start of the round playing in that boosted position. But no kills. Further. Nothing too crazy. Boost. Oh, not quite assembled perfectly. And OC pressing forward. He's put himself at a bit of a risk for what's around that corner. They're silent about their mid approach. Cozy's just going to walk right into the crosshair. Both offers miss the connection, but they're out middle. They're already catching these players off guard. They're already catching them by surprise. Unfortunately, it's default pistols on this B side, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, Hex does manage to do a lot of damage, but Nitro, after that, gets tagged down to 8. OC and Automatic still have the AWP and the M4 available to them, and the AWP does ring true onto Stan, so hold on a second. 3v3. The problem for NRG is B is completely vacant, and Wildcard are quickly going to realize that. Smoke from the floors. Nitro going for the spam with the AK he picked up off the ground. But at this point, given the investment into the round and what you have out of it, it's hard to justify attempting a retake, especially towards this B site. And you already see OC has his feet firmly planted in towards Goose, and everyone else is not going to move a muscle towards the site.
Not a chance. Comfortable to coast through that one. He called for another save, but Wildcard quickly tying things back up off a pistol loss and the following conversions from NRG. Once they get those rifles in hand, they'll fight their way forward. Same kind of economic issues here for NRG, though, in these last couple of rounds. Obviously left with less tools. See, I mean, this next one's going to be a big test. So you have NRG rerouting their veto, leaning away from Anubis, which looks to be terrifying from this wildcard thing is the right idea in the long run. I mean, it feels like it makes a lot of sense, but obviously got to convert now on the CT side. Got to figure out a way to lock this one in.
No, I mean, when you look at their record, you're right. You should be terrified. 5-0, on the wildcard side with the Swedish duo joining up with them. So it's not a bright prospect, even though NRG are also very solid on the map. I decide that the path forward is Dust 2, but now we are tied up again after a nice start for NRG in this half. Each team is going on their respective win streaks to keep this one close. Breeze waiting towards long. Sonic could be his first engagement. We'll see if Sonic decides to come around this corner. Would be useful for him to have a flash thrown by Stanislaw, and he might do exactly that. He's worried right now about gaining that mid control, which they absolutely have. And NRG, surprisingly, not challenging mid at all. They have eyes on from CT, but that can be isolated with a smoke. And that is an interesting smoke to throw. I guess it affords you a little bit of space towards CT to peek that without having to worry for a fight from the B site. But usually it goes the other way in CT, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're trying to pluck out Automatic, which is something they've been able to do effectively so far. They've actually found him trying to rotate over in CT quite a bit. Now they're looking to replicate that and get a popped shot right there. Doesn't connect onto him. But that feels like, mission accomplished, at least in the early wildcard game plan. Give yourself an opportunity to catch Automatic again in this kind of transition to help out the mid to B. Well, it doesn't go quite their way. A smoke's just been tossed in towards tunnels, and I just feel like there's not a great option here. HE to maybe blow past it, but serious challenges at hand. Molotov to boot. They've got to run right through it and desperately try and win these duels, which Stanislaw does find on a Nitro, winning out that fight, but Hex still stands, flanked out through middle as well. There's just not enough time to plant the bomb. A little too slow. A little too much time from Hex, and that's going to cost Wildcard the round there. And everyone else holding back in CT spawn. But this is what does it. Just a simple tuck from Hex is what seals the round.
And I mean, we've seen this. I mean, we already talked. You talked about it in the pregame. How Stan likes to burn that clock down, and sometimes it gets away from him. And we have rounds where the opposing team wins on time. And even Nitro, I would say, is kind of guilty of that as well, but not to the same extent as Stan. So yeah, that's an instance where they could have gone a little sooner. Maybe would have had a chance at the round if they go 5 seconds before that, but instead they lose it on time. Wildcard, gotta be disappointed. Now that's not gonna help going to this round as he leaves the first body. Fosey's gone. Caught out. A little surprised by Breeze's positioning here next to the blue box at long. Smoke gonna get thrown. A nade in return, and Susp actually gets that frag onto Nitro. And that opens up the B site. Yeah, they're already on B. They have to get the bomb on over here. That's crazy. We didn't get to see it, but they picked apart that defense.
Knocked those two B players out early this time. Gave themselves a full minute to make that work.
Exactly.
So, lesson learned. Wildcard, make sure you have time to plant the bomb as you find those B entries. And this time they do. An OC and Automatic and Breeze in the same position they were last time, just saving their weaponry, but they're not going to get an extra round at the end of it.
That's a great decision from Stanislaw to go towards the B site again, because every single time they've won the fights on the site, NRG have not contested them afterwards. They haven't gone for the retake at all. So it's pretty much, hey, guys, we win these fights here. We don't have to worry about fighting further. They're just going to go for the save, and we can comfortably win. And that's exactly what's been happening in 4 of the last 5 rounds. 10-10, all tied up. As NRG understand the decision, though. I'm not faulting them for it. I just think that it's a good read from Wildcard because they have the double op up on NRG's side.
See how these B entries took place.
Oh,
sus. All right.
I mean, okay. 120 ping, just going for entries.
I mean, I don't know what to say about that, man. That's just wild. That's it looked a little too easy for him. But it just hasn't looked hard, these games. It just doesn't look... It's a non-factor for the most part up against the best competition that we have. And that's what makes it all the more impressive, what they're doing. I don't know how, like, Sus even wins the fights where they're swinging into them, but... You'd think with that, you know, delay, it would just... That would be this very straightforward victory, but... That hasn't been the case. Wasn't the case last time. He's still operating at a high. And now this time a flashbang to try and nullify him. But he's past the smoke already, and he's going to make it past without them knowing. This hasn't been registered.
This could be catastrophic for NRG if they don't realize that Susp is here. And I think he's going to wait for the rest of his team to potentially join him, so he can be that snake in the grass and strike NRG as they're trying to rotate from Cat. But he needs to time it perfectly so that the element of surprise won't be lost.
There you go.
I mean, contact.
There's a freebie. That's such a smart play. Wait the utility out. Maybe you throw an extra smoke there to make sure that you're safe on the cross, or maybe you just have Fosey there to op it down either way. It's just textbook, though. You've just got Susp calling that he's in a power position to win the round. It was so common on long plays on Dust 2 is that you throw an initial set of cross smokes that bait out utility. You know, you check that box, you get the CT side counter util out, and then bam, you throw a re-execution, and they did something similar where they throw that the secondary phase of that utility, and that's when Sus finally gets a chance to strike, and strikes at the perfect time. There's just no way you expect it because they're already crossed on the first phase. They made it past your counter utility before you ever realized. It's a beautiful play. It's back-to-back rounds. I mean, largely based off of Sus impact. Both rounds. I mean, he single-handedly won that B entry round, and then with some small bit of creativity, pretty much wins that one as well.
Yeah. No, it's perfect timing on the peak, honestly, as he completely catches the cap player off guard, who's totally focused on the cross, right? Because the smoke fades, like, okay, we haven't seen anyone cross. We don't know that anyone is towards that ramp, and it's an easy one. And then they know on wildcard side they can try to isolate the fight elevator. Fozy, immediate opener here onto Nitro. That's the risk of trying to cross over that mid door, even when there's a smoke up. Breeze does manage to get the trade on Sonic, who tries to continue to force the issue. Over at long, good smoke pop for Breeze. And I think they're going to leave Breeze to his own devices now with that space being cleared out. Breeze leaning in very close to this door, and Hex with the AWP of all things is going to find one back onto Fozy. JBA connected on down to 2 HP as well. He is just limping forward, throwing some util for a mid to B potential execute, but I mean, obviously that's just a fake. As two players going up cat, Automatic quickly realizes that. Flashbang going to get tossed forward. Automatic, can he win the fight is another question. Well, he only has to worry about Cat now because those took care of Stanislaw, and now it's a 4v1. Susp, last one standing. Nade gets tossed next to Automatic. He knows that Susp is over on elbow, and Susp is thinking, well, what do I do? Do I plant the bomb? Do I keep taking fights? It looks like it doesn't matter because Automatic is going to jump up on the cat box and take care of him immediately. NRG have tied it up at 11, and guess what, Cole? We are going the full 24 for a third straight map here in the PrizePicks NA Revival series between Wildcard and NRG.
No surprises there. I mean, both of these teams so exciting. Making these big roster moves, revamping it. I can only imagine how much both of these rosters want to win. And just solidify themselves a, you know, a confidence boost. And this time, OC boosting his confidence, taking down Fozy. That has to feel good. An op that has been infuriating to deal with throughout your series in the past and this one. You've been able to pluck him out of the server early. Give yourself and your team a man advantage. The double op has been an asset for NRG, and it could get them at least to that finish line.
Sonic. Looking around with the op. Sees JBA coming down towards him. Thought for a moment he might just reactively flick on his teammates. He's so zeroed in with the scope, but he does not.
Let's go and challenge Nitro this time on the B site. Fozy tried it last time. And now Nitro wielding it. Pretty effective when you can just double zoom down the tunnels for Nitro.
45 seconds left on the clock here. OC tossing that Incendiary to burn off 5 more seconds. Keeping the cat players at bay. Now going to throw the smoke. This is really tough for Wildcard. Now they have to go through that smoke. They do. OC misses a huge shot. Player goes into CT, but Stanislav was just blinded for a moment long enough for OC to get a second crack at it. Now they're going to have to charge into the B side. There's absolutely no choice. There's no choice. Wildcard.
Saving.
There's no choice. You can't. Oh, man. I guess you can go for the save here, and it makes sense. I say there's no choice because they can't go anywhere else in this round, but I don't know. Everything's gone so well for them towards B. I figured, okay, well, why not have another crack at it? But yeah, logically, economically, it makes sense to go for the save to give yourself a better chance this next round. But now you're giving NRG the map point.
Yeah, not a position you want to find yourselves in. Map point, and even with these 3 weapon saves, it's better than nothing, but
yeah,
it is still not going to be ideal. OC, 2 quick picks with his AWP. And some great counter utility on this B side. That's a big part of the luxury of having a double op on a B side is, you know, you can just post up there and never use a single smoke grenade until you finally feel a little bit of pressure from the T side. And if you don't feel that pressure early enough and you don't use that utility, you're going to have it in a late round to deny any access. And once they see a smoke with 20 seconds left and they know there's rotations involved and they're already in a 5v3, the overwhelming factor of making it through that round, it's just likely not going to happen. Tough call to make, though, I tell you what.
It is very tough. I think a lot of teams would have just sent it, right?
Yeah.
And gone for it and see if they could come up with the round. And we've seen Stanislav do that under very other circumstances before, right? Where he goes for that last second push. So it's not unorthodox for him, but in this case, he goes for the conservative play. And like you said, it is still going to be a tough round for them. Sonic and Stan Stan actually dropped his gun for his teammate, so they're only going to be on pistols. They have a good amount of util, so that's the good news. And of course, those two AKs in the op are very potent. But it's about how you use them. I think this might be a tech pause, by the way. I don't think this is a wildcard pause coming through, so they can't talk here. JBA had an emergency. Needed to take care of some stuff. The old bathroom break coming through here for JBA. As
hold on, guys. I know we're in an intense moment.
Can you imagine?
But I tell you what, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
I've had situations where I have no timeouts left, and I just try after I die to run to the bathroom and come back before the round.
Do a little
ends.
sprint.
Exactly. Well,
come back from the bathroom looking like Patrick.
Yeah.
Running with his pants on his ankles.
Yeah. I'm here, guys. Don't worry. I'm not AFK. We're going into round number 24. Final round of regulation. NRG's map pick. They have a chance to close it out right here. JBA is back, hopefully with everything in order. Not his pants around his ankles here. Because he needs to focus in and help his team out. He has been very effective so far at the top of the scoreboard with 19 frags. And this is actually a really good call from Wildcard because NRG have stacked up 3 players towards long pretty much every single round. So they say, okay, maybe we send it up cat quickly. And as I say that, well, they don't do that. They are just going to stall out around mid. A lot of space afforded to them. This mid to B smoke is going to be thrown for B side so they can peek into CT. And like you mentioned before, they've done a good job of isolating automatic in these situations. But instead, they're not even committing off of that. It feels like Wildcard don't want to make a decision here.
I mean, another smoke. They're really setting their focus on this position. Putting a lot of weight on trying to find automatic in transition. We'll see if they can accomplish that mission, accomplish that goal. As, I mean, it is going to be a mid to B finish. Automatic gets met by a smoke and isn't going to have a lot of opportunity to help or support his squad. Nitro kind of fumbles in the movement just a tad, making his job more difficult, and Automatic does fly through the smoke, but only good for a single. God. Sonic with the 1D, 2 entries through the smoke as he charges forward and now picks up an AWP with his low HP. A Molotov outside of window. Breeze might look to be a hero here and fly through. JBA not baited by the shots. Is going to get a flashbang to go on in and finds these kills. Breeze looking to secure it. One more and he'll tap away to finish the job for NRG, seal it, and not allow Wildcard to take it into overtime once again.
What did I tell you guys about Breeze? This guy is on another level right now. What a retake coming through from NRG. I thought OT was a foregone conclusion, but because the Wildcard player is so low, and it didn't even matter if JB was low, Breeze hits the insta headshot on him, swings around, finds Sonic, and then the last player at back plat also suffers the same fate. NRG take their map pick. They finally take a map off of Wildcard as well, which they could not do previously. And I mean, yes, it was very close. It could have gone either way, but credit to NRG right at the end, and Breeze in particular, for pulling that one off.
I mean, all the way through, individuals able to, rise to the occasion when the time mattered. I mean, Breeze was a big part of that as well. From the pistol round of that second half, where he set the tone for what he was going to do on that CT side. Because again, that T side wasn't necessarily a lot of impact from him. He had a couple of good entries, to be fair, but that defense is where he leveled up his game and became, what was the bottom of the scoreboard in the first to very quickly the top within a couple of rounds. So a lot of credit given over to him and the ability to turn things around, get his head in that game quickly, and give NRG finally a map victory over this wildcard squad. But we can go ahead and take a look at some of the PrizePicks expectations out of the gates. And as you can see, as we're plugging in some of those numbers and some of those digits, I mean, again, Breeze has shown that he is a very clear asset. We'll go ahead and take a look at wildcard first as we, again, are plugging through those numbers. JBA had a super hot start. I mean, had so much impact early on, and was, giving a lot of success on that CT side. For that second half, though, I will say it felt like a lot more on the shoulders of Fozy, or rather Susp, who was largely in charge of some of those entry works.
Yeah, Susp was going for a lot of opening frags there, right? In terms of the A ramp play that he made and into B. And he was very critical in getting wild card right back into the swing of things on their T side. But at the end of it, they fall just barely short thanks to Breeze's efforts. And I guess that should cue us to check out what's happening there on the NRG side in terms of the prize picks estimated totals. Because right here, I mean, JBA is the one we always highlight and we expect him to be good, and he is. But Breeze, 19. And actually, he's not the only one that performed well. Automatic, again, close behind him with 15. And the rest of the crew hovering around the 12 to 14 frag mark. I think this is a very successful performance for everyone on the NRG squad.
That's been more and more the case as well. I just
Yeah.
every time I watch NRG, I just don't think there's any clear missing pieces. Automatic for a while on that CT side, maybe getting caught in transition a couple times, and honestly, to the credit of Wildcard's game plan, it looked like they put a lot of pressure on him. But he cleaned up his act even very quickly and became more of an asset in his rotations as opposed to a liability, which is a huge credit to his ability to kind of, take some of those tougher spots. You can be a target, but still kind of catch a lot of that pressure and figure out a good way to play around it. And I think that's what he did well throughout this half. But yeah, I mean, again, with how much of a difficult first half Breeze had, the ability to become a nuisance on that second half, to find so many multi kills. It just felt like he needed one round to build confidence, and that was that second CT pistol.
Absolutely. I think that Breeze definitely, I think he only had something like 4 to 6 frags in the first half. It was very, very rough for him. And then the second half, you're right, he awoke. And I agree with you on automatic. There was a lot of pressure put on mid. We don't see that smoke, at least I don't see it thrown that
They were throwing
often.
it every round.
Yeah, they were throwing it every single round, the smoke that is on the B side of mid to B. So that means that they try to isolate automatic every single round. And automatic was reacting well. And I don't mind it. I like to see the teams trying to play Dust 2 a little bit differently. And then afterwards, you saw the mid to B smoke come in, and it almost worked out for them where they almost
Yeah.
got that round. But still, it's automatic performed admirably in that situation. And even though he was often getting fragged, he at least gained that information for his squad and was able to relay to them and tell them where to go. So, I mean, look, I think NRG played well. Wildcard played well as well. And we're going to get another great map, guys. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it will be Ancient to decide whether NRG get a 2-0 or Wildcard send us to a third map. Welcome back, folks, to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2. We've got map number 2 as well coming up between Wildcard and NRG. The first one going NRG's way just barely. And now we go on to a map that, yes, has been up and down for NRG in terms of wins and losses. Both of their maps played here with Nitro at the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 1. Win against Nouns 16-14 and a loss against Wildcard 13-16. So both maps going to overtime. Given the history between these two teams, Cole, we might have another very close one on our hands.
I'm fully expecting it. Again, I mean, I have a lot of confidence that NRG, play this map well. They play it confidently. They have these really good effective callings like we saw from Nitro. And again, Breeze can be such a massive piece, but there's a reason why Wildcard have, very consistently been willing to pick into this map. And it's because they do show a lot of strengths. It's a map I think that they thrive in already out of the gates. I don't think there was a lot of time that needed to be put into place to get some of these newer pieces comfortable. I'd already kind of hit on in the veto that Susp is a massive asset to this team on this map. The way that he kind of anchors that B side alongside it, like on both sides of the half, finding ways to open up on the T side. He's just good on the entirety of a half of a map, and I think it's why, even despite some of the challenges that Wildcard face, why this is a map that I think that they definitely are going to be fielding some success on, not only in this event, but in the future. This is going to be a challenge for a lot of teams to play this team against.
Absolutely. And like B anchoring is actually not a very fun job on Ancient because you're often being challenged, especially towards the top of B ramp, by those players that are at the beginning of the round already up in your face. And I mean, in the numbers you saw for Sus last time they faced off against NRG, 20-21, so a negative kill to death differential, but that doesn't really matter because you can have a lot of impact on that B side. But still, I mean, the most important thing is, are you getting traded? And I think he was. Maybe not as much as he would have liked to, but I think he was finding the frags he needed to, like you were saying, to do a great and effective job on that B site. The top frag last time was Fozy, 27 was what he found, and on the NRG side, Hext and Nitro had 26 apiece in that overtime barn burner. Now we see Wildcard in the pistol round immediately take up the space in the A site, and this, I was talking about it yesterday, Cole, in the meta, A site at the beginning of the rounds is often left vacated because how much pressure needs to be put towards mid, and Suspend Fozy, the two Swedes combining for all the frags so far.
Just long range with those pistols. They continue to tear through. Just keep this two-man wrecking crew rolling on through Red Room. And they do. They complete the mission. The task is done. Just rush that A side and take it as far as you can. It felt like a swing that couldn't stop. Just that momentum carrying forward and chasing down every last kill. Those two Swedes and Glocks in their hand, I think, are a bit terrifying to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
On those pistols, I can imagine. And NRG just couldn't track the headshots. And as you said, I mean, that A side is just oftentimes left weak. It's usually like just a good gambit to toss a couple of early A plays and a half, brighten that idea. And that's why you want a lot of pressure towards middle. You want a lot of utility early on, because sometimes things like that can just happen.
Yep. It's already on A here. It's like 15 seconds into the round, and OC says, what the heck is going on? Nitro trying to retake some space into Donut. JBA says, no, you don't. Breeze and Hex, the last two standing here, completely on the outside and looking in. And I think they might just say what they've got and reset for the next round because this was a 4 spot.
How would it be? Too much of a surprise there, given a big upgrade, and Sonic's got to pretty much move or die to the bomb, I guess, or leave through CT. That's the best option. He's got time to run away far away from that bomb. Keep his distance. Fozy will crouch, swing into Breeze for one less weapon saved. This might just be Hex holding on to this MAC-10 and CZ, if they'll allow that. Fozy's flying forward. He's not super interested in letting him get away with anything here, is he? He spotted him out as well, and he is going to complete the kill. So there's 0 things saved. 0 going in the way of NRG to start this off.
I'm surprised he chased so aggressively. I mean, it is just a MAC-10, but he wanted it out of his hands, and I guess that additional $600 that he could gain was too tempting. He also had 6K, so it didn't really matter if he ended up dying, and yeah, you're going to see almost 6K in his hands now, even after buying up. So So a bonus round coming through for Wildcard in the next one. Not this one because Energy finished up in the previous. Now it's just going to be the pistols, and they can farm a little more cash for themselves with those SMGs on the Wildcard side. OC forced out of position. Fozy easily punishes that, and the A site again appears to be the focus for Wildcard in the early goings as they're cleaning it out, making it look easy even on the anti-ecos. Hext again, the last one standing.
Watching these rounds fly by, not all that typical of Wildcard. I'm sure that is a bit of a wake-up call for NRG, who are so used to playing these long, drawn-out defaults up against Stanislaw, but these first 3 rounds have flown by them. MAC-10s used to full efficiency right there. They know how to use them. Get in their face as soon as possible. And I imagine this is going to be a bonus here as well from Wildcard, so I kind of expect them to just keep on rolling with those MAC-10s. And that always, brings up the question of how many players for this first gun round have invested into head Kevlar. Well, there's quite a bit. They understand what they're going up against. And Breeze is the only one that is at risk of those MAC-10 headshots. And at risk of HEs, I guess, as well.
Yeah.
Dunking him down. But Fozy taking some space, and Hex has to run away. A little bit of panic setting in. And he's going to give it a go, continuing to try and test and swing this MAC-10.
Flashbang going to get tossed here from Fozy. A lot of time left on the clock, and Wildcard just want to send it into the site. This could catch a couple of players off guard for NRG. Hex swings it, trying to take the initiative towards bottom of ramp, and Fozy actually does come out of cave right at that moment to deliver a frag. Nitro the trade, and lock down another one. Wildcard win this one. It'll be very problematic for NRG, both in terms of their economy and their momentum here on Ancient, and trying to get momentum, that is. It's just the bonus round coming through, and Fozy's already got 10K. You got to be kidding me. 10K after 3 rounds of play? He is just farming with that MAC-10. Nitro, looking around for some more engagements. 47 seconds left. Wildcard are trying to convince NRG they're rotating around, and it's worked. I mean, Nitro's the only one left on this B site, so they will be walking in and likely getting a free plant unless Nitro decides to get aggressive, but he really can't, because he doesn't have an 8 pop of smoke. He's just going to try and spam, but there's that bomb plant. 4v4 post plant. Now a 4v3 as Automatic immediately strikes and finds the cave player. That's a big piece off. And Breeze, the insta 2K. Not sure if they lined up for him or not, but that looked very quick in terms of succession. And Automatic, the last one. NRG do indeed win Wildcard's bonus, but Wildcard get the bomb plant. They already had a ton of money, so they'll be right back to Rifles the next round.
That's incredible stuff. Breeze again doing what he does best, recovering this round. I mean, it is a bit of a challenge to play in the post 4v4 with a lot of MAC-10s in play, and I think they felt the pressure to try and press the issue. Good opening duel from Fozy. Really has to set some frustration in for poor Hex, who's been, taken down by a MAC-10 in just about every round. And that replicates. Fozy's still rocking the MAC-10. What on earth is going on here? Maybe he's just realized, okay, I've got high ping. But he's finally realized that the ping is a factor. It is a real thing that you have to play with. Or maybe play up against, and fielding all that success with the MAC-10, he's looking to abuse that now.
Hex in cave, Wildcard slowing it up. You said Fozy wants to try and keep running that MAC-10 and racking up the dollars. He's already down to 50 HP because an 8 connected on him. Stanislaw waiting for the rest of his team to go up, as he's going to be the one supporting them with util. Staring down at that smoke, waiting for it to fade. NRG have left the B site quite vacant. Only Nitro there again, anchoring it down. Interesting to see Nitro as the anchor here. see how this fares for NRG, because Wildcard, again, should be able to secure a plant. Yes, Nitro's called for reinforcements, but the smokes are up, so they're going to walk onto a site, see no one is home again, so they're going to be sending their util in the other direction. Stanislaw takes out his counterpart on NRG. Hex manages to get 2 back before he's flashbanged, and he fades off without taking more damage after that frag. So a 4v3 advantage, but still, the bomb is ticking away here.
That's good retake utility, though. Molly, and a smoke that's just been deployed here for the CT side. Finally tossing in that utility to queue up the retake. So Molly in their face in the meantime, but that flash is so effective. Sus blinded up by it, and it's just going to be a 1v3 for JBA. Finding a couple around the smoke, has a chance to make some magic happen, but there's just too many numbers on the side of NRG, and they keep on playing this B-side retake because of how successful and how coordinated they have been on these retakes, you know, to their credit.
No, I agree with you. I mean, look, leaving Nitro behind there, they just leave him as someone to spot out information, of course get frags if he can, and then Hex immediately capitalizes after his IGL is taken down to find those 2, and then the 3rd afterwards onto Susp. So NRG recovering quite nicely here on their CT side. There's still so much cash available for Wildcard that they afford another buy. Even after losing 2 rounds in a row, 4 AKs the off. Util automatic despite being flashed, gets 1 breeze, the second who continues firing away, supported by another flash thrown by Audi. Hex pushing out of Jaguar, and he gets 1 on Fozy, who's looking the other way. Susp should have been covering him, but he was too distracted thinking about pushing towards B. Now Susp does eventually get the trade, but he is the last one standing here, folks, and that probably won't last long. He does get a second, and a third, and a 4th! What is that? What is that sequence from Sus? Why are they giving him the fights on top of it all? 1v1 against OC. How did that? I need to see a replay. What?
Oh my god. OC's going to give him the duel he wants as well, isn't he? He's going to walk right into the trap. He's holding for this. And the headshot
No!
comes out. 1v5 complete. Sus does the impossible again and has absolutely no help for it.
I need replay. Yeah, we need to see that again, because that was insane. That should have been a trade every single day of the week. The first one, pretty nice. And then this, the control on the spray. We don't get to see it all. No, we don't get to see every single one. We have to. It's okay. Maybe eventually I will go back and check out the stream. But oh my goodness, what a ace from Susp. And like you said, a 1v5 ace, the rarest of all, come through. NRG calling a timeout because you absolutely have to is pretty much inexcusable not to get that trade. As impressive as it was, of course, for Susp.
I mean, HP.
I think, thank you, production. It looks like they're going to give it to us. Hopefully we get to see these 2 here.
He's 12 right here.
Yeah.
12 HP.
No. It's still...
Baited. You got baited.
our replay PC is refusing to show it, but it was just insane. Honestly, that he's able to
so
hit that
wild
transfer.
it couldn't be captured.
Yeah, 12
mean,
HP.
I don't know how he matrixed those bullets. I mean, I'm with you. Like maybe NRG overextending, but just one shot, right? It's what everyone's saying in the communications. He's 1 HP. Just go ahead and knock him down real quick. One more bullet should do, and it did not do. There was no extra bullet. There was no one more. The 1 shot call was real, but unfortunately, the kill was not there. And that is, you know, potentially going to set a sour tone here for NRG for the remainder of this half.
Oh my God. I had to watch stream. Sus is going to get another one here onto Breeze. Just a ridiculous spray control coming through from him. Now he gets traded out by OC, but they have space gained towards the A site. Automatic dropping Stanislaw through the smokes. That's going to make life a little bit more difficult for Wildcard, despite getting the space and getting the plant in the ideal spot. Now they have a man disadvantage as the attempted retake is going to come through. Goodness me. Susp doing so much work for Wildcard, though. It's going to take me a while to get over that one.
I understand it. I can only imagine the adrenaline is still pumping in the camp here of Wildcard, and frustration still set in as Sonic set up for the flashbang on the late play, putting frustration into this retake as the op shot rattles off as well. Fozy caught a little bit overexposed in Donut, the late aggression, but it just doesn't matter. There's no more time on the clock, and You know, while it is a mission accomplished, a little bit pricey, another round adding to the tally of wild card.
Alrighty, well, wild card building off of that crazy ace. Actually ended up being, I think, a 1v4, but it was very close to being 1v5. Like, Stan died right before the first frag came through from Sus. But, I mean, look, here, they only had JBA left standing. It was another great take of the ace site, and NRG just didn't have enough time to get back in, thanks to some key frags coming through from Fozy this time, who ends up getting dropped, but he did his job. 5-2 for wildcard, and NRG, despite both ops being saved, decide not to buy up around them, keeping their economy healthy. And then saying basically, yeah, the oppers, you guys got to do the work. Nitro rocking that secondary op here, Cole.
See what he could do with it. It is a weird position to have a double op with 3 pistols, but it might just mean that you gotta get more aggressive with this AWP. Or AWPs. But that has to be anticipated by wildcard, knowing that the weight is on OC and Nitro's shoulders to take the duels. We got a big flank, though. I mean, we do have Breeze that has made his way all the way through A, and is now getting his boots wet on a bit of a flank that should catch them off guard. Wildcard don't know what's around the corner. No one watching this.
Oh,
and they're starting to move on this execution. Breeze taking his time here. He's got to pop some shots off soon. And then finally a turnaround comes through. He gets 2 still, though. He got his. Now the rest of the execute gets pulled apart. But the rest of the roster, they're still kicking, though. Susp is still in the server. He could save it, but no, shut down by OC. And it's JBA now left into a clutch of his own. Up against these oppers and a free bomb site at his disposal.
Oh, no, but they're rotating off of it. Is he going to realize? No, 25 seconds left. He's thinking, oh, do I go B? Do I go A? There's not much time on the clock. I think he's going to throw the smoke and then go to B.
Is that for CT or no?
I think that's for Donut.
And an outside Donut, I guess.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, it'll certainly attract a bit of attention towards mid, but now 9 seconds left. He's got to make a move, and he's going to get probably.
Nitro?
Yeah. Nitro. There it is. Eventually, he will take care of business there. A little later than we expected, as NRG find themselves a third in a round that they only had those 2 ops. I say only, it's 2 ops. It's a lot, but I mean, it was the pistol outside of it, and that's the difference maker. Breeze, a monster flank, waited for his moment to strike. Looked like it might have been an awkward time to get it, but he still manages to get 2, and then his team is able to capitalize off of that. So well done for him. As usual, Breeze having impact. And we're going to get a timeout called, again, technical in nature.
Yeah, big flank for Breeze. Like you said, it's a little bit panicky when you see someone turn around and your heart drops. But able to get past the fear right there. With 2 kills, that should be more than enough in theory, with just a P250 and a little bit of armor behind it. And the rest of the squad does show up behind it as well. Quick tech pause into the action once more. We got a big force buy called out from wildcard. All in investment, flying out towards the middle again. JBA this time, now left at task here. That Tech 9 is so quick alongside Fozy's, and it's panic for OC as he tries to transition in. A collateral's connected. But it's not the killing blow onto Fozy. He gets past it. He takes that shot, moves forward. Op has been recovered as well, and Hex looking desperate to try and save this one, but met by a smoke and looking for spam. Just not connecting onto the low HP bars. Instead, it's being sent back Nitro's away. And that force buy, it works wonders for them. What a call, and what an execution.
Yeah, honestly, that was a phenomenal call from Stanislaw. Just going right away, throwing the smoke and the flash out towards mid. It opens up the space. They close the gap quickly with those Tech 9s that are perfect for running and gunning at close range. And Hext is left to save the M4. So well done. Upgrades available for wildcard. I think Stan should be able to grab something as well once they head out. Maybe they'll go towards Donut to try and grab that, or maybe there's some gun CT. No, I think I have to go to Donut. We'll see what happens in the end. It doesn't really matter. It will be a 6th round picked up. And yeah, Sonic was actually ferrying the gun over for his IGL, hand delivering the M4 faster than Amazon, as we are going to go to a 10th round.
Speedy delivery.
Yeah.
I think, you know, Stanislaw, a little bit of his NA does come out in this map sometimes. with the way that he calls. It's so different than some of the other maps where he's so willing to wait that clock out. This time on this T side, he has been hyper aggressive. And I think that is a necessity of this map. I don't think you can get away with these slow mid plays the whole half. You've got to make a move sometimes on that T side to take mid control. And
yeah, I think that's the one adjustment that Stan is making actively, right? Is trying to remove some of those slow plays, or at least trying to speed up the pace more often than not, because it feels like the clock is getting away from him. And with CS2 the way it is, fast plays often are favorable. Here, Susp gets caught up by Hex. Great flashbang thrown from Automatic, though. Completely blinded Susp. So that's Cave cleared out, and Wildcard readjusting based off of that. But yeah, I mean, last few times I've seen this slot call here is OC flicks to Sonic. There's another one for NRG to make it a 5v3. But I was going to say, the last 2 times I've seen him call T side, it was very, very slow. The opposite of what we're seeing here.
I mean, it's just good dynamics here. Some slow rounds, some fast-paced aggression. Stan can, add that to his repertoire of calling. It could just be, what continues to elevate this team. And right now it looks like he has the pieces that are willing to get aggressive, get active. That has been a guarantee. One last play towards the B side to try and save this one. Fozy cracks one open. Hex knocked out, and they have an idea where Automatic stands. Fozy, another one, holding down the line on this bomb site, giving themselves legroom into it, and they've got a flashbang to pressure Nitro. JBA requires a trade, but it's a 5v3 that vanishes into a 2v2 with very late rotations coming through from the rest of NRG.
Uh-oh, let's see if this works out for Wildcard here. Breeze and OC starting to come through. JBA's got a great position. I think he'll be able to get Breeze easily. Sees the shadow. Oh, with the shots though, and Breeze going to get the headshot, swinging around with the 5-7. Indeed, Cole. Stan, last one standing, gets the headshot on Breeze, looking for the last onto OC, and he might have it here. OC creeping along, but OC actually hits the shot, picks up the kit, enough time, NRG find themselves a 4th.
I just can't believe that. And I don't think Stan can either, about how patient OC is with that shot. He saw so many shoulders and never bit on that play. Stan, I mean, he really just played that one to perfection. And yet still OC doesn't give him an opportunity to win that round. What an absolute steal from OC. The presence of mind to pick up that kit in time. That's some quick on the fly thinking. Same case for Breeze. It almost felt like he baited out the shot with the shadow and made JBA's aim just go so far wide. And it has been a saving grace. NRG with these retakes on the B side, it saved them this half. It saved them from disaster, what could have been.
No question. A lot more aggressive on these retakes here on Ancient than they were on Dust 2. Susp, 11 HP left after getting tagged there. AKs are available for Wildcard, and they're throwing a lot of heat still committing to it here on the B site, but they are not going to the site proper just yet, as they've lost their lurk in Sonic, who was trying to slip through mid. Nitro sprays him down with the A1S. Now, what is the adjustment here from Stan? How does he mid-round this? Well, heading in towards mid, which is free and clear for the taking for now. Maybe OC going to have a peek with the AWP. He's creeping up, right? To try and get on this angle. And they slip past just in the nick of time and find the frag onto Breeze in the process. Thing is, they've telegraphed their play, so here come the bodies on the NRG side. It's going back and forth, a bit of a brawl here to gain side control. They overlook Automatic. Automatic stops the bomb planter and hits the headshots on Stanislaw, threading the needle there as OC gets the last with the AWP. NRG are right back into this.
It's an insurance policy right there from Automatic. And cashes that one in big time. Back of the side, MP9. Even though they took some space, even though they get this trade on Nitro, you know you're not going to be expecting Automatic in these back lines. And not a bad reroute from Wildcards. Just met and one-upped by Automatic in a good position. And now it is a tough into the half for Wildcard. Got themselves to a bit of a rut economically. Not going to be able to get away with too much. Although last time they were in this sort of situation, a lot more Tech 9s instead of Deagles, and it was a lot faster out middle. But can you get away with that play twice? I think NRG are going to button up in that department.
I'm not even sure if they're going to go for it here. Definitely agree with you that it is a good buy-up to try for that once more. But Stan doesn't have the flashbangs, and that's my only concern here. So yeah, I think they're going to change it up here. 4 players sent towards the B site. Sonic lurking at mid. Sonic's going to try and make some noise. Flashbang going to get tossed. Molotov as well. That might just be to try and keep attention there from automatic. Hex, nice nade toss. Does a lot of damage, but he's caught with utility in his hands and cannot recover. Susp finds one. AK on the ground. It's tempting, but Nitro is playing sentry here. Swings around and finds both of them. The IGL for NRG showing that he's got what it takes mechanically too. And automatic wants to get in on the swing of things. He does so much damage, and Bree's going to finish the job, and Nitro the last onto Sonic. We are tied again for a second straight map here. 6-6 heading into the second half.
Yeah, no surprise that nothing can separate these two teams. Both just trading punches in a big way. Again, as we move on, you know, this is a wildcard team that started off with a fiery kickoff. Those MAC 10s and 10K for Fozy, with the extra luxury of, I think it was actually a 1v4, but, you know, close enough to a 1v5 clutch from Susp. And, you know, still tied up at the half, showing that NRG, despite so much adversity, are able to overcome it and bring you a pretty solid defense altogether. We'll see what their T side can bring. Nitro, risky game right now, playing with the shadow, getting out these dualies and fighting forward. The next play coming through, Donut, and his attention's turned away, but it's still Sus holding down the line. Those dual Berettas are again just cracking through the competition, and it shuts down. I mean, you've lost a whole prong of your approach, and OC's left battered as well. And Sus with the dualies again, that's just inflicting so much pain. Another 4K. This guy's becoming a monster.
Unbelievable. I mean, you talked about him in the pregame, but he is delivering in spades here. 15 frags, tied for the top frag lead on his squad, and right there, I mean, just some great work and movement to ensure that the dual Beretta frags would come through, and then afterwards finishes off the last player. He has enough money to afford the M4, of course, and what a surprise! Susp is the first check mark here as we've been hyping him up. He is the first PrizePicks player to hit 30 frags goal.
I mean, makes a lot of sense with how well he's played this second map. And then, of course, again, just a super solid Dust 2 alongside it. Had a lot of impact, had a lot of multi-kills. Was not a missing piece. And continues to play well here on Ancient. No surprise. Finally got that check mark. And in this series, if I'm remembering correctly, it felt like everyone was getting those check marks last time around.
Yeah.
And this has that same feeling looming over it.
It does. I think it's hard to pick a player to go less than their estimated frag total, right? As that nade in this series, I mean, between two teams. Sonic's going to get an easy 3K here with the MP9. It's just blocks on the other side, and there you have it. Farming the money. The full $3,000 gained across 2 players there from the SMG frags.
Nicely done. Sonic and Stan also building up some confidence. Kills is just always nice. It's been interesting about, you know, the way that NRG plays. It feels like those frag totals are always very close as well. That first map was the same case. Everyone was pretty close, tight knit. And now it's the same. Top frag is 10. On the bottom is 7. So that frag distribution so closely combined. Everyone kind of pulling the weight. Wildcard having 2 leaders in Fozy and Susp. JBA now needing to step up to the plate. That MP9 is just not going to do the trick. Sonic next at bat. This time up against Rifles. Now needs to deliver the same success. That Molotov and extra help coming through, though, is going to go a long way. And Fozy picks up an upgrade right there. He had a P250, but now it's Got himself an AK in hand.
Yeah, there's guns on. I was going to say there's better guns on the ground, Fozy. Go get them. And he's got the AK. Hex, in the meantime, has found the B site. Sus did not suspect it. Pun intended. 3v2. Fozy, Stanislaw are going to be able to get Hex. So that's the B site retaken. I mean, NRG were trying to deviate themselves towards B. Unfortunately, Hex goes down quickly. So now you have a 2v2 situation. OC and Automatic will eventually end up at the B site. I like the initiative that Stanislaw has taken here. He really does like to play cave. Insta headshot onto Automatic. Goes back into cover. OC has his work cut out for him. Stan's trying to bait attention. Stan will get headshotted though. Nicely done from OC to close the gap here. Will lead to a bomb plant because Fozy is just too far away unless he full on sprints. But that'll give away his position.
Ooh,
I don't think he wants that. Yeah, OC will fake the bomb plant. And that could buy Fozy enough time to get here before it's planted. But no, Fozy will still be slowly but surely moving his way into position. Doesn't want to give any information to OC for free. Did he hear him going to cave?
Molotov and a kit. So. I don't know if he heard it, but that just makes the most sense. And he's gonna tick in that. Fozy off the bomb though, doesn't stick it. He does have a kit though. Just all right, that'll do the trick. That'll do the trick just nicely. Fozy in the clutch, stepping up to the plate. And Stan, I mean, in that 2v2, when he gets tucked in towards cave, it's like a power position for him. I don't know if there's like any player that is as comfortable in these almost horrific close range duels that you don't think favor him. Look at the angle that he's playing. Like that's such an awkward angle to like work from with an MP9, and it just feels like he thrives in that environment.
No, I agree. I mean, we were seeing him do that every single round on Ancient, and it feels, last time we saw him here, that is, it definitely feels like he's got a comfort zone for his squad on that part of the map. Nitro, gonna go down to half health. Breeze gets tagged down to 67, but it is going to be NRG, despite all the damage they've taken, finding the opening frag. Upgrade for Nitro to the M4. Now NRG, who needs some rounds quickly here to get back into it, at least find an opener. But, I mean, with so many players getting tagged, it's not going to be the easiest advantage to keep their hands on. Susk staring down towards Jaguar. And all of the attention from Wildcard leaning towards the B side. This is a very interesting read from them.
You got to wonder if this is, you know, kind of a feeling of familiarity from Stan saying, you know, this is their initial play. This is what happened next. We'll see if that flowchart is right. It's there on the money on the read. Will NRG continue to just throw some punches at this wall of a B bomb site? Smoke gets tossed down towards the top of ramp, but Sonic is past it. Another kill, though, rolling through for Breeze. As time goes on, you're seeing a mid-lurk activate from Automatic. Puts some serious pressure. Sonic goes in for an initial fight. Bomb is going to be dropped, and they still have JBA prepared. Finally, it's going to be a knockout blow from Hex and a chance to run away. He's going to get spotted, though, and he can't quite make it in time. Tries to get a smoke down, but it's a little too late, and JBA a little too quick. Automatic still unknown. But that smoke is going to be hard to play around, and there's only 15 seconds left. He moves past it, through the smoke, anticipating Automatic's next move, and another clutch one out by Wildcard.
I mean, it's just hard for NRG to think, well, we got two players there. How could there be two more tucked in towards the front of the bomb site? And yeah, they got caught off guard completely. That's a great call from Stan. I mean, you're talking about the flowchart. It's right. Very correct in that instance that the hit would end up towards the B site. And Wildcard are on to double digits. Their lead extended to 4. NRG still have that full loss bonus, so they will be afforded another buy-up. 3 Galils and 2 AKs, but that one stings a little bit because, you know, they had a 4v2 advantage, and JBA, along with his teammates, stole it away from NRG. Sonic charging up mid. I thought he had the opener, but he doesn't, and Osi finds the follow-up before he falls. This is all NRG. JBA and Stan, the last two standing. JBA, he snuck in. He's got a freebie onto Hex. Oh no, now things could fall apart again for NRG. It's another 4v2 that's turned into a 3v2 now, Cole.
They're trying to figure out a way to get Nitro out of this position, but Nitro, I imagine, had just heard some of the repositions.
is such an interesting call, though, right? Because Stan and JBA have managed to slip away into the A site. So they're hoping that NRG didn't spot them, which they absolutely didn't. So NRG might be thinking, okay, they still got bodies on the B site. Maybe they rotate towards A. And if they do, they will not at all be expecting Stan and JBA to already be posted up here. And JBA, in fact, is going to look for even more info to see where NRG might have ended up. And this is a great play. Another great call from Stan saying, okay, let's see where they are. Maybe we can get in on a flank. Oh, this is great for the element of surprise. The thing is, it might be all for naught if the bomb gets planted before this point, and it absolutely will be. So, I mean, they still have this pincer attack, which could catch NRG off guard.
Still going to be a very fast flank, but it's being covered by Nitro. It's going to start the timer. Well, JBA ignoring the Molotov, of course, and Stan pushes through the smoke. They aren't giving any respect over, and it could just be another clutch, chasing down the kill. Breeze is able to land the transfer. Stan was flying by trying to find that trade and couldn't quite get it in time. And so finally, a clutch goes in the way of NRG, something that they have been missing throughout the entirety of this map, all starting from that sus clutch to kick us off, and they've brought that success into the second half as well. Well, Breeze has just ripped that away, and you can see how close some of these rounds have been in the past because the money has been shot. But finally, we got our second check mark. Brought to you by PrizePicks JVA. As you can see, over these last two maps, more than 32 kills. And again, has been playing a fantastic game as well. I believe that's 2 players on wildcard, and which is surprising because NRG won that last map, right?
It is, yeah. Breeze. Plant the bomb here. This round is over. NRG should be able to get an 8th, and there it is. So, like you were saying earlier, we can't really keep these two teams apart for long, even though Wildcard felt like they might be able to run away with things right there in the previous round. It didn't work out. They go on to an eco, charging into the bomb site. The bodies were there, but, I mean, NRG were just too strong on the connections. There we go. Now, the check marks are starting to flood in. Breeze going to get the latest one with more than 33 kills coming in. And, I mean, we were talking about maybe seeing more NRG players get it. There we go.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense. We do have more rounds won by wildcard for this series.
That's true, yeah.
Just by 1 right now, but still technically having that crown at the very least. Automatic somehow still kicking, though, and it's a wild start to this one. Stanislaw through that smoke. Oh, my God. For a second there, it looked like Nitro's head could have been a magnet, but avoids it. Trading utility back and forth. Of course, Stan isn't going to leave this position. Why would he ever? It's battle between Nitro and Stan waging on. Right now, just seemingly a battle of brawn. Unrelenting aggression coming through from Stan. Who's past the smoke in towards this cubby, into shelf, and puts himself in a position to maybe catch him off guard. There's not a lot of utility to support him, though, so he's just going to have to make this work. Potentially a swing and off angle of sorts, and Nitro again gets the better end of Stan.
That's a lot of damage taken, though. Automatic and Nitro, only 42 HP combined, I believe it is. Maybe a little bit more than that. I might be off in the math, but either way, it's below 60. So they have to be very careful with how they approach this. 35 seconds left on the clock.
They're on A,
NRG. Though. Yeah, I mean, they are on A, but the bomb has to get there quickly because that won't matter. Oh, Nitro hits the headshot. Breeze as well. And it's all down to Fozy. If he catches the bomb, maybe he can do this, but the bomb is already rotating in towards A. Definitely a plant coming through, and Fozy just wants to lock in on this player. He's trying to attract all the attention, and Breeze hits the shot to boot. 2K for him, 18 frags on the map, and NRG are 1 away from tying it up again. Look at this. I mean, Hex, like you said, catching off Sonic, trying to get back in towards that B site, and right there, Stanislaw, also the victim of NRG's rifles.
I'm really interested to see this battle between Nitro and Stan wage on. Both of them, it feels like just trading punches in that position. Battling for this cave control. Nitro finally being able to more consistently come out on top in those duels. Has to be a good feeling putting your teammates in a much better spot in the round. Wildcard calling a timeout because they know this one's about to be all tied up once again. And trying to figure out ways around that.
I mean, A loss bonus at 2,900. You can invest a little bit into this round, so it depends, right? Because you do also want to have that full, utility coming through along with the guns and then the follow-up, and you have the lead still, so you don't have to panic. So it looks like they are just going to settle for full USPs and 2 flashbangs. This could indicate some aggression to me from Stan. Maybe throwing the flashes to support a push, and there it is. So they're all 5 of them going to go towards this B site. We'll see if they start to funnel either through, either through cave or ramp. Looks like cave is the call.
I mean, definitely the value of pistols is more so known in this position. We got a flashbang, and we got Hex fully prepared to farm some sweet ecos. He actually just found all of them flying through the smoke. He's gonna go and complete the ace as well. Those sweet, sweet ecos, all on just a spoon-fed straight towards his location. You'd love to see it.
I mean, the flash kind of missed the mark.
Oh, man.
At least for a player right outside the smoke, yeah. He just continues spamming through it, and you got to do it, because in CS2 in particular, you can get visibility through that smoke. Maybe you spot the player, and then it's an easier frag. So, well done for NRG on the anti-eco. Not phased at all by that attempted push, and we are indeed tied up at 10. But here come Wildcard once more with the full-on buy-up. 2 M4A4s, 2 A1Ss, and the AWP. And the nades are being tossed forward as well. Stanislaw. Whoa, wrong team. Susp and Posey are towards this B site. That's another IGL for undefined. Nitro going to get a couple here, though. Stan and Sus punished on that attempted aggression, and Posey is there for the trade. They don't expect the third, and he tags Hex. Can he get another frag? It's another tag! He wants those back. JBA supporting him, though, so at least one of those frags does get converted, but it's now a 2v3 situation. JBA likely relayed the information that another player is very lit, but he will have to do it all. 1v3, smoke landing at his feet. It appears as though he wants to take the initiative here, and it won't work out. Hex hits the shot, and NRG have retaken the lead.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, as I mentioned, I think Nitro just leveling up his game right now in terms of reading what Stan's next move is. At the beginning stages of this half, maybe Stan having the upper hand in a certain sense, but it has quickly turned around. Fozzy trying as he might. Finally, more than 32 kills, getting that prize picks check mark. Landed so many leg shots, that doesn't necessarily count for those kills, but it does count for the damage. Does count for the ADR, won't count for the round count. Wildcard might have to concede series point. NRG might give them a little bit of revenge. A 5-7 goes a long way as Stan activates. Finally getting some revenge on Nitro here in this duel, in this head-to-head on Cave, and working past the utility.
It is such good work. There's another gun down to be picked up here. I think Fozzy should be able to find it. So that's 2 rifles right there in the hands of Wildcard in a round that we thought was a foregone conclusion until Stan gets those 5-7 frags. Oh, here's the spam! Yeah! JVA actually ending up being the one to get Breeze, and Hex is down to 17. Oh, what? Hex! The spam! Getting the callouts from his teammates, and yeah, he's got the green check mark as well. I'm not sure if it was with that frag in particular. Maybe it was, but well done from Hex, who also makes it a 1v1. It started so interesting with Stan on the eco, getting those 5-7 frags, and I mean, it's far from over. This could easily still go Wildcard's way and be tied up at 11, and then we will go the full 24 for every single map these two have played, both in series number 1 and series number 2 here. Hext, still a chance to get those 12, though. And he is looking around, trying to see where JBA might be. He could sprint A. I don't know if he'd have time to get the plant, probably.
Close, but
yeah.
He's going to get caught. Faking it. Back's turned. JBA. There he is.
Oh my goodness.
A little scary, but job is done. JBA gets the late wraparound. And again, back to a clutch and back to, I mean, what felt inevitable for this series. Why not? Why not get another 24 guaranteed as Hex's second ace of the half denied? A nice attempt, a really good try in closing out this round, but not enough health to tank through. And Stanislaw stepping up to the plate when it matters most is no surprise there either.
I think this is an amazing rivalry that's materializing between these two teams, right? We started with the server issues at the beginning where they couldn't agree. They can't seem to get the edge over one another. They're always going 24 rounds in regulation. I mean, this is the type of stuff we need in North America to see two teams like this going toe-to-toe, and two legendary IGLs, right, in Stanislaw and Nitro, helming these teams. This is going to be an exciting finish one way or another here to Ancient, and we'll see if we get a third map. I'm certainly not against it with how well these two teams have played against each other.
It's just good fun Counter-Strike so far.
Yeah.
Whenever these teams are trading blow for blow, and we just might. That's a big opening advantage. OC playing an incredibly challenging spot. And Stan is not happy with just an opener. He wants a lot more than that. He's looking for the USP kill. Again, it's a heat-seeking missile onto Nitro's location every time Stan is in the server, trying to figure out a way to nullify his impact. Hex is mollied, Nitro's forward, and now Hex left last man standing. This time they're going to look to trade these fights, but I mean, Susp knows better than anyone not to give too much going. A bomb and a plant in order, and we can have an actual 1v5 here for Hex. Could he make this happen? He's got an opportunity, smoke behind him, but he's just getting peppered through it. Stands one up on this play, and Wildcard are going to be the team that claims map point first.
This has been insane, honestly. Hex leading the charge on his team with 23. I thought for a moment he'd have a chance, but they just, like you were saying, peppered them through the wall, up the ramp, through that smoke. I mean, there was bullets coming from everywhere. No chance at all for Hex to survive. And Wildcard push us to 12. I mean, if they win this next one, we are going to map number 3. Otherwise, we're headed to overtime once more between these two squads. Very familiar territory. OC. See that smoke land right next to his feet, and let's just drop down. Doesn't really care too much. I'm assuming he's going to peek around it just a little bit, maybe get flashed out. That doesn't happen just yet. Stan's been very aggressive out of Jaguar, and he will do the same here. Are they going to pass each other in that smoke? It doesn't appear to be the case yet. And Stan backing off. Maybe his spidey senses are tingling a little bit, and starts to spam away as he fades back in towards that B site. In the meantime at A, there's some flashes and utility being thrown by NRG, so they're trying to keep Wildcard's attentions on both sides of the map. As it stands, they haven't committed in either direction just yet. There's that smoke for mid, Molotov for Cubby. That will indicate mid control is going to be taken here by NRG.
I'm meeting too much resistance. And the first line of contact is not going to be an op holding from Donut, but JBA with a rifle with an AK. And kind of learns his lesson the hard way of the struggles of playing in that position. Feared off the angle with a leg shot, forced to smoke things out, and this applies some pressure. This is going to weaken the resources throughout the map. NRG calling one of the slower rounds we've seen out of them so far in this half as we head into a deep stage in this game. Slowing down the pace, but taking effective map control, putting some pressure on committing 3 players on this defense, and Automatic has made it past Sonic. So while Sonic might want to try and help this defense, he's got to be quick on his move, and he is. Very fantastic shot coming through. Nitro as well with his entry. Overwhelming foes. Stan is coming through. OC can't recover, and it could be a bomb denial. Nitro, he can't quite punch in the digits, and Breeze is left last man standing. 1v2, Wildcard at the buzzer, do it again. There's enough time to recover this round, and I just didn't think that was going to be the case.
That is a beautiful swing from Sonic. I mean, you called it as it was happening. And then afterwards, just no time left. This is something that Nitro and Stanislaw both like to do, waiting till that last moment. And right there was not the right call, unfortunately, for NRG, as Wildcard are the ones getting the 13-11 this time. And we are going to head to map number 3 on Inferno, where both teams kind of have similar records. So it'll be interesting to see which IGL can outcall the other, in particular on T side. But this one was, again, such a very back and forth affair. I'm curious to see the stats once they come in for both of these sides. But man, oh man, it was great to watch.
Yeah, and I got to give a lot of credit here. I mean, again, this series is going to deliver. I think it's going to be a rivalry that we can look forward to every time we see it. But both of these IGLs just having so much killer instinct in these maps and in these head to heads is absolute blast to watch. It feels like, while again it's a loss in a map for NRG, just that change of pace, a big switch up. It had to have been uncomfortable for Wildcard to play in. And while they do get through it with some really good heroics, with some quick plays, there was a lot of potential, and I thought it was a cool adjustment from Nitro to try and go for. But Stanislaw leveling up his game and really in those last couple of rounds, putting them across the finish line and helping out in a big way in that department. Meanwhile, as we had mentioned, meeting those PrizePicks expectations for JBA, Fozy, and Susp, and I as well. I think Sonic might have just hit it in that last round
Yeah, he
of
did.
over 31.5 or more than 31.5 rather. And credit to Sonic, who was a big facilitator in shutting down that CT spawn position that could have been a thorn in their side.
Absolutely. I mean, he more than that, of course, throughout the entirety of the map and the series. But yeah, good on Sonic for sure. As we're going to check out the other side in just a little bit for NRG to see who hit their mark. And yeah, there you go. Breeze for sure. I told you guys, Breeze, you pick him to be more than the estimate every single time. Hext managing to connect on that. And outside of that, automatic, oh my goodness, he was one frag away from getting that estimate. I mean, he hits the estimate, right? But doesn't get over the estimate.
Yeah. I mean, again, I felt like he has had some really good adjustments. Was a big reason as to why Dust 2 went so incredibly well for them. I just felt like he was quick to adjust. But as you had mentioned, Breeze, Hex, that duo right there, doing a lot of heavy lifting. Nitro, even individually, as I had mentioned, these IGLs, while he didn't, gather more than 32, as PrizePicks estimated, he still did so much in terms of firing up, and the calls were there. Again, maybe not in that last round, maybe not leaving enough time, maybe not having all the details nailed down, but coming up with some cool game plans all the way through and challenging Stanislaw, which isn't always the case. I don't think Stanislaw always gets challenged and on an ancient. So I'm really looking forward to this third map. I'm glad we get there. And again, if things continue to play out like this, I just can't wait to see how this develops in the future.
I couldn't agree more. So let's hit that break so they get started sooner rather than later, guys. We're at to map 3 right after this. Hey everyone, welcome back. It's PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2. We are still on the first semifinal matchup because of how tightly contested these maps have been between Wildcard and NRG. Map number 3, though, it doesn't go past this. We will be crowning a winner within the next map.
Yeah, all that matters is how many rounds it's going to take to get there, because every time these two have battled it out, it's been 24 or more. And it's just no surprise. Both of these rosters are so eager to win. A excellent resurgence from Wildcard. It felt like they were running out of gas that last call on Ancient.
Yeah.
It looked like maybe Nitro was going to do it, and it could have been taken into overtime. But no, I mean, Wildcard pulled it out, and it's to their credit here that they're able to take it to this third map, because I think they're just so hungry to get back into this one. We saw the crazy amount of clutches that were won by NRG, and yet still Wildcard were able to kind of sort their way through that. And it's a good sign coming through from Stan. It's a good sign coming through from the two Swedes that despite all of this, that they're still hungry for a win.
And all that being said, we are jumping into things here. Map number 3, the Decider on the classic Decider map, Inferno. NRG and Wildcard, already talked about, it's kind of a toss-up when it comes to stats on this map for both squads. It's down to which IGL can outdo the other, and starting on T side will be NRG and Nitro, and that's where we're most curious to see what calls and strategies are going to unfold. Of course, it is also important to determine when rotation should come through on your CT side and not to be over-eager in that regard, so we'll see how Stanislaw handles that. Will we get any aggressive plays from CT? Looks like Fozy just wanted to have a peek outside a balcony, has immediately retreated towards Boiler and Bracket. Very stagnant are both teams in the early goings of this first round. Still a lot of time left for NRG to make a play. They have that banana control and don't really want to play off of it. Perhaps they're suspecting something might be amiss here, and it would be. Breeze finds the opener onto Fozy, who just gets blindsided in window room. And now, with 3 players still on Wildcard towards that B site, if NRG go there, it's fine, but if they don't, it's really bad news for JBA.
All that more common nowadays for this T side. Maybe back a couple of years ago or more, you would just see off-spawn rushes on pistol rounds, set pieces, almost 100% of the time. Now people like to default a little bit more, see if the play comes to them. And now they've got full execution utility. And as you can see, a Molotov for JBA. As much as he might try, he's going to go down in the flames. He does give himself 1 kill, as they just ignore him. They leave the fly to just get burnt out by the flames. Don't even need to swat him away. And an A-side retake isn't going to be exactly ideal.
No, definitely not now. Susp gonna get headshotted by Breeze. Sonic tries to re-engage, can't do it either. Breeze a 3K, and Stanislaw falls immediately. NRG with a very convincing pistol round victory. They did not walk into the stack that Wildcard had set up towards the B site. They dealt with JBA handily, like you said, just let the Molotov finish things off, even though JBA does manage to get 1. That's all he will find. And, well, Wildcard, I mean, we'll see if they decide to force up here or go for the eco. But it is NRG who are able to build up a nice bunch of cash here. And they will use it immediately in 2 AKs and the Galil along with 2 MAC-10s. It will be the force buy from Wildcard. 3 Deagles, 2 5.7s afforded to them. A little bit of aggression down banana. Util toss forward. Doesn't really connect for much damage though. And NRG should be able to gain this control, especially with that Molotov thrown deep at top banana.
It's just not all that much damage with a lot of HEs invested right there.
Yeah, exactly.
So, don't get the most out of that. That's a good HE. And another one for good measure. That'll do the trick. Nitro shows him how to use that utility on the B side. And I believe there's a couple of smokes for Sonic to try and show some presence. But as they get that kill in CT spawn, I think the rest of the squad on wildcards is going to again call a bit of a gamble stack. We saw this from wildcard and Stan on Ancient, willing to in a man down situation. Instead of reaggress, instead of press on some of the other sides of the maps, they just stack onto a bomb site. And while it's a good prospect, you can kind of see the bomb inching forward. You've also got Nitro saying, "Wait a second, guys. I've got the B bomb site."
Yeah. You still have a bit of an execute happening towards this A site, but since they have the B site, they're just trying to keep these players on eggs. It's the stack, obviously, that's come through here. And that will be the end of the round. I imagine that wildcard will just want to save these guns into the next. Yep, that appears to be exactly the call. They haven't really moved a muscle. 2 players on site, 2 players in pit. Now a little bit of movement, readjusting for an attempted, perhaps, push from NRG to take the guns out of their hands, which is happening. I mean, NRG clearing all the space, going around all the angles to make sure no one can be hiding around a cheeky corner, as they will eventually end up towards the A site. Not sure, actually, if they all want to get to that point. There is Nitro from Library, who will engage almost certainly, you'd think. But everyone else kind of stopped in their tracks. So Nitro looking around, peeking around the corner, jiggling, and actually nothing. Okay. So they let Wildcard save the pistols. I guess it's not that big of a deal, right? It's better than losing the AKs and the Galils.
Absolutely. Alongside that, running into that A side feels like certain death for Nitro when there's still 4 alive. If there's 1 or so, maybe you can make that effort, but...
Yep.
Yeah, he was toast if he tried to move any further. So we're gonna... see, I mean, again, a very powerful force by Wildcard. That's a luxury of that gamble stack as well. Is that when it goes wrong, it's not the end of the world. It's just a round loss with a second opportunity. Silver lining for Wildcard in this next round, and they try and get that same damage down range. Fosi waiting out this smoke. What has he got? What sort of antics is he going to get up to? Is he just going to run past it as it fades away? Leaves him in the open to win a duel versus OC. How does he get away with that? How is he still kicking? Nitro is chasing a ghost. Is he going to get out of here? Actually, what?
Wow.
How has he made the escape? Now it's been called over to Hex saying, yeah, there's an enemy in our back line. Let's make sure to root him out. And Hex wisely turns around in time. That is wild, though. Fosi is such a menace.
Truly, yeah. I don't know how he managed to slip away like that. It's an instant, split-second decision-making. Good on him. At least attracting a ton of attention, burning time off the clock, but that will not be enough time nor space gained for Wildcard to hang on to this B site. So bomb going to be planted here. This time they can chase. They don't have to save the pistols. They could. I mean, the armor and the pistols isn't exactly bad to have going to that next round. And Breeze maybe making their decision a little bit easier with that spam through the smoke, and there it is. Yep, going to save the deagles, the body armor as well into this next round. Try to punish, at the very least, if players show face. There we go, just like that. Susp, the deagle headshot onto Nitro, and he's going to continue peeking around here and trying to do more. It's okay. He ends up going down to Breeze, but that's fine for him because he did do a little bit more damage. Trying to keep him on the site of Stanislaw. He won't be able to achieve that. And, well, the armor won't be saved on his side, but JBA still has the deagle in the full armor, and he will hang on to that as NRG get a 3-0 lead built up.
Nicely done. Good damage there. I don't know how he got away with that.
Yeah.
OC definitely going to be a bit frustrated with that missed opportunity. But again, look at this shot. This is another one of those shots where it felt like he was behind the wall. At least it was a wall bang though this time. But not a bad deagle shot. We got our full gun round in order. Off the back of the 3-0 lead. AWP included in the mix for Fosi. He's got that tool. And as you could see from his 5-7 antics, you know he's one to like to try and press on the T side default. Are they going to move past the smoke? Yeah, I mean, this is decisive from NRG, not really holding anything back. playing around that smoke, trying to make their way through. One spray down in the second. JBA continues to hold the line with 2 and some change. And at least Fozy alone, though, has to fire away with this AWP, and they know they want to hunt him down. Not any extra help coming in support. No one even in the vicinity of that A site. And we're going to, again, have a chance to operate the post plant for NRG.
Wow. Wildcard just can't seem to batten down the hatches here on the defensive side. Plans coming through in every single round for NRG. Sonic right next to Truck here at lane, and Stanislav's going to eat a nade going down to 56 HP. The same can be said for Ozzy. Oh, that's not a good one. Uh-oh. Why did that bounce that way? I have no idea. But Breeze, in the meantime, is feasting. A 3K for him, 4 on the round, as NRG have also got 4 on the board for themselves. Yeah, that was the weirdest
Look at that
nade
Looney
I've
Tunes
seen.
line right there.
Yeah.
What was that? It looked like he did a loop-de-loop and just came right back at him. What just happened? Either way, I mean, while that takes place, Breeze takes his time to fire away. This is always a challenge of an A-side post plant. I don't know what happened. That's actually so goofy. Just seeing the trajectory of that was ridiculous. Oh, man.
Well, timeout call for Wildcard to talk things over, and maybe they need to get on the phone with Valve and say, hey guys, we just threw a nade on the box and it didn't do what it was supposed to. Can you help us, please? Fix that, Valve, please fix. Ay, ay, ay. 5th round of play, though. I mean, look, I don't know if that would have made much of a difference in the round anyway, as Wildcard were on the outside looking in. Energy felt like they had full control anyway, but still, you never know. 2 MP9s and pistols going to be brought into the round from Wildcard as they're trying to keep their economy healthy. They have the full loss bonus to back onto as well. But NRG are looking great. Wildcard did talk things over on a timeout. I'm not sure what was discussed. Maybe they want to get a little more aggressive down mid, or perhaps Banana itself. They've been pretty passive in their holds so far. Aside from a little bit of a foray down mid a couple of rounds ago from Fozy. There it is. Yeah, Wildcard going to push through the smoke. I like it. Sonic catches one with Util and then gets the follow-up. Wow, some quick slinging of the gun there by Sonic. He ends up going down to OC, but so much damage done. The only unfortunate thing I would say for Wildcard is they can't recover any of those rifles, but still they find themselves with a 4v3 advantage.
This is, again, what Wildcard need to continue to instill, and as a win condition is not allow for Nitro to work the map, identify those weak points, and get it execute in the 5v5. So Sonic just taking a bit of wild initiative and immediately disrupts at default. But trade right back, trying to reclaim control as Breeze looking to answer the call of apartments and gets checked out here. Breeze looking for more. Stan lands a P250 shot. There is an AK to be recovered, and Susp left alone on this B site. Good angle with the MP9. Low HP on an OC can make this more manageable. Keeping his distance up against Hex as well. Still lands a headshot. A post plant and OC a chance to clutch.
I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen because there's 2 AKs on the other side now. OC's going to have to be great. Not to mention JBA has that body armor.
Molotov.
2 tough targets. Yeah, the Molotov sailing in. OC can't do anything. JBA finishes them off. And Wildcard, in a round where we didn't expect to see much out of them on the eco, it's just a nice little push from Sonic that gets the opening 2. And after that, the perfect lineup to find Breeze in the crossfire. So, Wildcard have the 1. NRG still have a nice 3-round lead and tons of money to work with. But that one felt like it could have gone very differently if this didn't happen.
That does set a bit of a tone for the round, doesn't it?
Yep.
A bad way to start it off for Sonic. His first 2 kills having a lot of impact in getting Wildcard on the board. And JBA feels like just making some excellent decisions in the clutch. Molotov for a new box is exactly what he needed to do with that utility that he had left. We got here double HE deep down. This time it does a lot of damage. Good start. Breeze is 10-1 right now. That's a bit of a terrifying prospect for Wildcard. The fact that he's stepping up to the plate here on map number 3. It's the last thing Wildcard really want to deal with.
Fozy. Watching with the AWP, he'll have his vision obscured here, so we'll probably need to back off. Okay, maybe he's been called over here to try and aggress, but no, it's actually just Sonic who wanted to tuck into Cubby, and Fozy backs off to Moto. Very heavy presence for Wildcard on this B site, excuse me, on the A site in defense. Towards B, Susp is trying to push down Banana and just put a lot of pressure on Energy, and hopefully, for his sake anyway, he pushes them off into the A site. But Energy, they're not biting just yet. In fact, they are going to aggress down Banana. The nade gets tossed, a flashbang in return from Sus.
Players biting.
It's biting in a big way, right? 3 rotating off. Now Wildcard say, hold on a second. Let's keep Sonic over at Arch at the very least. So it's still a very good defense on A, but NRG have put a chink in their armor. Hex going to get that frag onto Sonic. Now they move in. Stanislav manages to get the trade, spams away with JBA. They are doing all the work here. Automatic, the last one standing, and still does manage to take down JBA, which means a bomb plant at the very least secured, but he has to clutch out a 1v2.
Another 1v2 opportunity. This time, it's even less likely, though, less HP. He's not made it into pit either, still sticking around looking for the headshot angle. There's one knocked out. Oh. But Susp is just available for the trade. And again, Automatic thinking he was into safety. But not the case. Didn't quite make it out in time. That's going to be a second on the board. Nice attempt, though, from Automatic. Really giving that one a good go. But look at this A-side defense. This is what does all the heavy lifting. Stanislaw and JBA, as I'd mentioned, a duo that has been working together for, you know, about a year since the Forsaken project.
Yep.
When they were unsigned, and now continuing with Wildcard, and only growing since that point.
I think it was great for JBA as a young rifler to have an experienced IGL like Stanislaw to work with, because he was rough around the edges when he first joined up for that Forsaken project, but he's really blossomed in such a significant way as both a fragger and a player in general, right? Position making, decision making, we talked about that before, throwing that Molotov at the perfect spot and then zeroing in. So really, JBA, next up in NA, as a lot of people like to say. I believe it. Spam coming through the smoke here. Automatic. Delivering those bullets. And on the other side, the Wildcard are going to have to get ready for an A pincer attack from the apartments and mid. Fozy could get caught out in the mix here. JVA can't spam anything. Fozy very much at risk. Stanislaw trying to support. He can't. And OC delivers the killing blow to Fozy. So now a 4v2 and a 4v1 because Sonic is going to get opped by OC immediately after all of that chaos. Susp hightailing it the heck out of Dodge. He wasn't really in it, but now he's going to just go towards Banana and say, yeah, this round's done.
How can they get even further? That's what's necessary. It's far away from the powerful execute that was just thrown at them.
Yeah.
Good initial play. I mean, you can see JB8 taking that first duel as soon as he can. Getting caught in the open like that. Never easy to work from. You got to be so quick with those kills. And NRG, as explosive as they are, able to take charge. They're continuing to test this A side. They're not interested in giving Susp a lot of room to work with in terms of this defense. We've seen his strength and his ability to multi-kill. I could understand an idea in a world where NRG just want to avoid this and try and abuse that A side, but man, OC with his op that round. Not oftentimes do you see an opera be able to have like T-side impact in that sort of fashion, and a 3K from him.
Definitely, especially on Inferno, right? This is a map that a lot of teams decide not to run the op on and just go full AKs, but OC is just that good with the AWP. He's great with the rifles too, but with the op, he's very, very effective. And there we see it again! JVA tries to jump across, OC says, get back down in the dirt. 5v4 in favor of NRG. Nitro is kind of stuck here. Decides against using the smoke because that Molotov, or Incendiary I should say, won't be wide enough to catch him. That's the change that was made recently. Nitro waiting and won't get anything despite the element of surprise being on his side. And Sonic also dropping Automatic, evening out the numbers at a 3v3. Information gained for NRG, but they have lost a significant amount of map control with 2 players all the way back towards T-Ramp and T-Spawn. You do have Breeze, who's a little bit further forward, but now they have to take a fight in one direction or another. Sonic up close and personal here. OC waiting, watching, Op scoped in. As soon as Sonic comes around, we'll see if he hits the shot. Timing might be in Sonic's favor. It's not. OC with the flick. His second on the round. I think 5th over the last 2. And a 3v2 gained for NRG. Breeze is just poking around for information. He gets more than that. A headshot onto Stanislaw. Util thrown out. Fozy about to confirm his position too. And there it is. Does Fozy get the frag? He does, but that means NRG are going to hightail it towards the B site. Bomb plant will come through, and Fozy has to try and clutch this out this 1v2.
You know, it's not all that impossible. He doesn't have a kit, but Molotov and HE combo with OC down low. What can you make of this? There's just so much T-side utility to boot. There's that kind of utility to expose where he's playing from.
Oh, really? Okay.
And yeah, I mean, just can't make it much past that point. Time's already past it half ticked. He's not gonna try. At least does show a little bit of love. But yeah, we get to see a bit of classic Inferno here, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
If you see a losing CT side, this is usually how it goes.
Absolutely. And even saw Fozy shaking his head like, "No, I don't want to, guys. I don't want to, but I've got to." The AK is too important. And their economy, yeah, it's not in great shape. So keeping the AK up and maybe getting a strong half buy around it is the best call here. That's a wicked shot from OC. Even the one he gets onto Sonic, right? He has to flick around here and react fairly quickly.
Small flick as well.
Yeah.
Right. Can't overdo it in those close range angles, but it is easy to overdo it. Just has that quick reaction. Happy to walk away with his level up in this third map as well. Breeze and OC, a combination. A force to be reckoned with. Wildcard not handling that in the best fashion. I mean, they've been able to punch through this A side a couple of times, that duo in particular. And haven't all that often even had to challenge towards B.
Yeah. And I
Maybe
mean,
doing so in the later stages, but
we're on the precipice now as well of potentially the first time that either team gets a 5-round lead. It's been 4 max throughout both the previous maps. If NRG wins this, they will have the biggest lead of the series. See if that means anything. Let's continue here. Nitro, spamming away. Just gonna get the 3K on the anti-eco. AK is available here for Fozy, and no longer. Automatic just clotheslines him with an AK of his own. And Susp is the last one standing. MP9, 31 HP. Against 4 players, this is not gonna end well for him. He slips away from Breeze at least.
let's figure out a way that Susp can get a gun and save this round.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is probably what's going to happen, or get hunted down. There's just not a lot of T-side interest in chasing down an MP9, I don't think. So he's got himself in a position to maybe find some exits. Breeze is watching, certain sense. He might have to Batman down on automatic, or that's right beneath him, but dodging out on these T's so consistently. Empty apartments, finally gets caught with utility up Breeze.
Oh.
But can't make the bridge cross. Well, at least we get some entertainment out of the save attempt, some exits, and a good spray down from Nitro. He maybe missed his opportunity just 2 rounds prior, but makes up for it with a nice little eco spray down.
Well, for the first time, it feels like one of these teams is starting to peel away from the other. It is
We won't
NRG.
get a 6-6 half, finally.
No, we won't. Yeah, it's crazy how many of those. I think even going back to the previous series, it was either 6-6 or 7-5 every single time. We could still get 7-5.
Yeah.
Very much possible. Fozy watching here with the AWP. Sus past to throw that smoke, and Fozy actually getting tagged down to 23. The util sailing in, and he has to be careful just to hold on to his life. He is for now. Incendiary sailing in, automatic. He's holding on to the smoke. Not sure where he wants to throw this.
Waiting for Altoffs, I'd imagine?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think he was expecting another incendiary to come through, but it doesn't, which tells me that they're probably looking to push up banana. if they're holding for an incendiary that aggressively. There's the Molotov thrown on their side. Only one player anchoring down B. That's Fozy with the op, and he's low. NRG, there's the bomb. Feels like a B execute is indeed on the cards. Here they come. Fozy a lot on his plate as Hex going to be flashed in here, and he still hits it despite being flashed. Sonic supporting as well, spamming automatic down to 15. It's an all-out brawl here through the smokes and around them between Wildcard and NRG, but Nitro throughout it all is going to get this bomb planted. Sonic trying to spam through the smoke with his A1S, but that doesn't happen. Wildcard are on the outside looking in, and NRG are on the precipice of an 8th round picked up. Wildcard, do they have the util? Yeah, they need to justify going for this one. It's 4v4, no questions asked. They could win it, and there is a great one to find.
Breeze.
Sonic burning OC alive. Nitro trading it out with JBA. Automatic still gets the headshot onto Sus. They have to clear him out, and Breeze, you're right, he's the one who activates, but he can't do enough. Sonic is going to finish him off, and Wildcard are back into their winning ways. 3rd round found.
They have been so solid on these retakes. Your Wildcard able to justify it this time around. Finally give a retake a go. I mean, guarantee you can't find yourself in a position to save in that 4v4. You couldn't have even had that option. Breeze was boxing you in, so making that fight forward. Good utility on the retake, catching OC off guard in the fire and the flash. And finally, Wildcard went around in the post. It comes down to a 1v1. It comes down to, you know, nearly one bullet the difference. They get the job done. And JBA right back into the fire for the next round. Right back into watching for the sidelines now as well. Challenge though, a little shoulder scene automatic. Given just a little too much there. And an equalizer found instantly. And they take banana control in return. See? Oh, walking right into the angle as well. Stan playing a nasty one behind that smoke. They're charging forward, and the quickness on towards this A side. Hex has taken space off a balcony, but Stan is keeping this round safe. He might have just saved them. Shutting down everyone towards middle. 3 kills in the round, and Hex doesn't have the bomb in his hands. He's gonna have to reroute this one. Multiple smokes in between him and his opposition. Op is recovered and thrown away. Just for good measure. Make sure that Fozy can't bring that one into the future. Hex still a lot around that corner. Flashbang goes through. It's just too much. They're playing too strong behind each other. Actually, Stan finds an op in middle. And again, you know, one of the successful A-side defenses, as a credit to just Stanislaw on an individual front.
I mean, look, nothing coming easy for either of these squads, right? I mean, 5-round lead is quickly erased by Wildcard. We're down to only 2 rounds separating these two squads. I should say 3 rounds separating them. As Wildcard looking to make it another very close half, despite being down by a significant margin. Energy, they've kind of run out of money here. They're having to settle for 3 Tech 9s, an AK, and a Galil. Utility quite light for 3 of the players, too. Automatic. Throwing that Molotov up and out of there, trying to win that fight despite being light on util. Stanislaw, I believe that was a smoke thrown for Boiler. Could have just been a flashbang, actually. Either way, Wildcard, a bit of a resurgence late here in this first half of action. Smoke going to get tossed for bottom banana. Lots of time left on the clock for NRG to play with, but they are still very bottled up at the bottom of banana. And let's not forget, this is where Sonic was able to punish them previously by charging through with the 5-7. I thought maybe he was going to try and capitalize on past success by doing it again, but this time backs off instead and waits for NRG to take the fight. Great flashbangs thrown. Sus trying to swing around, but Sonic gets one traded out. Sus needs to get out of here. Stanislaw supporting, I believe, from top mid, and now that will make it a 4v3 in favor of Wildcard, but NRG are pressing. They are pushing up. Sus can't do anything on the defensive side. That will be the B site lost, and Fozy is locked out thanks to those smokes.
Outside looking in, forced to wait it out. We'll see one more retake attempt, at least guaranteed. Last round of the half, they might as well give it a go. NRG win it. One of the most one-sided halves we've seen, him catching with the reload out right there. A missed shot from the reply of Fozy. Can't quite double down. OC forced to reposition. Automatic has his back. Smokes make this one complicated, though. OC still closing out headshots, and Stan, again, trying to press through the smoke, but allowing for repositions is not ideal. OC getting himself into even more powerful spots. No kid as well. This one feels all but over. Stan finally finding a kill. USP is out, but no, it's going to happen. Automatic to complete the finishing blow, and well, finally, 8 rounds secure. We get an 8-4 half, one-upping what has been, you know, the most one-sided look we've seen out of a half between these two teams.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a nice 8th for Energy to 5. I was almost convinced that we were getting a 7-5, and it was going to be very tightly contested in that second half, which still could be, but I mean, that is a nice lead that Energy have built for themselves. Not only, you know, the fact they got the lead, but it's on the T side of the map. Now they switch over to the favored side, very slightly favored on Inferno, CT side. Still a pretty balanced map in the pool, I would say. Especially with that nerf to the incendiaries. Banana's a little bit easier to go around. OC hitting headshots on JBA also doesn't hurt. Sus gonna get the response. He's trying to spam through, completely blinded. He's got the support of his teammates. How does Hex even get one there? That's impressive in and of itself to keep the numbers even. Nitro playing around the very edge of the smoke. They're not expecting it. He's got the bomb down and another headshot. Bozy, the last one standing, at least gonna manage a plant out of this. But NRG have 2 players up to hunt him down.
The dual Berettas have been Fozy's gun, though. He's got armor to back it up. He's raid bossed, but no luck. Breeze playing it too smart. Hide behind that box. Not going to allow Wildcard to close things out. And the little celebration for NRG as they get to even further extend their lead. That's an incredible hold right there from Nitro. Bringing 2. I mean, as I'd mentioned, feels like one of the biggest assets is now having this leader on your team with what feels like a killer instinct.
It's
and those
crazy.
2 kills, that's just so massive.
Honestly, it's just the readjustment as well, like the wherewithal to realize, okay, the best place for me to be is right next to the edge of this smoke that they won't be looking at because they already have to focus themselves forward towards CT and the site itself. And it was perfect. I mean, even though his position was known for the second one, it's just too hard to clear out. And it takes 3 players to drop him down to dirt. Bomb plant does come through, so it is a force buy for Wildcard to try and get that 5th on the board. But if they lose here, I mean, we could be looking at an 11-4 scoreline. Hext and Nitro naded down to below half health, so that does help, considering that there is a MAC-10 in the mix. And the pistols obviously have softer targets to go for. But Wildcard is going to have to pick the right site. And the right one, maybe, could be B. Nitro's been pretty good. He gets the information. Oh, he can't get away! What a shot from Sus! Nitro just wanted to get an info hop and then throw the nade, but he gets to do only one of those things. Hex, Incendiary thrown on the ground. Wildcard should be able to jump around that. They are. That smaller radius really having impact there. And NRG, I don't think they're going to get this one. I think they just completely fall off of it. Yeah, no commitment at all. What a shot from Sus. We were talking about him on the previous one, on Ancient, how well he was doing there, even on Dust 2, some of the entries he was getting, but that one was probably one of his best opening frags of a round.
And the fact that Wildcard fully trusts him, despite some of the issues that are had here, ping clearly a problem, at least in terms of the numbers, but not in the server. Again, not showing up. Because they still give him the hero rifle, even despite that fact, and he works wonders with it. Just one quick headshot. That's so incredibly difficult. Let's see that again. Okay. Maybe Nitro thought he was safe.
Yeah.
That's another one of those.
Ping. on Sus' screen, he hit a wicked shot.
Yeah, he got his.
Yeah, absolutely. So, 4-round lead again for NRG. They are going to force up into this one, and I wouldn't even necessarily call it a force buy because they got 3 rifles out in the mix and full util. So pretty much a buy. Wildcard, 2 AKs, the Galil, the MAC-10, and the SMG, the MP9, I should say. So hardware-wise and even utility-wise, it's fairly even. We're on wildcard to get back into this. The pressure's on their shoulders. Should they lose this round again? I mean, they do have money because they were able to upgrade off the ground for a lot of those weapons. But, what do they do here?
I mean, put a lot of emphasis on that B side pretty early. And it feels like for good reason. Right now, NRG sending all their resources in that side of the map. There's a completely open A bomb site. Couple ready to go towards the arch side, but that's not going to be a big target right now. Timing is good on the swing for Breeze, and the transfer is even better.
Jeez.
So while they will lose their grasp on A side, it is going to be a 5v3. We'll see how strong Wildcard can hold in the crossfire.
Yeah, I mean, NRG, they've got that incendiary, which is going to be important. Probably going to try and dunk that on the back site, which would be a very good idea considering that Fozzy's there. Who has it in their hands? It is OC, and he's actually not really in a position to throw it. So, yeah, it's just going to be contact plays. Maybe a nade throw in there. An automatic finds Fozzy. JBA in the trade. They know he's in mini pit. JBA and Sonic setting up a wicked crossfire. No way they win this. Oh, just falling down to dirt are both players almost simultaneously. Nitro and OC do the job and just barely find the defusal as well for a 10th. I thought Wildcard had it.
Again, you can see the power of host plants on the A side. It's so incredibly strong, even in the toughest of situations, and I believe some team flashing in the mix there as well, but it's a numbers game alongside it. And no matter how hard it is to break through an A-side post plant, a 5v3, still has that advantage, especially when one gets plucked through the smoke. But there you go. Automatic, the one that was doing the plucking through the smoke, gets the PrizePicks check mark, seal of approval. More than 13.5 kills. And stepping up big time. Two others alongside him here as the game gets deep. In this third map have been OC and Breeze in that first half. Your players with experience showing up big time in this third map when the pressure's on for NRG to get their revenge. And Automatic is having a big game in this decider.
Yeah, he's been really good as of late. Nitro, waiting here from CT. Hext, over at Coffins. I just want to get that util, at least Nitro does, once he spots a player. We'll see if he actually manages to get away from the bullets. Nitro wasn't so fortunate last time. Oh, yep, no. He throws the util at least this time, but Sus, again, one-ups him with the bullets. 5v4, and Hext is falling off immediately. He's got away for the reinforcements, just trying to stay alive. Wildcard realizing that they are chasing him down. Hext only gets one. It felt like he was about to transfer for the second, but Automatic finishes the job that Hext started, keeps the numbers even here as that bomb gets planted on the B site. OC spamming through the smoke. Breeze, does he realize Stan's here? He doesn't. Stan, what a time to peek. Now it's all up to OC and Automatic to keep Wildcard off of 6 and get that ever so wanted 11-5 lead. There's only one there, and they get the second. Automatic's found it. He's got the time too. Picks up another M4 off the ground so he doesn't have to reload. Flashbang toss, taps the bomb. Stanislav's got the lineup, and then back through the smoke is Automatic, taking him down to 17, but Stan wins the smoke duel. Oh my goodness, 6th round for Wildcard, but this one continues to be spicy.
Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me.
It's all through the smoke, that damage, right? They're not even seeing each other.
With A1Ss as well, you're just praying for some sort of vision as the smoke gets blown open, but Stan is again. Another leader with experience to try and rival what Nitro's been bringing to the table throughout this map, and that clutch is going to mean a lot to the rest of the squad. It could mean everything, and getting their heads back into this one. Wildcard, are down a little bit, but this round, the comfortable conversion, talking closing that distance slowly but surely on this T side. Can't fall victim to the force buy, though. Can't afford that at this point. NRG are inching their way to the finish line. And force buy up against a wild card. Got to survive this.
Early smoke thrown by Nitro this time. Just the pistol in his hand. See, he's anchoring down this B site. Was the B anchor on Ancient as well? Hext. Spotted out the player, but can't really do much better. So he's going to leave it to Automatic to take care of business. Nitro pops around the corner, almost able to lock in on Fozy, who ends up fading away. Wildcard have this B site, but a chance for NRG with a 5v4.
Well, this post plan is going to be tough. You know, there's no kits. But they have that man advantage. There's strength in numbers as we've seen on that A side. Smokes get recycled towards CT spawn, though. That might create some hesitation. Time's ticking away. And they probably just don't want to send themselves into certain death of a crossfire on the B site. 4 players is a lot to crack through. So they're playing a containment game. OC in charge of doing damage towards Banana, hoping to use that bomb as a bit of a facilitator, but can't quite do it. The pistols chase in, the A1S saves, as well as the MP9, and Wildcard, they do survive the force buy. They have a couple casualties in the mix, but that is no problem.
Yeah, I mean, look, there wasn't really much, I would say, available to NRG, right, in terms of firepower out of this round, so I understand them trying to chase down players and get as many down to dirt as possible to make this reinvestment more significant for Wildcard, which it is. I mean, 2 more players have to buy down to below $600, so that's something, but then you have the other 3 who are still hovering around the 2K mark, maybe Stanislaw a little bit below that, but still. Wildcard, they've cut the lead down to 3. NRG on a round that doesn't feature much. It is a full-on save outside of what was brought over from the previous round, which is the M4 and the MP9. Wildcard don't appear to want to waste any time at all. They've already shown face at top Banana. Automatic. Boosted up over this smoke. Maybe going to get some visibility. Unsuspecting Fozy. In the meantime, Susp, he's got another entry. That's Nitro. Deleted. Wildcard not going to play off of that, though. Or at least not going to push immediately off of it, because they want to see what Energy does and perhaps even hear what's happening in terms of rotations. And if anyone's close enough, which I don't think they are, they'll realize that Energy are stacking up towards this B site. Wildcard. Gonna throw the smoke. Now the question becomes, are they committing off of this? There's a flashbang. Yep, Sus was gonna peek around and have a look. There's the smoke for CT. It's a perfect one. That prevents a boost from coming through. Now Sus moving in with Stanislaw, and Stanislaw jumping and leaping everywhere. Everyone else getting the frags as well. It's only Breeze left after the A site is just nuked by Wildcard.
Yeah, blasted.
Yeah.
Easy as that. No saving required in this one. They just close it out through elimination. Good setup. They get that space early. Try and work those picks on the elevated angle. Just need that trade on the Automatic to do the trick. They've got that checked off. Again, as I had said, Wildcard now closing that distance to 2. I mean, why not? Take us a distance. Wildcard not interested in just folding over in this map, despite a tough first half. Despite losing that pistol alongside it. Getting into the second. Still showing their strength. That barrage of utility that Sus avoids completely. And sends one back their way for good measure. Again, showing them how it's done on this NRG camp. An advantage in the util, but not in the manpower right now as the aggression on in, and Stanislaw tracks Nitro through the smoke to maintain equals in a 3v3. The Banana war wages on a lot more in the second half.
Yeah. Wildcard. I mean, they've chipped away at this lead from 10 to 5 to 10 to 8. 2 rounds separating them. Breeze. Ooh, timing. Not in his favor. Now he's going to readjust himself into Boiler. Looking the wrong way. Now he's looking the right way. Freebies. Oh, almost got 2 there. Ends up just being damage on the JBA. But it is now down to a 2v2. Positioning known. No CS boost spot doesn't get anything except for damage onto Stan. Okay, automatic.
Okay.
This nade could be super effective. It is. Stanislaw can't plant the bomb. JBA, now the last one standing, does recover it, and will just stick it right inside the smoke. Good idea from JBA. Fades around the edge of it. Looking to spot it. Automatic. Automatic looking at that corner very intently, and automatic gets the headshot. NRG up to 11 if he can find the bomb. There we go. He's good to go.
Oh, plenty of time right there.
Yeah.
An absolute monster map here, the decider from automatic as well. And again, this is a guy that has been very sacrificial, bringing in and making sure that the rest of his team is comfortable on the squad. Nitro, it feels like he's been given more and more love as he comes back. Not as sacrificial as you might expect some of these IGLs. Yeah. He's been playing in good positions, and automatic has been taking the worst end of it in a certain sense. And this decider is not letting NRG fall. That clutch, again, gonna mean so much to NRG. 21 kills as well. Wants to get that grand final. Wants to get his revenge over this wildcard roster. I mean, there's just no question about it that they weren't happy with the way things went last time around.
Wow. Well, last time it was a 2-0 in favor of wildcard. This time we're on map number 3. And NRG are trying to pull away and take this one past the finish line. They need 2 more rounds to do that. Wildcard have a full buy coming through. 4 AKs and the op featured in it. Money actually not in the greatest spot for NRG. So this ends up being a critical round for both sides. Wildcard win it. Well, we're right back into it. We're probably going to see both teams hit double digits. If NRG get it, might be seeing the final rounds of wildcard here in the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2. Breeze throwing that smoke into the apartments. Fozy was locked in with the AWP, so he's just gonna stay that way. No, actually backs off completely. Doesn't want to continue fighting and joins up with his teammates towards mid. Looking to, in fact, relay himself towards the bomb, maybe? No, he just wants to support a banana push. That is a very big rotation to make off of one smoke thrown, but I guess Stan was calling for that as they continue to make noise towards the A site, trying to get NRG to bite and maybe rotate off of B and keep a lone anchor. As it stands right now, there are 2 players set up in that direction with less than a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, still smoke, though, on both of these players on the B side. And one has just been sent down. They're going to pop through it, not respecting that smoke. On the fly, Nitro collects a headshot and a kill on a Sonic behind him. He had himself some massive damage.
Nothing.
The nade won't find too much, but at least, again, another chance at a man-up retake. With good utility on OC. Smoke for Hex still. They could look to isolate. Fozy's looking to disrupt this retake before it lifts off. HE chips down JBA just that much more. Smoke sent in towards CT. Fozy left to reposition with his AWP. That Molly's going to be good to flush him out of position. Maybe rethink the decision. JBA still looking to fight forward, looking to cut off the cross, and he finds himself 2. Transfers the spray to CT. Nothing given on this post play until he finally steps up one more time. Challenges OC. Player taken down as well. With the kit, it's going to be close. I'm not sure they have it. Enough time. Bought off the clock. Wild card. Win with the bomb going off, and everyone in the round falls. Oh, that's going to do so much damage to the economy as well.
That is insane from JVA. Such a clutch moment for him, and he delivers. Even though he ends up falling at the end, it's enough time, like you mentioned, bought off the clock to ensure the bomb will explode. Breeze has hit that PrizePicks check mark above 16.5 kills. Great work from him. As usual, I don't think Breeze has had less frags than predicted at any moment throughout this series, throughout the entire series in both BO3s. It's crazy what he's done. Well, this time he's not going to do anything. Completely blindsided by Stanislaw in the anti-eco. A site is gone, and wildcard, well, they're probably up to 10.
Has been Mr. Consistently great.
Oh, yeah.
As Breeze. Automatic having a level up in this decider. But I tell you what, it just might happen again. It just might get all the rounds.
I mean, if I'm NRG, I'm worried about Breeze getting plucked up from someone else, right? With how well he's playing, like what happened to Malbs. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, potentially.
Yeah.
The NRG might be the ones that have the position to do the plucking, though, at this point. If you have Nitro as your
That's true.
Your IGL now, right? I think there's a lot more motivation to make your moves on this team. There's a lot more faith that you can be a winning roster, that you can, surpass what you've done in the past, which is a struggle for the most part. And again, a lot of these guys have had chances at many Tier 1 events with, the partnership status that they once had with EG and didn't quite get the most out of it. But now again, you've got Nitro, which I think immediately puts you with a winning IGL. One of your best options for North America, if not, the best. We'll see how Twist works out.
I mean, look, and also their Inferno for Wildcard has looked a lot better under Nitro, to be honest. And it's a great comeback that's eventually materializing here. Breeze stuck in a corner here, has to back into the smoke, and they're bumping into each other. Does he realize it? Yeah, I think he does. I think he felt that his movement wasn't really going through. Sonic knew as well, yeah. As the bomb will be planted, Breeze trying to reposition himself in towards Boiler. Maybe that seed of doubt in Sonic's mind, I don't know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe no one is there. So perhaps Breeze can still have an impact here. Hex certainly will. There's an easy one for him. JBA the instant trade, and JBA the follow-up. He's doing it all, folks. The star for Wildcard has a 3K, and he has brought us back to even numbers. Guess what we're doing again? We're going 24 rounds. That's the only thing that can happen between NRG and Wildcard, it seems.
And it's just such a quick tone shift as well. Wildcard down 9-4 at the beginning stages of this half. The back and forth that we see early on, but it has been so close. Heroic moments for the little CT side rounds that NRG possess. And now it becomes real. Now we're tied up. We've been here before. And well, JBA's been there before as well with the PrizePicks check mark quite a bit alongside it. More than 15.5 kills, as you can see. No surprises. JBA just stepping up and denying any chance of a retake. That good presence of mind from Sonic. It felt like the communication was there. That there was a move being made through the apartment side of things. Wildcard. They might be the team again to claim themselves series point.
Jeez. I do agree. I mean, looking at NRG, they got the 2 CZs, 2 5.7s, a USP. They're kind of playing for overtime right now, to be quite honest. And we'll see if Wildcard guessed right again. That will be a lightly defended A site. Only Breeze here. Does have the 5.7, but it appears as though Wildcard want their final destination to be A by the way they're posturing right now. Flashbang toss, NRG, maybe realizing this. Are they going to gamble and rotate off of B and head back to A? Looks like it. Thus, seeing that the player's trying to push down Banana, so he might relay to his teammates, hey guys, if they're pushing down Banana, maybe they're rotating off this site. So they're going to have a peek at least, 2 going up. Nitro, waiting behind sandbags. Hex, there to support. Nitro could get one here. He does! I don't think he gets cleared out either. Yeah, he's going to stay alive, and honestly, Sus needs to be super cautious about the way he approaches this. He's trying to keep attention in this direction as the rest of his teammates go towards A, and he's done too! Fantastic work from Nitro with only 1 magazine of the CZ, gets 2, and the upgrade to the AK, which he immediately tosses over to his teammate as he grabs the other one. Breeze, beautiful headshot from the 5.7. Sonic trades him out. Do they realize OC's here? OC tucked in a headshot from him before he goes down. That will actually be super impactful. And then another one found onto Sonic in pit. There's so much damage from NRG in what was, we thought, going to be a wildcard round. No questions asked. JBA now down to 12. The bomb is at least planted. But I'm feeling like NRG are the ones with the edge coming on through here. Sonic does manage to get one before he falls. It's all that JBA back turn to Hex, and Hex will deliver. NRG on an eco. Get a 12th and a map and series point in their hands.
Oh my god, you've got to be joking. What a way to do it. I said it, you know, Nitro, very clear with the killer instinct. And he has to do the killing on this B side. He had no support from his teammates. They were on site. They were saying, you just got to fend for yourself. I'm so sorry, but you're getting no support. Down to 14 HP, finds a second kill to follow up. There's so much damage from the USP and CZ long range that make this round possible. And NRG, they finally get the series point. They missed it on Ancient, but they finally get it on Inferno. What a time to come alive.
That is so painful for Wildcard, though, Cole. I mean, honestly, everything favoring them in that round. But Nitro, a beautiful play. I think Wildcard made the mistake of trying to poke him towards Banana, right? And then Susk oversteps a little bit trying to get that trade. And I mean, yes, he's trying to attract attention, but you at least need to find Nitro, who was already low, but he makes it work with the CZ. Again, just with one magazine of it, and then the CZ on the other side into Pit. That is not an easy shot to hit with that gun, because it just has a wild spray control. And even the taps don't go where you want them to half the time. So that is some crazy stuff coming through from NRG. A little bit of damage going back and forth here. No one gaining edge so far, though, Cole.
No massive advantages. Sonic ignoring all utility. Not concerned to walk through a smoke. He'll give it a go. And do it again. Put some pressure on this A side with the bomb starting to lean in that direction alongside it. But Wildcard, you know, leaning on what is their strength, using that time or using that clock to force some discomfort. And NRG, but NRG aren't biting. They're not moving a muscle. The B execute gets tossed on in, but that's not going to be where things finish. 20 seconds left. It has to be this A side play. Nothing spotted from Breeze in apartments. Will that force him to budge at all? OC does not move a muscle. He continues to hold the line, but they've lost an extra support on that A side. It's just going to be this duo. Breeze and OC got to close out. One more kill. Could just do it. The last two players coming in way too late. Breeze and OC stepping up to the plate to finish the job for NRG. It goes the distance, but NRG going to be the ones to seal this series on in and be our first grand finalists.
Ah, jeez. The way it ends is just so disappointing for Wildcard, with Stan waiting down until the very last seconds of the round to send the troops in. And it felt like they were all not really coordinated either. It was almost one in at a time, and they could never get that explosive push that they were hoping for. You know, a little bit of a flat finish to what was a phenomenal series overall, honestly. And that's okay that we get one round like that, but still, NRG 13-11 here. All three maps go 13-11. On Ancient, it was in favor of Wildcard, yeah. And on Dust 2, NRG were the ones to take it. That was something else. What a great way to start day two. I mean, how much time did that take? Was that 3 hours long, I think, or maybe more than that, in order to get us to this point? But really impressive stuff from both sides. They both deserve to be in that grand final, honestly, but only one will advance forward. Let's check out those stats, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could only be the way that was made better. But like you said, checking out the stats, and as mentioned, it just felt like everyone getting to the point in which PrizePicks expected them to be for the most part, maybe missing again from the two Swedes who had a couple of individual moments that kind of made up for it, right? And again, there's still those challenges, there's still those question marks of how good could this team be without those ping issues. Will this continue to be a heated rivalry? Will Wildcard, barring those problems, be able to take over? That's always the question I'm going to have. But, you know, even in this loss, I think Wildcard have a lot to be proud about. In terms of just putting up such a good fight. That second half comeback, you know, with so many impressive calls coming through from Stanislaw. And like you said, a bit anticlimactic the way it finishes. It's just unfortunate that that timer runs out on like the deciding round as opposed to one in the earlier affairs. But on the other end of things, you know, Breeze, as you had mentioned, as you had highlighted at the beginning of this series, you know, way back when, performing way past expectations, and then Automatic doing the same. You know, the X factor in this decider that I think was the big difference maker, in NRG, you know, falling victim on this third map versus closing it out with some confidence.
No, definitely. I think Automatic has been that second player behind Breeze consistently throughout this PrizePicks NA Revival Series #2, and I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be the case for him moving forward because, like you mentioned, he plays a lot of very tough roles. So, it's not always going to be the case that he puts up numbers like this, but if he does, then I mean, you can only imagine the team will continue to find success like this. And I think the only thing that was really plaguing NRG before were just issues of inconsistency, being unable to perform against the top teams at an ECL level. But now it's happening. They just upset Wildcard. I don't even want to call it an upset. This was a pretty even engagement coming into it, but they did defeat a Wildcard squad that I consider to be in the top 5 right now in North America. So let's see if NRG can continue to deliver until his grand finals. But we got another semifinal coming up in a little bit, guys. Before we get there, we want to say a thank you to, of course, our sponsors that make this one possible. So, of course, the NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Cup is also partnering with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we are going to be back with the second semifinal between Nouns and Elevate in just a little bit. Keep it locked here for the NA Revival Series, sponsored by PrizePicks.
Yeah. Big J Lake put him game on his back. From the shadows, North America, he jack. Face the odds like Neo, dodging bullets, bringing CS back. He sparks circuits. Complexity running deep in his veins. Tournament series breaking chains. Dollar stack crops invested in the scene. Revive the game like a heart machine. Chasing late, making waves, taking strides. Counter-Strike on American pride. Tournament series set the stage on fire. And it rise, the stakes go higher. From the basement to the big leagues. Kids dreaming, future proceeds. Complexity's calling. The game's getting hyped. North America, we back on that snipe. Chasing the maestro with the digital one. Players groom, the prodigy spawn. NA stage, Counter-Strike reborn. A phoenix rising at the break of dawn. Community stronger, ties that bind. North America, we reclaim in time. Lakeside vision, clear as day. Future bright, no more decay. Yeah. No more decay.
Alright, welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2. We've got Nouns facing off against Elevate for you guys, and this one should be interesting. I'm honestly not sure what to make of it because these two teams used to go really toe-to-toe and oftentimes had some crazy series. They played a lot throughout 2024, but the last two have been so one-sided, especially in ECL, Cole. I think Nouns just completely bodied Elevate.
It is super interesting, obviously. Elevate's in a similar position as I would say like Boss is, where again you're kind of watching the rest of the scene make all of these upgrades, and you're still kind of figuring out even what you're doing with your roster on kind of a day-to-day basis. We saw in the last NA Revival series that they were making some changes heading into this one, and that didn't seem to last long as D is back and involved once more, but again, it is interesting to see that. I think that's going to leave them, with once was a pretty high floor, now kind of being lowered just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, let's jump right into the PrizePicks analyst segment here and talk about these individuals on both sides, starting with, of course, Elevate. And I want to mention immediately off the bat here, Cole, that Shane is one of the players to watch because yesterday he played absolutely out of his mind. I don't know if he's going to be able to repeat it, but over 3 maps, 81 frags and a plus 24 kill to death differential and a 1.33 rating. He doesn't put up numbers like that. That's not his usual performance. So, I mean, you see him 27 frags over 2 maps. If he has the same performance as yesterday, he's going to absolutely obliterate that.
I mean, I saw, looking at the ratings that he was performing out of his mind, that's pretty crazy. Like you said, given his positions, he just is a player that doesn't get a lot of resources. It's been that case for a good 4 years now, where he just has been a very solid, trustworthy anchor for this core of players, and he's always filled that role quite nicely. He's just again what feels like a bit of a pillar when it comes to this team. Doesn't make a lot of mistakes when it comes to like in game play, and it just feels like that has been a big asset. And yeah, I mean sometimes again, you can see the full talent, the full X factor that he can really bring. And I think that's what he showed yesterday.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I mean, look, another player to maybe keep an eye out on is Snav. He actually wasn't even on my radar yesterday, but had some nice clutch moments. Was the second place player on the team over 3 maps. Read the number, 54 frags compared to 81. Like that's how far ahead Shane was. But still,
Wow.
he had a lot of great clutch moments on the side of Snav. So I think he might be a player to watch as well in terms of getting more frags in the estimate here. And I would say For the ones that will be less here, Cole, maybe looking towards, I don't know, perhaps Dia, because Dia has struggled a lot more than I necessarily expected. He has always been that star performer on the roster, but as of late, it just feels like something's wrong. And I don't know if this is a behind the scenes issue because we did have that week and a half when he wasn't on the team anymore. So I don't know if that's going to mean anything moving forward.
I'm with you, and you can only imagine some of the like details of what happened during that short stint in which she wasn't on the team, right? Like,
Yeah.
what was the reason as to why that was the case?
Yeah.
Why did we see him, break from this roster for just a little while for an event and then come back? And maybe that was just to elevate. We saw, I mean, again, when Frankie was playing last time around, he was trying to work with the AWP, and it was not working for Elevate. I'll say that much. So maybe going back to it as a necessity, but I'm with you. It could be, that there are some struggles in terms of the gameplay, and there's some maybe disagreements. And again, it's always hard to pick out a like less than performer, but maybe that is the potential there with Dia, right?
Absolutely. I mean, and now let's switch over and talk about Nouns. And this is a team that is absolutely stacked with talent. I mean, if you look at their numbers and the players that they have, I don't think there's a single one on this squad that can't pop off at any moment. So it's always scary going up against this team. I mean, players to watch probably, in my eyes, Junior always. I think that he will probably go and have more frags than that 32.5 estimate. He's been a lethal opper since CS2 started. And when a lot of other oppers were struggling, he was still finding his stride and having big impact. And then you look over to George as well. I mean, the two guys that were brought in after EG collapsed, basically, for
Mhm.
this roster, have made very big impacts and helped Nouns find a ton more success.
I'm with you on Junior and like being a fantastic CS2 opper. It's a game that favors the repeaks, and this guy is clinical when it comes to
Yeah.
repeaks. He can't get enough of repeaking almost, and I mean it leads to what is maybe a more fitting style for CS2 of being an opera that can aggress, that can get those multi kills, and kind of lean into what is his specialty. Maybe getting a slight buff in that department, and obviously, like you mentioned, George can be a huge asset. Rush has also been playing incredibly well on this Nouns roster, which kind of comes as a surprise to me. He's one of those players that, back in the day was so much of like a supportive element that sometimes he just didn't have the kills, but he's been a lot more stable in that sense of becoming a player that can both be that supportive element and have the fragging power to deliver on the squad, and that's a good sign. I think he needs to have that in this kind of shape of ECL.
Absolutely. And I mean, if you look back at the previous NA Revival series, the only map that a series, I should say, that Nouns lost was against NRG, and both of those were again very, very close, 13-11 on Anubis and 16-14 loss on Ancient. So I think that should they make it to that grand final, they will certainly be dealing a lot of damage and giving NRG a lot to deal with. Should we get to that point? But anyway, I feel like if you're looking at this series, like I was saying earlier, just simply in terms of the recent stats, Nouns have a significant advantage. And also because of like all of that drama that's going on the Elevate side, I really don't feel good about their prospects going up against a team like Nouns that's really found themselves as of late and are taking that step up to the next level. Let's
Absolutely.
talk about vetoes now.
That's good. It's a good time to do so. I mean, again, for these two teams, it's always a guarantee that we get Mirage. There's no surprise that that'll be
Yeah.
in a decider. And then Ancient picked out for me for the side of Elevate kind of comes as a surprise. This has been a map that Nouns have always been very successful on. So maybe that's Elevate left with very limited options into where they want to target. Because they're playing to their comfort, they're playing to their strength, and there's both of these teams aren't going to be banning out Mirage, so you have that luxury of leading it to a decider. But again, you're also picking into Noun's strengths, and as an underdog, you always got to question, is that the right move?
Absolutely. And I mean, well, look, they don't really have much to pick. I'm going to be honest, like everything's gone badly for them against Nouns lately. And I
Yeah.
mean, looking at Ancient, they're saying, okay, this is a map that we can perform well on. Let's pick into it, even though we were battered 13-5 there the last time we played it. And then you look at Dust 2, 13-3 in favor of Nouns, even Anubis, if they wanted to pick into that, which they don't because they
Yeah.
lost 13-4 on it last time against Nouns. So there really is no good destination for Elevate at this point, and I just feel like Nouns are going to have a significant edge given the Vita that's come through here, especially with Mirage coming through as map 3.
It just used to feel like there was always a chance with Mirage to Elevate. We're actually going to be a team that could challenge Nouns. Maybe more so even in like recent history, but also throughout 2024. I thought that like Elevate was one of the teams that actually had Nouns number on this map and could
Yeah.
meet them with this mid aggression to counteract what had been thrown at them and counteract what usually works out so incredibly well for Nouns on this map is the way that they kind of execute middle on both sides of the half. And Elevate identified that and kind of targeted that, but no longer the case. I think do they have that sort of cohesion? And while Nouns may be taking a small hit, it just feels like that's always going to be, a strength that they have here up against this Elevate squad. And so it just feels like there's not a lot of great directions for this veto to go. It's one of Nouns' strengths in this head-to-head is that they just have such a good punch on all of Elevate's good best maps even.
Exactly. I mean, you put it perfectly. They just match up very well in terms of the maps they like to play. So it's never going to be a good time for Elevate, at least now, based on the way things have trended with Dust 2 being added to the pool as well, which Nouns are currently 4-0 on. So they're going to be picking into that a little bit more. Again, I've seen Dust 2 being picked more often since the change was made to that cat boost. So I don't know if that's enough to push players over that edge and say, okay, let's go to this map. But Nouns have been faring very well on it, haven't lost over the last 3 months on the map, 4-0, and then you look over at Elevate, it's 4-3, and then Ancient. I mean, again, not painting a pretty picture either. There with it's Nouns' best map, 16-6 on it, and then you look over at Elevate, it's the same thing. It's just, I mean, it isn't. Sorry, Elevate's best map. It's their most played map, and after that, it's Mirage that's their best map at 16-5. But it's 14-10 record for Elevate there. Look, like I said, I think it's just a map that Elevate feels like they have to win on to have a chance at coming out with victory against Nouns based on the pool that's available to them and the bans that would be coming through.
Yeah, they have to set the tone. Dust 2, it could very well be, one of those maps that I think Nouns take over on alongside it. This is a roster that knows how to get aggressive and knows how to play off spawns. They know how to, capitalize off of those advantages. So it just feels like Dust 2 is a match made in heaven for Nouns. Long term, it's going to be a map that I think they're going to succeed on. And just starting to more and more so lean into that map as one of their assets is it's just promising. I just the operating right now with the maps that they've been playing out and again having the luxury of Inferno, one of their weaker side of the maps, being banned out by Elevate is just going to make this difficult. But I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing if Elevate can again back with some of that cohesion, back with this roster that they've been bringing and fielding, if they're going to be able to fight up against this Noun squad, because it might be back to familiar territory here today for Elevate. That's a good sign.
We'll see. We'll see if that's indeed the case, right? Nouns, again, feeling very good about their prospects coming into this one. We'll see if they can repeat the success that they had previously against this Elevate squad. But like I said, I mean, they have played so much Counter-Strike against each other. If you're just looking at 2024, I think it's 12 to 14 maps that they have played since the beginning of the year. Like I mentioned, though, like if you look at going back to April, even Elevate took the series against them 2-1, and that's when Overpass was still in the pool. I think the shift really started once Overpass was removed, and that was a pretty good one for Elevate, even though Nouns did end up taking it decisively previously on certain occasions. It's still a very good map for them that they like to go to, and now that's gone. Dust 2 so for them, and the last 3 series have gone Nouns' way. I don't know. It's going to be tough for Elevate. There's no questions asked in my mind. I think the comparison you made at the beginning, Cole, between Elevate and Boss is absolutely accurate. Both teams trying to find their place in a league that feels like it's speeding right past them.
Yeah, and while there wasn't any like massive roster moves from Nouns being made in the off season, what they have done is pick up a Drin, this coaching element that can bring a lot more tactics. It's like, I mean, I kind of parallel it to Nitro in a certain sense where, you've got a coach that stands behind you with a lot of experience, a lot of capabilities, and of course the tactics to boot. And that's going to help out Nouns. They picked up Rush, who's playing incredibly well and can support some of the stars on this team. And they've just got more time to gel and grow as a unit as time goes on. And I think that's the asset that this team has. This pistol goes quick up catwalk and to donut. This is an interesting route here from Elevate as they make their way in towards an A side. And oh my god, CJ gets pinned to the wall. Knocked out of the server quickly. And a retake needs to take place, but gonna struggle to get past this one. Smoke of the kit is what they need to lean on here. Carson, gotta figure out a way to get that on the bomb.
George, dualies, usually good with them, but this time gets absolutely nothing. Peeping. Bullet to the dome. Junior,
Ooh.
wow. How does he hit that? Just
Dang.
a split-second shot and not the follow-up, though. Snav and Dare will take care of business. All 3 frags being spread amongst them. And Elevate pick up a first in what was actually a pretty good pistol strat, right? They showed a lot of face going into Jaguar, trying to convince Nouns that the B site would be the place to hang out, and instead immediately deviate afterwards through Donut and quickly find their way towards this A site. This is something that worked really well for them yesterday against the party Astronauts, especially early on the map on their T side. They just pushed repeatedly and were aggressive, getting into the face of PA and getting off to an 8-0 lead. That ended up being a lead that PA chipped right back into and pulled it to the full 30. Sorry, the full 24. I'm still MR15 sometimes. In regulation, as Rush and Carson, okay, with the USPs doing damage. I'll get back to my point afterwards. Shane and Snav do settle things down here. And it will be over. Okay, anyway, 2-0. My point was that Elevate were going very fast and very aggressive, and in particular towards the A site, kind of getting into the faces of the party Astronauts and finding vacant sites more often than not. So we'll see if it's a similar strategy here against a Noun squad that can probably respond to that type of aggression a little bit better.
And they know how to respond to it because they're in a
it.
similar vein. Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, what will we do to stop us?
Yeah.
And then again, pound for pounds, it's the players on Nouns that are quite a bit better, right? And you've got that going for you. It's just a very similar, clash of styles between how these two teams play. But that's the advantage that Nouns always have heading into the series, and this is why fighting forward, 3 kills and some damage done for Carson to trade off on. Sometimes you just got to meet fire with fire. Take those duels as early as possible. And again, it's going to be whiplash. You're going to have to prepare yourself for this series compared to the last. As both sides of the bracket showing that, there's strength and patience, there's strength in trying to end a round as soon as possible.
Carson going to be a player to watch for sure. He loves to push down mid. Very aggressive on Ancient, and when he starts to find frags, I mean, it absolutely works phenomenally for his squad and helps him call an even better mid-round. Peeping and Dare. Last 2 standing, 49 seconds left. They have to recover the bomb, and at this point, both of them dedicating themselves to Cave. I guess with 40 seconds left, you can try and quickly find frags and immediately grab the bomb, but it makes sense to have one fall back. There's Peeping, finding George from Cave, so that opens up a ton of space, and indeed, Dare will double back, grab the bomb, and bring it back to a site that has been somewhat secured by Peeping. Carson just pre-firing there. Now he fades off, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive, as it will be confirmed that the bomb is being planted here at this B site. All 3 players grouping up for an attempted retake. The problem is they don't have any utils. So, I mean, it's the same on the other side for Elevate, but it will just be contact plays required to win this one for Nouns or Elevate.
It's going to be 10-second diffuses alongside it. Yeah. Oh, a smoke just being picked up by Carson's has helped a lot in isolating that Cave position. But again, time is ticking, and they don't quite have vision on Peeping. He steps out. Can he deny the bomb play? He's got to swing wide, though. He finds the first. Can Junior cover in time? He does. Just enough health to take through for Carson. He trusts in his teammate, and he's rewarded for it as Junior steps in just in time. And Nouns, they close out the retake.
That is ridiculous from Junior. Perfect timing to defend his teammate right on the nose here. And I think the Peeping, unfortunately for him, wasn't really in the greatest of angles to, I think the bomb wasn't planted for that angle, I should say, well enough, because he could not spot out Carson. If it's a little bit closer up, maybe Carson is able to get fragged before anyone else can really do anything about peeping, and then he tucks himself back in. That just was not the case. So Nouns, happy to find it first on their first full buy-up. Rush, looking around there over in Jaguar. Himself and George are just going to regroup momentarily on the site proper. As Rush drops from util for George as well. That's a smoke, likely going to be dedicated towards ramp, I would imagine, depending on where Elevate decides to go. But a decidedly slower approach from Elevate today than was the case yesterday up against the Party Astronauts, because they know this Nouns squad is not to be trifled with. Not that the Party Astronauts are either. It was a very tough series for Elevate, but Nouns will punish them if they try to get too aggressive.
Yeah, with the familiarity between these two teams, like you had said, it's just going to be an understanding of the styles, and if you want to succeed, maybe forcing the hand to adjust and rethink the styles. For Nouns, they definitely have the support staff, the backup to do so a lot easier than what Elevate are operating with, but it's an interesting read. Given a lot of control over on this B side, not a lot of resistance to meet, hoping for some spam through the smoke. Instead, it's returned. George gets blasted. There's a fast flank from Carson. He's already through cave, and he's already pulling through on this flank. Snav looking to make a move past the smoke. Luckily, Junior able to catch Vision. I thought maybe just too sneaky from Snav. Not going to be the case. Carson finds another one here.
Oh my.
And Peeping is blasted. The retake goes flawless. As I said, earlier with the last series on Ancient, if you're going to play that B-side retake, you got to make sure that you're winning like that. And, well, Carson makes sure of that.
That's a dirty retake coming through from Nouns. Wow. Carson in particular just swings around, clears out cave by himself. And after that, Junior, what a flick on the player coming through smoke. I mean, oftentimes players will die. I'd say 9 times out of 10, you're dead to rights when someone's creeping through the smoke like that and you're focused slightly to the left of it and they're on the right. But Junior, just what awareness from him to realize what was going down there. So
Junior's rocking 4x3, or if he's playing 16x9.
I would imagine with that 16x9 probably.
Yeah, that's
right?
what I was thinking.
I mean, which is
I don't know if it was necessarily a 4x3 moment, but it was close to it.
It's Carson is going to get the spray down. Maybe we'll get another opportunity to witness that. Rush the 3K spray down. There we go. And you go looking easy thanks to that. And CJ will get the last one. Nouns up 3-2. I was going to say 16x9 is the only way to play, Cole.
Okay.
You're giving up information if you don't play 16x9. Why would?
Guess what?
Why would
Wikipedia says he's 4x3, so.
Well, I do. I never win this battle. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, I just don't understand why you wouldn't want to have all that additional info that you're afforded when you play 16x9. But a lot of players don't want to give up this way. I don't know. I get it. Bigger
Easier
targets.
to shoot.
Each has its benefits, I suppose. Dia, he's going to have the benefits of the Galil up against Rush here. A headshot found. Junior looking for the reply with the AWP. Good flashbang thrown by Elevate to keep him at bay. Is George waiting over in Jaguar. I bet you that information's outdated, though. I bet you 16x9 now.
Wow, you don't trust Wikipedia.
Well, look, I mean, you never know. Maybe it's maybe
That's
he's
crazy.
changed his mind. No, I trust Wikipedia. I'm just messing around.
I could imagine that being the case, but yeah, I mean, players change their settings.
Like
They change their clothes, yeah. But Junior's still firing away. Whatever settings he has are working. Does go for some further extension, but now punished finally. George goes and clears middle. Needs to win this duel and does. Shane gets knocked out. Snav has an opportunity in this clutch, a good one at that. In the 1v3 with a couple low HP bars and a chance to get into some comfortable post plants as well. Plenty of time to do so. All three players remaining, inching their way through cave, and he has just slipped on by. This position so powerful, but spotted out now is going to make his job a lot more difficult. Looking for the spray down, but the trade is instant. Carson to secure it. And now it's continued to be effective in the early round, making these post plants very difficult for Elevate.
Yeah, really. I mean, Nouns are so effective on that retake towards the B site that they're not scared to give it up. So look, you take it, fine, we'll get it back. And they have absolutely done that every single round. The only time Elevate were really able to get on the board is that pistol round, and then the follow-up afterwards. Since Nouns have had the guns in their hands, it's been entirely in their control here on Ancient. There hasn't really been a moment where they've had a scare, and as a result of that, Elevate are going to call a timeout and say, hold on a second, guys. How do we adapt and adjust here to make something happen against this team? Because they continue to have our numbers seemingly at every turn. This round here, I think they're also going to debate whether they go for a full-on buy, because they have enough money to get a couple of AKs here and then 2 Galils with a decent amount of utility. We'll see what the decision ends up being.
There have been opportunities to do some damage in a half buy for sure. Seeing those fast plays out middle, one of the best ways to try and close that distance with a little flash bangs, and that could be an option here. Junior's been good at opening up with this AWP. Rush has been strong in his position in cave. Again, put into spots where he can be an active member in these fights. Maybe no big rush in this round. Really already gonna get some attention. Carson blasted by the Tech 9, and now Rush is next at bat in the cave position. No escape as well. That Molotov gonna keep him planted, and he does level the playing field with 2, but he's traded eventually.
Elevate have another gun available to be picked up, and I think Peeping wants to do that. It's just a matter of, can they make it up lane without a player peeking them towards mid? That is the concern. So Dare is just going to watch while his teammates attempt to recover that gun off the ground. Will they get to it? Well, that is an entirely different story. Doesn't look like they're too concerned as of right now, as they want to try and get that control into Jaguar, but instead, yeah, go into mid, looking around. There's the gun grabbed. Dia, Peeping, and Dare, they've got that mid control. They have a fight on their hands towards Donut, and it is Junior. Needs to flick up, sees the shadow, hits the shot onto Peeping. Now looking down, realizing it was probably a double peek that they were going to attempt, but it doesn't come through. No trade for Elevate. 41 seconds left now. And Junior just backing off, readjusting himself, giving George a chance to come in on a potential flank. George sprays down one. The other one comes around the corner. Dare is able to find one back, but he's so very low. He can't take an extended engagement here. Throws a smoke for himself. Knows that it's so risky to cross over, but still does. Molotov, will it be thrown? Gives away his position. 18 seconds. He locks himself out of the A site, but also keeps Nouns at bay. Will likely lead to a plant. CJ's already towards the ramp. He hears all these footsteps happening. Let's see if he aggresses. No. Pushing up slowly. Dare spots him, but CJ's a little bit faster. 5 rounds found for Nouns. Again, another retake on the B site that they were not afraid to give up in terms of the plant.
Yeah, but just gotta play confident in that retake. Low HP, there's some serious challenges for Dare to sift through that round. Here's even more success. Rush just constantly multi-killing from cave has been massive, and again, Junior identifying that shadow, adjusting his aim in time, gives him that early warning. That double peek could have been fierce. That could have been, the kill to seal the round. But Junior's prepared for that. Impressive stuff. 2 off the back of the pistol for Elevate, but once these rifles have been brought out, you can see in the funding even Junior nearly 9K. Same case for CJ.
What?
Money being built up, and Rush, such a nuisance. Tracking the headshot, landing it through the wall, and Snap doesn't even get to play the round. And he wants some more. He's not happy with just 1 kill through the wall. He wants to keep it up.
Just that wall bang and the common angle. Rush connecting. Should play the lottery. Getting a little bit of luck there. Now Carson pitching in for one. Dare is going to get a trade on back, but it's still a man disadvantage for Elevate, which feels like it's the way they've been operating for the majority of this half. Rush stuck in the corner here. Dare spamming the smoke, realizing it's there, but no!
Man.
Rush going to get the headshot through the smoke himself, and now it's up to Dia and Peeping, who don't really have that much map control at all. CJ is tucked into the cubby. Oh my goodness, they're making noise too. So CJ is just biding his time, waiting for them to either come around the corner or show some sort of information towards him. And in the end, actually, they deviate themselves towards cave. I don't know if CJ has any info here. Rush is waiting. They got 2 players here, so it's not really that big of a deal. Rush, not going to get anything, though. Peeping, nice headshot found. George expecting another player to be coming here from ramp. I don't know. I thought that Rush would have seen both players coming in on him. But now Rush just tucks into the corner, waiting for the crossfire to be set up by Junior. And CJ's going to take care of business. Peeping and Dia are gone. He comes in on a flank, and Elevate erased from the server again.
Yeah, just fear in their hearts before they can even make a move. And you can understand that fear because Nouns had the read. They knew where the play was being made. And Peeping does his best to try and fight back. Finally shuts down Rush in his powerful position, but enough time being bought. If it wasn't George's insurance on that B side, CJ with the flank is the one to claim it, so I don't think that round had too many chances to get out of control.
Most definitely not. Now, speaking of control, they've got all of it. I mean, it feels like Elevate really can't threaten them at all, no matter what they try. Whether it be Junior's positioning with the AWP, CJ coming in on a flank, or just a great hold on either of the bomb sites, Nouns seem to have all the answers right now. There, hanging out around A main. Junior deciding to post up in a different spot this time. Maybe catch Elevate off guard with the op playing towards big box A as opposed to donut. And CJ's taking up that donut position instead. 3 players towards B. Perhaps Nouns understanding the tendencies of Elevate to favor that B site. They're still going to have to wait a little bit longer as Elevate have really slowed down the pace of play. Just now going out of those double doors towards the B site. The Jaguar, George spamming through the wall. That panel is so common, each player trying to one-up the other, but in the end, there isn't any damage done throughout that exchange. As Elevate, 35 seconds left. They're going to have to make a move. It has to be B. So we'll see. Can they overcome the B hold this time? Yes, ooh. Rush is their first test. He's gone. 25 seconds left for them to make their move.
EP has the right idea, but George holding too strong. That utility keeping them at bay as well. Gray screen inside the smoke until finally Snav and Shane able to press past it. Plenty of HP on the planter, so time and denial won't be a problem. And a retake this time, not in the advantage of Nouns. This time they've got to overcome the odds. Down to, and with limited utility. Time's chugging along, and they still aren't given a duel. They still aren't given a fight back. The flank slowly formulates from Dare. This will be the first contact. CJ spotted walking up. The op scene as well. Now boxed in. Junior's not going to be able to make it out of this round, is he? Dare, just a matter of time before he inflicts the finishing blow. And Elevate back on the board. Finally for a gun round. At the helm of some incredible entries here. Snav and Shane having to crack through here.
Alrighty, Elevate at least managing to get around it in pretty convincing fashion overall. I mean, weren't really fussed for the first time since the pistol round in executing and finding the bodies on the Nouns side. But Nouns, I mean, there was so much money built up. I almost would have preferred Junior putting himself in a position to save, though, because yes, he had 11K. But everyone else wasn't that great. Oh, Junior comes out and says, who cares about the money? I'm just going to keep racking up the frags. An opener found for himself again, this time on to Dare. Says, you guys are not going to gain that space and hold it for that long this time. George managed to get one before he's traded. Carson double taking, takes out Snav, and Junior chimes in again, rotating around towards mid. This round is already over. Nouns have a 7.
A non-starter. Junior assures that much. Look at this fast pick.
Jeez.
Putting himself in a position, and that crosshair placement shows such an understanding of how to go for that aggressive duel. He gets a pixel scene. He moves just perfectly to gather that information, to give yourself a shot. Doesn't extend a single inch further. That's impressive stuff. Not an easy task. Junior threads that needle perfectly. Even transitions his off towards middle afterwards. Lets the riflers do the rest of the work on the B side. And as you know from you know, the deadly duo that has been Rush playing alongside George here on this B side. They're up for the task, right?
Absolutely. And this time Nouns don't get aggressive. Peeping. Red room, Junior! Oh, he's just too good with that op. He's going to collect another body up to his 8th frag. Not necessarily at the top of the board, but every single time he's tested, he has the answer. There it is once more. Re-peeking into it. You talked about it in the pregame. He loves to go for the free peeks, and that does favor the style of play in CS2 right now. 5v3. Elevate. They're going to have Junior haunting them in their sleep. If this keeps up, Flashbang going to get tossed forward. And CJ, he wants to get aggressive. I think he was heard. Maybe realizing that. Shane backs off. And now CJ wants to boost up top. Junior actually got tagged somehow off screen there. He's down to 13 HP, but CJ manages to make it up here. Rush on the other side. Will CJ be needed? Probably now, because Rush has been deleted by Dia. George around the edge of the smoke, doesn't have any visibility. They're going to re-smoke it as well. Bomb's going to get planted here. George desperately spamming away, but there's Junior again through the wall. CJ spotting out Shane, and now it's all up to Dare, and he won't be long for this world. Junior is everywhere. He gets 3 in the round, and Nouns are up to 8.
It's got to be so infuriating to play up against this op, positioning himself perfectly, ready for the aggression, and then ready for the re-aggression. It's mirrors, it feels like. There's one, and the second comes later down the line. And if you saw it one time, you saw it twice. It was the same exact pick rolled back. But this extra extension, Dia, just as he gets those numbers punched in, doesn't even get the play in the post play, doesn't get the reposition, just gets knocked out of the round. And it feels like he's, you know, all over the server when he's opping like this, playing in multiple different positions. Carson forced to fade back through the smoke, making the way into a red room, prepared for the blowing of the smoke, and Dare, he'll be able to achieve the kill first. Carson shut out of this one. Now CJ wants to try his luck.
Like I said, you never know when you're going to get a pop-off moment from any one of these players. From Nouns, George, maybe going to be next one to deliver it. There's one on to Snav. Peeping tries to aggress it. George is ready for that one, too. There you have it. 2K from him. Junior is racking up the numbers. Finally gets traded out by Dare, but it is a 2v1 advantage for Nouns. Dare should be afforded the opportunity to plant. Elevate absolutely needs some rounds, because Nouns are very much running away with this one here.
Dare's the right guy for the job in a clutch situation like this. I could be stone cold, but he's got half his HP, and he is so very committed. He's going to take a late swing in, and that's not going to matter. A touch from Rush. Do the trick. A headshot. And Nouns will gather themselves 9. It was a 2-0 start with a good B execute and some good entries from Shane and Snav sprinkled in the mix. But really, that's all, unfortunately, for Elevate.
No, Nouns are just overpowering them at this point. And Junior's op, the rifling of George and Carson, even CJ getting in on the mix. Rush was, I mean, he has 12. I actually didn't realize he had gotten even to 13 towards the end there, because he was getting bodied so much towards that B site, but he's actually their frag leader, quietly achieving that. Nouns are not being quiet about this one, expressing themselves very loudly in their dominance of Elevate here. Dare, waiting towards that B site. He's got one player supporting him. Where do Nouns decide to go? So far, a bit of a slow approach, but they are going to lean a couple of players, make that 3 players into Jaguar. The other 2 at ramp. And it won't be long now until they charge forward.
Got a couple mollies on this T side, which is interesting. Rush going to kick it off and walking right into the crosshair. Carson catches the aggression. He's now running out of health, and they can't even get past the first phase of this retake met by mollies. All 3 of these CTs forced to look outside in. It's just going to be a non-starter of a round for Elevate on the pistol of all things. They can't even make an effort to get past this utility. what I thought was going to be a pretty cool execute for Nouns was never even in the cards. They just threw their util to make sure that that post plant was impossible to win for Elevate.
Yep. An Elevator just trying to save the armor, the util. Snap has that defuse kit. Shane is the only one that doesn't really have anything to save, so he tries to fight for it. Doesn't get anything more than that. Snap will be backing off. It's that util in the kit. And at the very least, the silver lining for Elevate is that they save those pieces as mentioned. But Nouns, they're already up to double digits. A 7-round lead, 3 more. And they'll already be sending this to map number 2, which is their pick of Dust 2.
And it would be another dominant affair in a row for Nouns if it just continues to go this way. 3, thrashings taking place in this head-to-head. Now just building confidence as these matchups take place. And this victory could be the 4th. I just don't show any signs of change just yet here on Ancient. Pistol doesn't get much of a chance to lift off. We'll probably just have to wait and see for these gun rounds. That's the luxury that Elevate have afforded themselves by calling in the full USP save. Is that at the very least, before Nouns claim themselves 12, they're going to have a full gun round.
No, doesn't happen. CJ ventilating him with the AK bullets, and Nouns are indeed up to 11. They upgraded themselves fully, though, heading into this round. So no SMGs. They got the 3 Galils and the 2... make that 4 Galils and an AK already. So they don't really have to worry about settling for an SMG up against this Elevate full-on buy. Maybe the Galils will be at a slight disadvantage, but not by much. 8-round lead. Elevate. They got Dia trying to take this mid control. They're going to be facing off against George here if George chooses to push up, but instead, no. Nouns sending all 5 players in towards the A site. I think util's being set up by George, either for a fake towards mid or a smoke to be thrown here. Yeah, that's a really nice smoke. That's donut control game. And then they're going to charge in towards the A site. Nothing at all from Elevate. Both players eliminated, and this could even be a 12th right here, because I don't really see Elevate justifying pushing in with no money in the tank. You have to save the guns you've got. Diaz having a poke here, maybe against the advice of his squad.
Nothing. He's not giving anything, though. Junior's playing this off angle just perfectly. And as much as Dia does inch his way forward, no overextensions on this Noun side. Now it's a hunt to try and find these rifles. At least for Carson. He's eliminated quickly. That might be the most of the aggression. Because I tell you what, I mean, if Elevate... if that's what their first gun round's going to look like, I don't think Nouns are too concerned about letting them have A1Ss. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, this is what happens when you do have an A1S. I just peek you, and you go bye-bye.
Against the Galils, too. Not even the AK is required to do it. Aside from the lone one that was in the round. But now, they had a player, a couple of them get dropped, so you have the AK upgrade for Carson. Rush picked up the A1S off the ground, and CJ still has his AK, so I mean, it's a better buy-up coming through from Nouns than for Elevate. A worse one, because Peeping has to settle for the MP9. Nouns, they've got 9 opportunities to close out this map. 2 nades go through. Damage onto George isn't going to be as much as perhaps I imagined with those 2 nades selling through, but he will end up being dropped to dirt by Dia and Dare, but it's a ton of information gained. That's a very heavy mid presence, and Nouns are going to go right into the B side off it, saying they can't have that much here, and they just lost Shane, of course, on the Elevate side.
Oh my
goodness.
God.
What a swing from CJ. Dare managed to get a response, but it's only one for him. 3v2. Peeping is desperately firing away, so is Dia. They've gotten it down to a 1v2 somehow. Junior throws the Molotov to ensure that no one can come through cave, but he loses the fight against Peeping, and Elevate have pulled this one off and get some upgrades off the ground as a result. Okay, well, we extended at least 1 round here.
I'm surprised that this is the one they claim. It was a 4v5
Yeah.
advantage, to be fair, so maybe that's kind of the reason for the shock. But look at this flashbang from Junior. Perfectly placed aggression in unison. CJ firing up, and this is where I thought maybe that round is just kind of toast, but that flank goes through, and definitely feeling the weight of that 4v5. I think helping out Elevate in a big way.
I think also one difference, huge difference for Elevate today is Shane is not having a good map. They're 5 and 13, not 5 and 14, because Junior with the op running and gunning finds himself at 12th. I mean, just nouns are all over the place, swarming like bees around Elevate. Dare trying to hold the line here. Molotov's going to obscure his vision a little bit, so he decides to completely fall off of that angle. The same for their mid-hold. Snap getting tagged down to 16 HP. Junior legging him. He manages to fade away, but I'm not sure if he's long for this round. Molotov pushes them back. Everyone towards the B site. That's the good news for Elevate. The bad news is 2 of their players are already getting towards very low health. Snap was already there. Dare hovering just above 50 HP, and Junior is going to get another one on Dare. Second in the round. CJ wide swing and playing contact. It works. Peeping and Dia, the last 2 standing, and I think this one is done and dusted. Elevate only have Dia left, who manages to get 1 frag, but I don't know how much that's going to matter because he's in a 1v4, Cole.
I think it's going to matter too much. It's a matter of time before they track him. Looking to win this through elimination as well. 2 players to face, and that's how they close it out. Junior with the start again, opening up these picks here, ready to catch re-aggression. And now, I mean, as I highlighted, this is now looking like they have an extra element to them alongside it. What used to be such a quick, aggressive team, willing to rush up to B at the start of the round, you know, if Junior gets that pick, you could have seen maybe the Nouns of old just charge through into that B site. Instead, you know, Junior just posting up on the angle, they wait for re-aggression, they catch it perfectly, and the round just becomes so much comfortable from that point. And again, I think that's part of the revamp of this Nouns roster, is not only do they have that aggressive style that can work out, but they can also rein it in. I think that's the extra element to their game that they've just been applying.
Yeah, no, totally. Like having the coach, having Adren, come in there and really help them out, settle them down in those situations, and bring them to that next level. It's something I've been talking about probably for the last 2 months or so. That they've been able to move away from that style of always rushing, and they still have it in their back pockets, and they can be very effective when they need to. It was their bread and butter in the past. It's still something that is
Yeah.
so very powerful with all the firepower they have on their side. But now they can play the slow game. Now they can mix it into a lot of other strategies. And I mean, credit to Carson as well, who's adapted and never was an IGL before, always a fragger, was called upon to be an IGL in this Noun squad, and has delivered in a pretty great way. Yes, sometimes it was one-dimensional for him and it was easy to get those reads, but he's definitely adapting, and his mid-rounding is getting better and better as time goes on. So great on Nouns. That was a very quick map number 1. And again, that's Elevate's map pick done. They still can't get more than 5 rounds, it seems, up against Nouns over their last 4 maps they've played against them. And now we're going on to Dust 2, where Nouns are feeling even more confident, Cole.
Absolutely. I mean, again, this is the problem. You're also picking into an incredible strength of Nouns. It's not like if you're Elevate, you've got this clear target of, you know, okay, we can punish. We can start off with a map that should be in ours. This is just Nouns' favorite either way. Elevate trying to play to their strengths, but get punished for it in a big way. And as I had mentioned, you know, three maps before this have gone without hitting over 5 rounds for Elevate, and that now this makes 4 of just struggling really to break into a competitive affair, which may come as a surprise, but as I had mentioned, it feels like the scene's leveling up here in North America at the top level. Nouns is included in that mix, and maybe Elevate getting left into the dust here by this squad.
Yeah, and we'll get those stats for you guys in just a little bit. As soon as we have them, they'll be popping up on screen. But I agree, like it's been a tough go for Elevate up against this Noun squad, and there are the stats for Nouns. Everyone contributing. George actually a little quieter than I would have expected, but you have Junior, Rush, Carson, and CJ all within 4 frags of each other. Might be a little far away from their estimated frag totals, from the PrizePicks estimated frag totals, but CJ is the closest due to his lower estimate at 28.5. I think the way he's playing right now, it feels like he is going to manage to surpass that.
Absolutely. I mean, playing incredibly well. I mean, if this Dust 2 is not super competitive, might miss it because it felt like a full team effort for this squad. But obviously, again, that's just a credit to how strong Nouns have been performing. Is that they're just not really, needing a lot of kills to end these
Hmm.
games and decide how rounds are played out. So, I mean, maybe George's kills just because Rush was so greedy and taking all of them on that B side plays, but that's a credit to Rush as well. As we'll take a look at Elevate Squad again. Not a lot to lean on here. You mentioned, and I think rightly so, that there was probably little chance that we were going to see Shane perform out of his mind once again. There's always that opportunity to have it strike twice, but when you're up against this tougher competition, when you're up against a team like Nouns, and again you're trying to perform on kind of a what feels like an island on that B side, it just wasn't the same case, was it?
No, no, not at all. And I mean, nouns are really good at bottling you up, right? More so than I'd say the party astronauts, who are currently more of a scrappy style of Counter Strike, and nouns, it's not that at all. They're very methodical in the way they play now. Anyway, I mean that's
Yeah.
because of Adren and the way he was been coaching them over the last little bit. But that sums up map number one, guys. Nouns able to have quick victory. Now they go on to their map pick of Dust 2. It's up to Elevate to challenge and push it to map 3, but it's not looking good for them. We'll see what happens here on Dust 2 in just a little bit after this break. We're back here with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2. I am JRT with Exner, and it's map number 2 between Nouns and Elevate. The first one, kind of a blowout, I would say here.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment of the last map. Just
I don't know
really
if there's anywhere where you can put it. Really.
right. It just was incredibly quick, and again, maybe that's Nouns putting us back on track, but more so than Elevate, it's still on the same track. It's still on the same road of struggles in this head-to-head. Dust 2 could be interesting. I mean, again, we've seen it in ECL, as you had mentioned, and it still didn't look great. It didn't look like there was much of a chance for Elevate to lift off. But I have seen some strengths in Elevate in the past. We saw them choke versus NRG, but it still looked like they had some good ideas on the T side, some very quick plays that could catch them off guard. Counter utility, though, is just peppering in. They can't make it out of tunnels without getting caught. And George still inflicting damage, but he's going to get run down here soon. Peeping, eventually able to track the kill. And into the post plant they go here. And maybe another pistol for Elevate.
Perhaps. Yeah, really, I thought Rush would be able to support there, but doesn't really happen. And George, as a result, falls by the wayside. Not much health for Rush. They're going to try and bait him out here as he charges out first. Snav, they're all so well tucked in on Elevate. Yeah, I don't think there's much of a chance here. Junior, last one standing. D and Snav delivering some frags, and Dare will get the last. So Elevate do indeed have another pistol round under their belts. If you recall, guys, all the way back to Ancient. Wasn't that long ago, though. Just 2 rounds for Elevate, and then Nouns, once they got the guns out, it was lights out for the Elevate squad. We'll see if that repeats itself here. Nouns might decide to force up. We'll see what the decision is.
Find out soon. There's the grand reveal. Yes, forced by Elevator, a team that is actually always really careful with their economy. Despite them having incredible, mechanical talent, you'd expect that team to be more of a force buy roster. They're not super interested in that. They always like to get those rifles out as soon as possible. A little late flash through the long smoke. CJ in a prime position, but too many challengers at the bat, and gets knocked out very quickly. Fortunately, there's no need to boost Junior up into the site. He can do that himself.
One of the best changes they've made to Dust 2 in a very long time. There hasn't been that many made to the map, but I love that. Just the ability to get towards Cat. What a flashbang throw, but Carson can't capitalize off of it. Dia able to find the headshot. Now it's up to Junior to work his magic with the scout. Incendiary throw. Try and jump down. Oh, he gets caught almost jumping down. There we go. Dare finishes the job, and nothing doing at all here for Nouns on their force buy. Yes, there's one for Rush, but I think he's just going to try and get out of here with that scout.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And then George can pick up the MP9. And then you can toss those pistols on over. George sticking around maybe for an extra 6 hundo. Not a bad idea, but nothing given. Elevate again, get off to a pretty strong start here out of the gates. Like you said, kind of familiar if you look at last map. But this time at least they'll be able to get up to a 3-0 start. In theory. I shouldn't be so confident in that. You never know. Oh, an AK blown over to George. There, my confidence levels get a lot lower now.
What
one
a
AK,
gift.
but that can make a big difference.
I'm surprised the players with the Galils didn't grab that off the ground. That's a little bit of an oversight from Elevate, but a huge gift for Nouns heading into this next round.
I was wondering why they were sticking around for so long, and that bomb does a great job of delivering a present. This is going on here. Fast door smoke, potentially.
Yep, that's the door
tossed on in, and well, George is here to meet him with the AK. This is what the problem is going to be with giving that one over. That immediately forces them to rethink their decision.
I don't even think they're aware of the fact at least till now, that he had the AK, and there's a second one found. Peeping, probably a little frustrated, saying, one, how does he have the AK? 2, why are 2 teammates gone in a round like this? Oh, geez, CJ.
Rush is going to press him.
Tucked in, yeah. Rush trying to put the pressure on, but Dia is going to manage to find Junior, so that's one piece off the board. Oh, Peeping's holding a good angle here. Gets one, not the second though, okay. And now Snav is deleted as well. It's all up to Dia, who's very low. The pistol could be enough for CJ. Dia hears the footsteps behind him. Carson managed to dodge, and yes, they do it on the eco with that saved AK. Nouns get there first.
He gets 3 kills with the hero rifle, man. He does so much in knocking these players down. Absolutely brutal. Exactly what needed to happen. This is George taking the reins on the round. He steps up to the plate. Scout tags do more damage, and they converge on Dia without giving him a chance. And it was, you know, bright eyes for this Elevate roster as they head into the second map, and they do the same thing. You know, win another pistol. Maybe lift off. Get some momentum early on Dust 2. But it's a cold reminder of what Nouns just did on Ancient. Oh, that's not a bad tag.
Second one he's found. Okay.
Wow.
Don't even have to see players anymore, apparently.
No.
Peeping gets that on to Rush.
Knock a couple shots straight through the smoke. That'll do the trick. An advantage they'll certainly be happy about. A rifle isn't quite recovered. Not super eager to do so and maybe potentially get that advantage back. Snav still looking for some tags through the wall. A different double door though to fight through, and again, late long flash to take the space. It's going to be Junior to handle this business up towards long. No cross smoke either.
This is not going to be easy for Elevate going up against Junior with the offense sense, but Junior giving up the space. Interesting. I guess because he's so isolated, he wanted to wait for reinforcements to arrive, and they absolutely do.
I'd be more concerned, but there's just no cross smoke now.
Yeah.
How are you gonna make it pass? I guess that's how. Good, well-placed flash, but again, they're just getting like picked apart as they try and make their way through. Well handled. Nice spray from George to finish. That is kind of the challenge. If you miss that crucial bit of utility, it's not going to be much of an opportunity.
I mean, the readjustment from Junior ends up working out really well. I agree, like not having the cross smoke there wasn't really that much of a reason to go for that, but it ends up panning out anyway. It's just a very tiny detail in what has been overall a very good job from Nouns on their gun rounds to be successful against Elevate. But that actually was just Nico for Elevate, maybe even a little bit of an investment with the Scout. They will have 4 AKs and the Galil coming through now, and they are just biding their time outside of long, playing defaults. Dare might get a run boost towards mid. I'm not sure he necessarily need it. There it is. Rush already in lower. Snav not expecting it, and Snav will be the first casualty in the round. Nade comes through, that'll do damage to Dare. A little bit down to 69. Rush, gets overloaded from 2 angles, but George is able to Junior, is able to avenge him a little bit. George might do the same from Cat as Junior continues to collect bodies. There's his third. Dia, the last one standing. I mean, look, a 3v1 is position known. Carson, along with CJ, are going to try and cut him off. CJ's going to do the job. Dia's gone. Nouns continue to dominate Elevate when the guns are out. Just watching Junior here, that was just some unbelievable stuff with the AWP. And he's been impressing throughout both maps so far. 6th round of action. Pistols only for Elevate. There'll be Deagles for everyone. So perhaps we'll get a headshot party from the Elevate side. Snav, is he bringing it? What happened there?
Maybe he stuck around for a little too long on that long angle. Trying to get a 1 Deag on the cross. I'm assuming, but does go down low for it. And in towards that middle side. Rush has been very eager to take these fights, and he is again. He just runs into the Deagle though this time. Shane available for a headshot. This guy, I mean, again, becoming a constant aggressor.
Yep.
So he was doing the same thing on Ancient Cave. Really filling in. And it's a bit of a problem for now. It's just a small one that they don't have anyone on this B side proper. As they reclaim mid control, I think that's going to be filled by Carson, though, just in time before they make it out of tunnels. He's out in the open, bit of an off angle, and the spray down is clean. Conversion and a little shaky, he knows it, but happy with the end result nonetheless.
Nice little celebration from Carson, of course. 4-2 is both his score line and the score on the server here between these two squads. Yeah, very clean there on the spray control. No real chance for Elevate given the hardware they brought into that round. But they're back to the AKs now. I want to put up a little bit more of a fight here, but it has been a pretty listless showing so far from the squad that yesterday looked very effective with Intra actually subbing in for Dare. Pretty good job of it. Anyway, this time, Nouns can get their faces up top mid. Junior gets one, Rush the other, peeping a response. Junior's caught out here, and there it is. Okay, Nouns getting way too over-aggressive. They've lost 3 bodies, and it is the man advantage in favor of Elevate as they're going to start charging up Cat George. Going to be tested quite heavily. Maybe Carson can catch off a player before they push up Cat. Oh, tapped away, but couldn't get the headshot onto Dia. We'll see if George's position is overlooked. It kind of is. Yeah, he's going to get one, not the second. Damage done to Snav. Carson's on the wrong bomb site. And I think he might poke a little bit. Dia is at mid. Carson not realizing that. Probably going to get blindsided here if Dia peeks out.
Well, he's not peeking,
though.
though.
I thought he was going to. I thought he spotted Carson.
He's going to inch his way forward, though. He's going to get it eventually.
Yeah.
Just a little delayed. Buying some extra time for him to stick around. As you said, that time, now he's trying to disrupt the default with this forward positioning. But there's players ready for the trade. Just keep on swinging into this duo of Rush and Junior. Not a bad setup, I don't think. I maybe just needed some security in tunnels. Because as you can see in the middle of that setup, they get 2 kills and then they have to fall off. I mean, Junior starts to run away trying to change up. Couldn't cover the lower tons. Yeah. See the vision, just didn't work out in execution there for Downs. Beautiful wake-up call. And up catwalk quick. Elevate really not holding anything back, but again, Junior's just finding these openers constantly and prepared for further aggression. Another one caught by his up. It's such a familiar sign. Finally, Shane able to put it to rest. A wake-up call for him, but maybe a chance to wake up for him in this series as he finds 2 and gives access into the site.
DJ swinging around, doesn't get the frags, does tons of damage to Peeping and Shane, who also need a nade, but Peeping is continuing to fire away. It's off to Carson, finds a nice one onto Peeping, and the bomb's been planted in the meantime. Snap hiding, head pops up, and so do the bullets towards Carson's dome. Elevate have got 2 in a row and finally are showing signs of life. Like you mentioned, Shane, who was exceptionally quiet in the first map, as opposed to yesterday when he was all over the server, finally getting a couple here, and it starts with Junior, who I thought was just going to swing and find himself a third with the way he was tracking, but doesn't. And Shane opens up the bomb site by himself. Peeping pitches in towards the tail end, and it will be, yes, tied up 4-4. A lot closer to start things off here versus the previous map of Ancient.
Just able to set the tone. A lot better. Smoke goes in. They're going to try and press past it, and that's going to put the play that saved that last round down early, and a recovered rifle to boot. Forces some redirection from Elevate. A little detour towards middle as the long exchange doesn't go their way. Junior this time, not his weapon of choice, but can still be sharp with it. Dare, I think, spotted him. He's watching that angle so closely. Tags him through the wall. Definitely got some vision. And they're going to press that advantage through mid to B.
Yeah, they already know one of the rifles is towards A and probably the AK being picked up, so B is probably the best target. Looking at the way things are shaping up. Yeah, it is. Okay, smoke pop doesn't really yield much for either side. George tapping away from tunnels, but I don't think this is going to work out for Downs. Probably just best to try and save the AK at this point, because this bomb's about to be planted. I mean, Rush and George are kind of hovering near the site. Maybe Peeping goes down? No, nothing. All right, so that, well, okay, Peeping eventually getting sprayed down by Rush, but that's the upgrade they were looking for. 2 AKs out of a round where you kind of went for a hero rifle, but mostly on an eco, isn't too bad. The only problem is Dare is very aggressive in his forward positioning towards CT spawn. So is Dia. So we'll see if CJ can win the fights. He's going to have a straight flashbang thrown and nothing doing. It's very nicely executed.
Just icing on the cake. Securing that kill, making sure that there's no chance for that one to go wrong. And a pretty necessary save. It would have been nice if both those rifles were maintained. Because without that fact, right, Rush probably tosses this AK over. And, you know, most likely what's going to be the case here, CJ's probably rocking an MP9 in this round. Seeing what he can't make with that. This is great awareness. Dare. I mean, I said that boost was coming through, and that boost could have cost him a little bit more, but Dare was covering that with the AWP.
Yeah, I mean, the even better news for Elevate is they definitely cannot replicate the previous map of Dust 2 against Nouns now, because they only got 3 rounds that time. Now they already have 5, and they've got a lead, which they didn't see at all. I don't believe in that previous engagement, except for maybe a pistol victory like we saw this time. Nade's going to sail through in towards mid doors. Pops the smoke briefly. Nouns are back to the rifles here. An MP9 available for CJ. Everyone else pretty comfortable. Carson with 3 players coming his direction. He's not comfy at all. Shane gonna put him down to rest. Junior managed to get 2 back, but Snap will trade him out. So it's a 3v3 even numbers. Nouns don't want to let this bomb get planted cleanly. That's a good smoke pop from Rush. He doesn't get the visibility he's hoping for, but almost collects Dare. Gets him down to 22 HP, but he himself is at 25. And Nouns, they need a path in here. Want to send a player into those tunnels. The bomb has been planted. But again, money is so very light, and Util is as well, that might just decide to save this, Cole.
We've talked about the strength of post plants on Inferno quite a bit. But this B side is right up there with the A side of Inferno in difficulty to retake. When these positions are confirmed, when smokes are tossed in towards doors, the odds are, you know, unless you have a big hero moment, unless an individual can take over that, you're just not going to be able to retake that. Without a kit, not going to happen. We saw Breeze was able to break through those barriers, but Nouns aren't even interested in really trialing in. Elevate, you know, extending even further. As I mentioned, I liked a lot of their T side versus NRG. They just ended up choking out that massive advantage. I think they ran out of ideas a little bit late, but the initial phases, like when Elevate are in the early stage of a T side half, like these guys have very pacey, very aggressive, but effective entry pathing and game plans. Utility usage is good so far alongside it. And again, Shane has been able to step up in a couple of moments, but they're sifting their way through this T side in a big way.
Typically, Dust 2 is a map that leans towards the T side, excuse me. Not by much, but I would say a slight lean. So it is trending the way you would expect for Elevate. I'd say if they went out here, even better, because they just did not look like they had anything going for them on Ancient. Let's see how Nouns react here, as they've still been able to afford a buy-up. Okay, this is not live.
Same team. If I'm remembering correctly, this was way back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
That was what killed this team one time. It was a very similar exchange. I don't know if it was those same 2 players, but
I think it was Intra at that time.
oh, okay.
Yeah, that was involved in that.
I'm glad they've all made up.
Yeah, I think so, for the most part.
One was get heated.
That was actually a live round, though. This one was not, as we have a technical issue coming up. Let's see if we have any information on that. Just not live called at the start of the round. We're waiting for more details as to what might be going on. No, it's good to go.
Looks
Okay,
like we're back, yeah, pretty
just
quick.
a slight issue, I guess, but we're back right into the swing of things.
Still hiccup.
Yeah.
Said wait. There said wait. I just killed my teammate on accident. Can we run this one? And we're hop into again a bit of a follow up. This long spawn. I mean, CJ playing with fire, but Shane, he had the spawn, he had the op, but he actually goes down. This time the rifles all swing forward. Junior to stand his ground, not fade away. Same with George, but in doing so, could be a losing effort, losing out on that control towards long, putting it into a very early 2v2 with so much time for Snav and Dia to sneak around the map. But Carson constricts this by closing them off towards long.
I really like this call from Carson to just push himself up towards the backside of long, so they know that Elevate are bottled up in here. That means Rush doesn't really have to worry about any other position other than long. Smoke for the cross has been thrown. Carson eventually wanting to activate, and Diaz realizing that someone's probably there, so he's watching the flank as his teammate pushes up and tries to take the fight. Rush actually in CT is not the best, but with the cat boost spot now, he could quickly gain some ground towards A, but he's probably just playing here so he can relay to Carson that he'll have an opportunity to push up. And I mean, Carson's being very, very patient. Smoke gonna get tossed for cat. That should trigger a push to come from Carson. There we go. Now he's gonna activate. Rush has got the HE, yeah?
X-Men on that.
Oh, nothing.
Bad.
That could have been better, but an HE in return will probably do more damage, and it does. Rush down to 68. Carson managed to grab an AK, so he's going to tap away. Lots of pressure on towards Elevate. This round is far from over and secure for them, but that's going to help immensely. Rush over top, taken down from Snav. Carson throws some utility on forward, but I don't know, not much of a path forward. He sees the kit, so he grabs that, pushing up, time kicking away. He actually does have the smoke. Gets the headshot too. He can stick this defusal. Now he's going to try for a Dia. Needs to spam on forward, and Dia will be able to track him down through that smoke. 7-4 for Elevate, and actually Dia's still surviving. I thought he wouldn't be able to get away from that bomb. Last round of play in this first half.
Just giving a big 2v2 that they just need to win. They need to convert these, build that confidence in these late rounds, and that's a perfect way to play it. So careful from Snav and Dia, even though Nouns pretty much for the most part know exactly where this play is going. It looks like Nouns instead are the ones, playing fearful in that 2v2. It's a good look. Shane this time around standing inside the flames. George peeks. He ignores the fire, the opening, but Carson is still holding on to this B side. They execute it, they try their luck with the opening, but it is shut down. Door closed on B. Even though, unfortunately, Rush falls for it, they'll still be happy with the end result of Carson maintaining that space and inflicting further damage. And Carson going for a little util as well, but couldn't quite pick anything up.
I don't mind the idea from Elevate, having gotten an opening pick towards long, maybe realizing or thinking that Nouns would rotate more emphasis towards their A hold, but no, Carson's waiting right there as they all charge on forward. This is a mistake from Nouns. They should not be pushing up. Snav is waiting for this, probably going to punish them. There's one, and the second. Nouns, they got nothing left towards the B site. All they've got is Junior. Over at A, he spots the player crossing over, but yeah, this one is probably done. Junior has so much ground to cover, no kit available to him, so he's got to move quickly. Dia's waiting towards mid. He's got the AWP in his hands. Junior, just to get a tag onto Shane, but I mean, there's just, again, so much time. There's so little time available to him, but they're giving him fights, and look how low they all are. I mean, it's just that there's just no time available to him to get back into the site. Now he finds that frag, but he's isolated because of the Molotov. Now he charges forward, upgrades to an op, but this one's probably already done. And it is now, with Shane getting the final blow, 8-4 in favor of Elevate.
That looks so good, and it just looks like Elevate revitalized, and Nouns again looking fearful. That's a nice shot to start things off. And it is polar opposite to what we saw in that last map. Just nothing but pure confidence. Again, there's a lot of dominance asserted from Junior. He got away with a lot, but I think that one shot from Shade probably shook him up a little bit. Didn't really get an op out behind that, but impressive stuff. And I mean, again, this is the best look Elevate have had in a little while versus Nouns team. I said, you know, maybe that could happen with a T side on Dust too, and I think that's exactly what they were leaning on. What they were hoping for was that they could use some of their good tactics on this map that they have in their back pocket.
Another technical pause coming through here as we get ready for the second half of action. Dia's having a mouse issue right now, so he's got to fix his mouse. Maybe the batteries have died. Who knows what's going on?
It's always a challenge of the wireless mouse.
Mm-hmm.
There's
That's
never a
why-
good time for your mouse to die, but it feels like it's always in the worst time.
Mm-hmm. That's why I don't use wireless mice.
Do you not use a wireless mouse?
No, I do not. I've used wired mice my whole life. Greatly prefer them.
I was stuck on the wired train for a little while, but I never really got into bungees. I used to tape my mouse, like my mouse cord, to the wall closest to my desk, and kind of make a makeshift bungee. But if I ever flicked too hard, it would just rip the tape off.
Jeez.
Didn't work as well as I had hoped. That might have needed more tape.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Just too much tension there when you're flicking, I guess.
Or a higher sensitivity.
Yeah, that too. Well, just waiting for everything to get resolved here on
I'm
the
back on the
Elevate side.
wireless mouse, though.
You should not be, though.
I will never go back. I'll say that
You
much.
should go
I absolutely love it.
It's better response time.
It's just gliding.
You know there will never be a delay with a wired mouse.
I've got to figure out how light my mouse is.
Instant.
You won't believe it. You won't believe how light this mouse is.
I don't actually like mice that are too light. It kind of bothers me. I need a little bit of weight.
Let me see. I understand that. I think I kind of get to that point. The mouse that I have weighs 63 grams.
Whoa.
I mean, it's
pretty
like you're,
light.
it's like you're holding nothing. It's like you're holding
Really?
air.
I don't even know how much my mouse weighs. I never checked. But yeah.
I just googled it real quick, but
Oh, okay. Maybe I should do the same here. What do I have? I don't even know what I have. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna Google it too.
I mean, I've been using the same mouse for like 4 years now as well, so I've
Oh,
just gotten
mine's-
super used to it.
I guess mine's a little light too. I didn't realize. 71 grams.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad for a mouse with a wire on it.
Yeah. Not
Do they
too
count that
shabby.
in the mouse weight?
I don't know.
I doubt it, right?
It just says 71 grams. So
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I like it honestly. I found it to be quite effective for me.
You interested in the snap tap at all, or that?
I-
Have you seen much about that?
I've heard all like the rumblings, right, that have been happening throughout the community, but
I've just heard a
haven't
lot of
tried it.
complaining about playing up against it, but I think that's mostly cope from some people. Some of like the like UK casters that I work with every once in a while. They're always complaining about it in their face at pugs, but I think they're just losing to people that are better than them. So
Yeah, that's
that
often the
dang
case.
snap tap as they get smoked again in another pug for the last couple of years.
Yeah, just GG snap tap in chat,
Yeah.
right?
It's just a new thing to blame on your losses. There you go.
Ay. Well, we're back into the swing of things. Elevate up against Nouns. And they are trying to push this map number 3 and looking pretty convincing in the process. Nouns need to find a way to a pistol round victory here to help cement a potential comeback. Snav tapping away, spotting out the player towards dark, and now they're sending 3 players into long. No one's there, and I think they're just a little hesitant, right? They're like, oh, maybe someone's hiding, could be Pit. Who knows what happened here? So they're not going to push up.
Again, this is very similar to what Nouns did. They have the utility for what could be a pretty cool execute, but they're also waiting for Elevate to make the first move. And this time around, Elevate may be learning some of those lessons. So there's that utility. One flashbang to really gain them some space. They've got a couple, actually. George has another one ready to be tossed in, but there's still just not a lot of ground being gained whatsoever. And peeping shuts down your whole catwalk approach. Maybe makes things that much more difficult. They actually dropped the bomb on the cross. That was the one silver lining, was maybe they could get the numbers punched in, but that doesn't even happen just yet. Not even a guarantee. Junior, last man standing. That's going to help in at least trying to secure it. One quick headshot with the P250. Planting in the open, though. Peeping just needs to step out and going to finish the job.
Might have been better just take a couple of steps forward and go for that safe plant, but he didn't realize that peeping was towards Gandalf. And that will do it for the round. 2 pistols, both of them won here. I think Elevate only got the first half pistol last time, so they won 3 out of 4 overall throughout this series. And I mean, this is looking fantastic for them. They're the ones dominating over Nouns this time. Shane, along with peeping, hovering towards mid door, maybe trying to make it look like they push into lower to give Nouns a lot more to think about. Peeping, waiting for targets to come his way. Nouns on the other side, because they didn't get the bomb plant, it's not going to be a force buy, but you do have Junior fully investing into the scout, which again, I don't mind. It can be very effective on Dust too, especially with that mid door engagement.
Yeah, and it could be the case that it also instills some fear once you hear that scout tag, or that scout, you know, kind of rip off a shot. That puts into the mind that this is kind of a force buy. Not always a guarantee, but that might be what Elevator thinking. Might make them feel like they should play a little more passive, give over more space. Here we go, that scout looking to fire away. Oh my god, not a bad attempt from Junior. Lands the tag through the wall. Putting a scare on Snav. It is just on his shoulders, though, to make this happen. That is a lot of weight to put on Junior.
I think you should go mid now. Yeah. I mean, they got the mid to be smoke. A player thinking about charging through, that's Dia. Making a lot of noise, so they can't overlook him, that's for sure. Now he's going to spam on through. Does he connect on damage? Not really. That's actually an excellent smoke because it blocks off the boost as well. So it forces a nade to be thrown, which is not available to Elevate right now. This is actually shaping up to be pretty interesting. The only problem for Nouns is they only have 20 seconds left. And Peeping is fourth car. Will he get finished off? No! Again! He is going to farm the frags. And it is all Elevate aside from one frag onto Dia. 10-4 in their favor. But here come the rifles for Nouns. Can they find their mojo again on T side?
Yeah, I mean, there's a capability that Nouns can bounce back here. They just don't have a lot of room for mistakes. And that is, you know, one of the bigger problems that they're facing. Will they make any in this comeback effort? This time Carson giving over an AK, and he'll try to work with the scout. Trusted Junior with that rifle. And flying out towards long. Junior had the long spawn, that's why he gets it, but it doesn't. Snav deletes all of the presence off the dare flash, and there goes your full gun round. I mean, pretty much just nullified.
Wow. That was, I thought Nouns would be able to do more, but it was a timely flashbang towards long that resulted in nothing happening on that attempted take of that positioning, and you still have 2 players there. Nouns are readjusting. CJ with the AK, Carson only the scout. And CJ needs a quick headshot onto Dare to open up a little bit of space, but now Dare is supported by Peeping, so both those players are going to create headaches for Nouns as they look to continue pressing forward. Still a minute left on the clock. A little under that now. CJ. Oh, Carson, nice headshot with the scout.
Ooh.
And CJ taps Peeping. Okay, hold on a second. A 2v5 turns into a 2v3, and Snav and Dia are quite low. They don't know that there's a player in pit that Snav is located there. They need to be careful. They plant the bomb. Safe spot. Uh-oh, a little bit of team damage there from CJ as Carson goes out, and I think this might be curtains. It is. Shane swings around with the MP9, and Elevate are going to indeed find an 11.
In a nice attempt, but Stav's just too smart in that. He's the, again, insurance policy. Sitting inside pit with 16 HP. He was down low from the very beginning of the round when he found his first 3 kills. And just late activation up pit. This is that flashbang you're talking about, well placed. And it's unity in the long duel. And everyone caught by that flash. That's so big. Any chance, really, of lifting off here for Nouns shut down with authority from Snav.
Well,
One plan's going to give them better money, I guess.
Yeah, now it's looking more and more like that. We'll get that first half across. Both teams are very good on. Nouns, so they still got a lot to say, even though they've taken a ton of damage again. Like, they continue to try and aggress towards Long, and Elevate are there and ready to do the damage. Now they've given up Long completely on the Elevate side, saying, okay, we've done some damage, let's back off, set ourselves up for an attempted take. There's the cross smoke being thrown, a flashbang in response that'll slow Nouns down just a touch. Up, a little bit more spam. It's all going the way of Elevate. Dare get a couple. One response from Nouns. The smokes are up from both sides, but it is Snav to strike again. Rush and Junior, the last two standing, and they don't have the bomb on their backs. They have to try and recover it. Rush playing above towards ramp, but he is now the last one standing as Junior on the edge of smoke is dropped, and Dia gets Rush. Nothing, absolutely nothing going Nouns' way on Dust 2.
That's such a statement.
Yeah.
Being made. Elevate. Looking sharp on Dust 2. Again, we've seen some of their strength in the Revival Cups in the past, and I feel like if you're Nouns, you had so many good options to go for. I can't even blame them for being trapped into maybe thinking that Dust 2 is the right option. They got Ancient, picked into them, so when you're... No, Mirage is going to be left to that decider. Makes a lot of sense, but... not the same Nouns that we saw last time these two faced off. And not the same Elevate either. Keeping Dia and Snap, that trio is delivering.
And this is 10 in a row, by the way, for Elevate. I mean, Nouns have been completely blanked since getting those 4 rounds. Peeping?
God.
I mean, this is, might already be over. I mean, Peeping just charging towards
Oh
T-Spawn.
my
He
God.
continues to collect scalps. Finally, CJ puts him to rest, but my goodness. Yeah, Elevate maybe going to get a little overambitious on their push, and they do pull the plug on it very quickly, at least towards mid, but there is a player gaining space from B. It's Shane. Nouns might not expect that. We'll see if it's even a factor, because Nouns could be pushing down towards Long before Shane even makes his way towards T-Spawn.
You might hear him.
Yeah. If he's running, but he's walking the whole way, right? Oh.
I mean, I know that Shane definitely heard CJ
Yeah.
in that position. And is he going to get him in time? Not quite. Little damage.
Finish him.
No, that he doesn't quite cut it. Close, though. But it doesn't really matter, does it? That
There we go, that
the
one.
trick. Oh
I was
my
seeing into the
God.
future, Cole.
Yeah, you just met Snap's nade. Wow, that one flew right by his face. And 15 seconds for Junior to pretty much just walk on in. And this one is all done,
What is-
finished with the quickness. Peeping is running up top middle. I mean, this is a textbook move when you're dominating your opponents, is just to push into their spawn. But this is 3 kills. I mean, maybe 2 more extra kills that you would just never expect. And they're still not done with the pressure. There's still flanks formulating in their spawn that you just can't believe. And that just goes to how successful Elevate were in that map. It's a taste of their own medicine now. I mean, it's a quick call and response in between those last 2 maps.
Exactly the same scoreline, just going the other way. 13-4 for Nouns on Ancient and 13-4 for Elevate on Dust 2. Each team bodying the other on their respective picks. And now we go to Mirage here for the decider. And by the way, again, that's 11 rounds in a row for Elevate to take Dust 2. They just took it all the way to the finish line, no questions asked. A complete reversal from what we saw in Ancient in terms of the way the duels were going and everything, the utility usage, the control of Long that Nouns refused to give up on their T side. They kept pounding their heads against that direction, and Elevate continued to have the answer. Even when they did gain some space, right? It's still Elevate adjusted so well and kept peppering the damage in their direction. Nouns, checking out those stats for the first 2 maps. Did we have a single check mark? We did not.
I don't think so, just because those maps ended so fast,
Yeah.
and neither team was, dominant on both maps, right? So just 0 check marks from PrizePicks. No one getting more than they're anticipated, and I mean, this series so far, not anticipated at all. I don't think
No.
we expected to go towards the 3rd map after what things looked like. I thought Nouns were just going to kind of continue the favorable. Match the favorable head-to-head in this series, but I mean, while Junior was able to put up some fights, it just was again so little going right, in the long term for Nouns. In that 10-round spree, they couldn't get a grip on how things finished up.
Yeah, honestly, and we're going to check out the stats here from Elevate, and Dia was very close. In fact, Dia playing a lot better. Dust 2 was phenomenal for him. I'm glad to see him find his stride again with Elevate, because it felt like things just weren't going his way at all, and it looked like he was in his own head, or maybe there's some drama going on behind the scenes for the entire squad, which we know is the case, but they were able to put that aside, at least for map number 2, and come out with a win, and it sends it to map number 3 on Mirage. And I mean, I don't know what to expect here, because both these teams love to play on that map.
I'm just excited that we get there, because every time these two teams clash on this map, for the most part, it makes for a pretty entertaining Counter-Strike. I mean, whether or not it goes, handily in the favor of Nouns or not, like Elevate, this is actually a map that in the past they've been able to, show some resistance up against Nouns. So if they can, carry forward off of the momentum of what we just saw, I think there's going to be more in store for Nouns, but obviously a tough task.
Well, we're going to a third map in our second semifinal in a very different fashion, but still, it will be a deciding map 3 to see who advances to the grand finals against NRG after this break. right, here we go. Map number 3 of our last semifinal here, coming up between Nouns and Elevate. I mean, we're going to Mirage, and I did say that both teams are very good on it, but there have been more often than not struggles for Nouns on Mirage as of late. Maybe because they've had that shift in their style. They're not always being aggressive, which was the reason why they were so successful on Mirage every single time they played it. But if you look at the last 5, they've lost 3 of them, and the only wins, the losses to Iholos Laser, Legacy, and Undefined, and the wins against Limitless and Lag. So there have been some moments where you're like, okay, this isn't exactly the powerhouse of a map that it used to be for Nouns. Then you look on the other side for Elevate, they've won 6 of their last 7. So everything's kind of going very well for them, although the teams they played up against, not as tough, I would say, as Nouns have faced off against, right?
I mean, I stand right there with you in terms of, like, we have seen just a small downward trend in Nouns, and I think you've identified maybe the right problem even as well, with the fact that I think they have lost a little bit of their off-spawn aggression. They have lost a little bit of their flair when it comes to this map with the reining in of an introduction of Adren. But I mean, this is the perfect test to see, if that is the case, right? There's a lot of good Mirage teams that you had mentioned, like Legacy and Exolos Lasers. Both of those incredible on this map. Both of those with, massive abilities when it comes to the execution. But unfortunately, now it's face another great Mirage team, and that's going to be the perfect challenge to see if they can pass it, make it into a grand final. We'll see if that is the case. But on this pistol round, it's not going to matter too much. They run down the 2 defenders. Good flashes set up by Snav, and even better entries from Dare and Dia.
Does that fan impact the smoke? Sorry, I'm just looking here.
Was it blowing?
Yeah,
was it
I'm not
blowing
sure. Yeah,
opening?
I was trying to see if it was, and it felt like
Wow.
it was a little bit of a gap next to the fan. So that's actually pretty crazy if it's the case. I might have to go
Blow
do
that
some
smoke
tests.
away.
Yeah, I have to do some tests on my side to see how much of an impact it does have. But it wouldn't matter in the round because it's already over. Nouns are going to get a couple of pieces of body armor out of this round, a defuse kit and a smoke, but that is just such a decisive take on the pistol round again for Elevate. They've won 4 of 5 so far.
That's a pretty good track record on these pistols.
Yeah.
They've been consistent. That T-side pistols where they really have thrived. Have been 3 for 3 now with those. So that's gonna do a lot. Again, Elevate get to continue where they left off here on Dust 2, as opposed to letting Nouns get back in the right foot. This force buy be brought in early though to shut down some of the hopes of Elevate. We'll see if they can get away with it. Just gonna gather out of this force buy is Junior. Gets a scope jumped over, and Snav is alone out A. He had a little bit of supportive utility, so not just a complete isolated duel, but either way, it's a duel that he wins.
CJ, waiting in ladder room now with the 5-7 by his side. It is another force buy coming through from Nouns. They're guessing right onto this A site, but they're going to have to win some duels for it to make a difference and mean something. Carson. Smoke ready. As soon as he gets contact, that'll get thrown to the ground. There's that contact. There's the smoke. And Carson will be fading off, and so does Elevate. They readjust themselves considerably after that util comes out. They do have some of their own. 1 smoke, 3 flashes, and a Molotov. Probably going to set that up at the very least. I mean, the best smoke to throw is exactly what they just did. 1 for jungle and con, so they can focus their attention towards CT and Palace. Or I should say under Palace, because Snav is already waiting in Palace itself.
Flashbang, oh, nothing. They avoid that one with ease. Rush put on notice. Has to do a whole lot from this position. And brings in one, but that is it. Looked like a decent opportunity for Nouns to deliver. Maybe if they had played a little slower, maybe if they didn't go aggressive. That flashbang I don't even think was a bad idea, though. It just didn't quite catch anyone on Elevate. Instead of leaning on that stack on the 3-man hold, trying to work off of Junior with that scout, just try and press the issue forward, press any advantage they can find. Still gets me.
CJ. Just hanging around here, waiting for the clock to expire, the bomb to explode, I should say. And that is exactly what will happen here. Nouns, Force Buy doesn't work. Probably won't be on much of an investment here into this round as a result, but we did see them find success in the lighter buy-ups in previous maps, so maybe that'll happen again here. That said, I mean, Elevate looked like they've turned their game up to another level, or maybe Nouns have just fallen off. I don't know what the story is, perhaps a mix of both, but we'll see if Elevate can just continue their momentum. Right now, by the way, guys, this is their 13th round one in a row, going back to the previous one. That's certainly
they completed the 13-0.
Yeah.
Took him 2 maps.
Exactly. 13-0 over 2 maps. That's a really good point. 1:36 on the clock here. Smoke is going to get thrown for ladder and connector, so Elevate have mid control completely given to them. Obviously, since now it's just have the pistols, and this should be, I say should, straightforward anti-eco.
13 rounds in a row is challenging momentum to shut down. I'll say that much. That's not an easy task. That's, I mean, for sure a statement of Elevate. And like you said, if it's 13, rounds in a row, it has to be both. It has to be that Elevate have kicked it into high gear, and Nouns not playing to their full potential. It's almost certainly that mix that we're seeing at the moment. We saw it in that like 2v2 clutch with Russian, I believe it was Carson, where it just looked like they were so scared to take these rules all of a sudden, and I don't know what exactly shifted, because that was still very early on Dust 2, but from that point forward it was a spree that couldn't be stopped from Elevate. Well, we haven't seen any gun rounds yet from Mirage. That is fresh in their minds of how things took place.
Yep. Headshot and snap, the last onto Junior. So nothing brought forward into the next round by now. It's not that it mattered, because it was an eco for them. They will be buying up the guns now, and I mean a chance to break this round win streak that just keeps on piling on against them. Shane, I mean, we talked about how he was quite quiet, I would say, in map number 1. Definitely awoke on Dust 2, but it was the entire squad for Elevate that was pitching. It wasn't any one player. Now they're going to look for their 4th in a row here on Mirage. Junior has the op back in his hands, but is immediately smoked off that mid position. See if they decide to pop the smoke, or it's just going to be kind of biding their time and waiting for Elevate to execute, which appears to be happening here towards the A site. They've got the smokes up for jungle and stairs. Torch waiting from Ticket, gets absolutely nada. CJ popping the smoke to get full visibility for a moment, and it doesn't yield a frag, just damage. Junior hoping that he can have more impact here. Misses the shot, rushed by his side, but Junior's now smoked off. Elevate full control of this bomb site with the utility and the guns. A little bit more damage being peppered towards the site by CJ, but they still have not confirmed a single frag and are completely isolated. Look at this, 4 players stacked up next to each other on Elevate. And now you gotta pull the plug. There's no choice. There's just too much util.
That's unbelievable. That's how your first gun round goes. I mean, if you're Nouns, that feeling just starts to compound. Oh wait, we can't stop them. Oh wait, we're not connecting our shots.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we have a single kill in 4 rounds. I mean, what has gone on here in the break? A complete reversal. This is not normal for Nouns to see this sort of shutdown. But again, it's just nothing connecting. It's nothing landing. And this looks even more scary than what Dust 2 looked like. I mean, again, still very early on, but Rush with the single frag. Forced to save 4 players. Can't even start the conversation for a retake. That's how dominant that last round was. And, well, 8 stack to start off this one. And again, Dare follows suit with the rifle work. This is terrifying. Elevate just continuing to lift off in this game. And my god, George just nothing. Another gun round swiped aside. 4-player save. In the last round, and they've got the rifles, they've got the weaponry to bring in all the tools, everything you could ask for.
I mean,
And this is how it goes again.
surely one frag comes through for Nouns here. Something. I thought Rush might have
Pity
had
kill.
it. Junior? There it
There you
is!
go.
Hey! At least a second frag for themselves.
He's
Junior's
toast.
getting peppered down. Rush finding Snap, peeping, manages to get that trade. So perhaps some life being shown here from Nouns, but Junior at 10 HP, I don't think he's got much of a path forward. I don't think he should be fighting, but, you know, the full loss bonus is there, and he gets naded down by Dia. The second nade frag of the round here, Cole. 5-0 for Elevate, and now it's 16 rounds in a row, so even for MR15, they would have a 16-0 now over 2 maps.
There you go.
Ay, ay, ay.
Unbelievable. Finally land a second kill as well. I think that, you know, why you see Junior stick around for so long is just straight up because he doesn't have any idea what's around that corner in CT spawn. I think he's so worried about the potential of a flank. Down's calling in another timeout. I believe they've already called one in as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
I wouldn't blame them for calling 2 timeouts already. Well, you might as well use every last one of them because whatever it is that is going on that is stunting you from winning these rounds, from stunting you that fighting back versus Elevate, needs to be figured out as soon as possible.
Just silent. 3 players don't have a frag. Junior's got 1, and Rush has the other 2. And Peeping had a clean scorecard before the... What? Dia opening frag already onto George. That was just a peek from T-Ramp towards the A site. Elevate continue to get opening frags in the first 10 seconds of the rounds and not giving Nouns any time to set up. You see behind the smoke in Palace, Dare is waiting for his moment to strike. This might not even be the final destination for the bomb. We'll see. I would imagine with that many players devoted to the site, it will be. But there, in the meantime, 2 players trying to distract towards mid. This is what Nouns love to do, right? Overload mid, get the bodies in there, and hope to find success. But Elevate have been countering them so well that even when they go to that strat, it doesn't yield anything. And now they're just going to walk onto a completely vacant game site. This is the problem with putting so much emphasis on mid. And well, I mean, Nouns are locked out. They're going to try and get in here. Carson has the flank on Shane, who doesn't realize it, but the instant trade is there. 4v3. Maybe something here for Nouns. Junior, the headshot onto Dare. Tries to peek around the smoke, denies the plant at the very least. Okay, Nouns showing even more signs of life here. We'll see if they can convert it into a round victory. Junior is just playing with fire, though, being this close to the smoke, being fading away from him. Peeping, coming out. Dia gets tagged by Junior, down to 15. Can Peeping punish? Looks like the answer might be yes. There it is! He lines him up and knocks him down and even swings for the last one. Elevate are just on a ridiculous run. 6-0 in their favor.
I don't think they can be stopped at this point. At least not by Nouns. That's the statement to start the round. There was zero vision. Only feeling in that. George gotta be infuriated by the way that he went down right there and Peeping to lock in the finishing blow. That was a beautiful lineup. The boost, you could kind of see the writing on the walls for what way that round was going to go from that boost. Peeping put in the perfect position, never expected. And this is desperate territory for Nouns. Snap controlling space towards the middle while he has the spawn. Tossing that back over to Dia. Just been stepping up big time in these last 2 maps. Like you said, it's been a full team effort for Elevate. It has to be when it's this one-sided. That last map, you know, so much individually done from the trio rolling on through from Peeping, Snap, and Dia. That 3 was... They were just incredible. And now it, you know, Dare and Shane getting involved makes matters even worse for Nouns.
Snav shooting. Drop down. CJ doesn't care though. He hits the insta headshot with the 5-7 to make it a 5v4. Doesn't manage to recover the gun though, as that's beyond his reach for now. Now stacking up 4 players towards the A site. Only 1 on B, and this is where Peeping is heading. CJ and Peeping, both standing still as statues here. I almost thought we had a disconnect at that point because of how still they both are. And they're just, I don't even know if CJ has information that Peeping has come out here. Now he will once that Molotov gets tossed. So he comes around the corner, and CJ's still waiting, and all that patience is for naught. B site has been taken. That will be an overload from Elevate with the numbers. Dia op shot onto Carson, and it should be a 7th round found for them. Junior has other plans, hoping to hit some Wandeeks here.
He can hope. They can hope for a single round. They can hope for a couple of kills in these rounds.
Jeez.
I am blown away. When you highlighted this downward trend of sorts for Nouns on this map, it's not necessarily the stronghold that it used to be for this Nouns squad, but it hasn't looked this weak. I think that's more just a testament to the position that they're in this series at this point. It's got to be a bit of a frustrating dust too. That frustration seeping into Mirage now. What does that make this round count? Is that 18?
18, yes. 18 in a row.
You don't see that every day.
No, not common, especially in MR12.
Especially with a 13-4 win out of the gates.
Yeah, I mean, this is one thing that I've criticized Nouns for in the past, and I still don't think they're over that hump. When they get thrown out of the water, oftentimes they have a hard, it's hard for them to recover from that psychologically. And it seems like right now, anyway, that is the case for them. They're just stuck in a rut, and they can't get themselves out of it. And I think that's like the opposite of a team like the Party Astronauts, who are always seemingly finding ways back in maps despite the score lines, but then can't close them out. So it's, you know, both teams have their own struggles to deal with, but now it's really that psychological fortitude.
Absolutely. I'm with you there. Seen this breakdown happen largely just on a individual front right now. Don't have the kills to even start in these rounds. Called a couple timeouts to stabilize. And you maybe lean in on that pressure for the coach of Adren to try and get these guys back in with their heads screwed on straight. Not the case right now. Peeping. Oh my god, this can't happen. Okay. Deep breath there for Rush. He gets away with it. But it doesn't matter because the other side of the map getting pressed upon here. The AWP is perfectly aimed and trained on location where it needs to be, but good for one. May not be enough. They know George is going to be somewhere around these parts, and identifying where he is finally. He's lost a teammate in rotation. Snav is just going to chase this kill down. It's a great nade. It buys time for CJ to get involved. And one last aim duel. Snav versus CJ. That's exuding from Snav as he goes for the kill. But he's not too eager to finish this round just yet. Unless he has the chance to plant the bomb comfortably. So, reposition is quick from CJ through CT spawn. And oh, Snav's right into it. This is the big problem now. CJ, the clutch gets that much more difficult as Snav knows exactly where the play is coming from. Understands that he needs to make his way through CT spawn. Molly firebox. He's not looking the right way though. Snav uses a little bit of that power to close out this clutch.
Jeez, that is insane for Elevate. Even when things start looking a little bit dire for them, they find a way to pull it out from the pits and get an 8th for themselves. Junior, this one is a tough miss. I don't want to blame him for losing that round, but that's one where you kind of want to see him find it and get that rhythm back that he had over on Ancient. George, only one great nade though. Absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. And I mean, if the timing was a little better on the peak from jungle, then that would have been enough. But, that, oh goodness.
Gotta mess with that, Carson.
Connector. Yeah, exactly. Because Carson's always pushing mid from that angle. It's just Elevate having played Noun so many times, knowing their tendencies and reading into it.
Yeah, just a good default nade set. Rounds like these, if you just get an HE pick, make it so much easier to win. So those 5-7s can do damage in theory if you're hitting your shots, but little late collapse rolling through. Flash above connector. Everyone gonna converge on middle. This is a great game plan. We'll see how it handles on this T side. They just keep their distance. They overcome the pressure. For now, at the very least, one more headshot from Junior. Not quite. Numbers game. Elevate willing to meet Nouns in that mid duel. And they've got AKs. You got 5-7s.
I don't know what is going on with Nouns right now, but that's 20 in a row for Elevate.
Jesus.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, they're about to win 2 maps in a row, basically, in rounds. It's just crazy to think about. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know if it was overconfidence from Nouns after winning 13-4 on the first map, thinking, well, it's going to be business as usual, as it's been in the previous 4. Up against Elevate, but then Dust 2 just started slipping away from them and they couldn't really recover. There's a nice opener from Junior at the very least. Feels like this one's trending towards Nouns. Rush decides not to engage there, throws the nade instead.
Players pushing underpass right now.
Yeah, Carson manages to get one onto Peeping, snab the trade. 4v3, Shane and George gonna meet up soon, you'd imagine, but George decides to back off of that fight and goes underneath balcony. Shane at the top. And George may be realizing that a fight may soon be on his hands. 1 minute left on the clock for Elevate to make their move. Shane trying to Goomba stomp, but misses the opportunity. Gets stuck on that ladder, and it is not kind to his spray control. Rush, smoke bait favoring him. Sees the barrel, but Dare, how does he hit that shot? And he spots out Carson. Dare a chance to strike, and Dare is doing it by himself. Molotov into market at a perfect time. Will he win the fight against Junior? No. And now it's up to Snav, who does have the bomb on his back, and it's the wrong read from Nouns. Junior fading back in towards CT, so it will be a free bomb plant for Elevate, and still a chance at a clutch for Snav.
Oh man, Snav in the clutch. He was good enough to do it last time. This time, he's got to one-up it. One more challenger and the clutch up against him. He's going to press the issue. He's looking to take a fight. He's got a smoke to play off of as well. He is forward in this round. They're going to silently climb out of market. They are. Junior checking it lackadaisical here. George now next to bat. And this time, it's going to be complete. This time the clutch is won. And finally, the deadlock is broken. Nouns out of their 21 round deficit, the 21-0 rut. 20.
Yeah.
Either way, it's a breath of fresh air. We'll see how long it lasts.
20 is all they get, is it? Ay, ay, ay. Nouns find a way, even though it was really close, right? Snav was, I think, you know, shot away from finding victory in that instance, and he just lost his spray a little bit and tried to pre-fire too soon. So Nouns are going to get that first round. They cracked the goose egg, but Elevate, I mean, they've got so much money. They'll be able to buy out for the remainder of the half, no matter what happens here. So it's up to Nouns to start stringing together some rounds here for themselves and getting back to this third map. It has not been close up until this point. Good nade damage. They're trying to pinch upon mid, and they actually get a couple, 3 frags, but 3 in return on the other side. That means a 2v2, and Dia loses the fight against CJ. It was very close. CJ down to 15 HP, and Shane, who was a star yesterday for Elevate, now needs to channel some of that energy into this round. The bomb is down. I'm not sure if Nouns are aware of that fact, though, because they're playing pretty passively here. Shane, this is the worst angle he could walk into. Junior should have a freebie, and he does! Nouns, 2 rounds in a row. Maybe they're going to start their own round win streak, Cole.
Oh, is this how it goes? I mean, didn't Nouns like win 10 in a row to close out on Ancient?
They had quite a few. I think they lost one in the middle, so it wasn't as
Okay.
like, significant of a win streak, but still, yeah, they had quite a few rounds in their favor.
Maybe it's all just momentum swings back and forth. Maybe this is Nouns' chance to fight back. Better late than never. 2 in a row. No matter how close it is. Figuring out a way to get some victories. Has to be a welcome sight for them.
I mean, just keep Elevate off of double digits, right? Like, that's the mission.
Gather a little bit of confidence. Just get your way through. Something that they desperately need. George. And with fire in this Palace position, usually Shane always aggressing in this side of the map, but now he's out. Yop will cut him off. The smoke might encourage Dare forward. No, just waits things out. Not too eager to press forward. But op shots continue to rattle off. Junior, a big facilitator in the rounds that they've been winning as of recent, but this time Dia catches him with that fancy footwork to jump on up. George just lost his opper and is now looking to make a move in Palace, in which he just gets leveled out by Dare. Kissing inside the smoke and gets blasted. Now in towards that A side is more of an option, spotting out Carson as well, who has to chase some sort of map control because he's losing his grip on middle. It's a problem as they make their way up connector. Dia knocked out, but there's another trade. PP continues to tear through this A site, and Rush spotted up connector as well. An HE to catch on his inbound, but a chance at a 1v2 to seal 3 in a row. Can he get away with it? He's already passed stairs, but he's spotted now. No secret about his position, and Snav will just give him a swing to think about. And Elevate, they don't let Nouns get any sort of comfort in this half.
Maybe too little too late for Nouns. 2 rounds, yes, where they looked more effective. Even at the end, it was a close one, 1v2. Rush, unfortunately, not up to the task in that situation, as you're going to see the replay here. It was good spam through the smoke to make it close, but Dare on 1 HP just needed to do some damage against Snav, and just a nice little tap from Snav to close it out. So double digits are indeed found, 10-2 in favor of Elevate, an 8-round lead in this pistol round. It's so quintessential, but it's absolutely critical for Nouns to pick it up. Here they come into that B site, excuse me, A site. Smoke's gonna get tossed for stairs and jungle. Connector's open though. Shane tapping away, sees Nouns charging onto the site. Here come the bullets in the other direction, and more damage being done by Elevate, but CJ's the one to deliver the first blow. Dia swings around, what a flashbang thrown! Dia and Dare combined for 3. Carson trying to keep his team's hopes alive here, but it's not going to be easy. Junior, what? Oh my goodness! 2 taps of the P250 and a third to secure the round for Nouns. Junior standing on his head, adding the BM in afterwards. He absolutely should. That was dirty.
Oh man, Junior just one-upping them. What a perfect flashbang to try and save this one. All the details nailed down. But there's one factor they couldn't account for, and that's a flying, running Junior with a P250. There's no counter to that play. And he knocks down the last, man. What a insane pistol all over.
That's only the second pistol they've gotten in this series, but that was a showstopper from Junior. Even if they only get 3 rounds here, I think they're going to get more, obviously, because there's only pistols for Elevate here, but that was something else. I don't think I've seen finer pistol work in quite some time.
Something special with the P250, that's for sure. And he has been, again, just a small silver lining in what has been a bit of doom and gloom for Nouns. This Junior still playing well in this map. You know, finding a couple of opening duels, trying his best to lift his team up. What do we got here? Come on now, don't do this to them.
Yeah, it might happen.
Might break them. It's enough to break the strongest of men. No, no.
Okay, it's okay.
Oh, poor guy.
Oh, I mean, the Zeus frag comes in, but even though it kind of hurts your ego a little bit if you're on the Noun side, it doesn't really matter, as you still get that 4th round, and they should be able to comfortably reinvest here. But there's still a very tall hill to climb. 6 rounds separating themselves from Elevate, and Nouns are known to be a better T-sided team. Let's see if they can pull it all the way back, or if Elevate can shut it down before it even gets started. Dia going aggressive here, and a couple of taps onto Carson, get him down to 22 HP through that smoke. Snav continues to spam it, but Elevate are going to fade off here. Rush, I think, eats a nade there, or maybe there was an engagement. Not sure how that went down, but he's down to 27 HP. So 2 players on notice for Nouns. Still no frags to speak of, though.
kills just yet mopped up. What a hurtin' for Carson and Rush. And map control that just really makes me feel like there's kind of a one-way street potentially. I don't really see that boost being played out all that often. And you can't self-boost, so I don't think people clear that as often either. But Catwalk is exposed. Smokes to get in safely. And this B site definitely going to be feeling some pressure soon. Execution's on in, Peeping immediately exposed. Now has to fight from all separate fronts. He gets overwhelmed and his rotations get cut off, so... Nouns. Are they so back?
Well, perhaps. It's 3 in a row. To kick off this second half of action, Dia and Shane are just going to save the A1Ss. Perhaps 21 out of the last 22 is all they get, Cole. No more. Nouns are back in action. As, yeah, like, look, George has the Galil that will be upgraded, I'd imagine, to the M4 that was just thrown over to Apartments by Junior. There you go. So they're feeling really comfortable. Economy is settling into place on the Nouns side. And as I mentioned, on T side, that is where they tend to thrive. So Elevate are far from out of the woods.
Job's not complete just yet. Gotta know that. This is a really good play from Nouns. It just felt like they were silent until they were ready to pounce. There was zero information for the most part from Elevate on where that play was ending. And again, until those smokes start to land, that maybe hints at it, but by then it was too late. They were already too far gone. Nouns need a whole lot more where that came from. They were able to pull this one back. I mean, you know, well, it's still a surprise. That mental fortitude could be broken down. Rush now looking to carry them forward. They got to be careful though, because Peeping is already still on that scene. Still looking to lock down the defense. Shane following up as well. But they just overrun. Or overwhelmed. But Shane is so quick on the rotate. And there's low HP on George as well.
Maybe this is the 11th for Elevate. Some utility sailing in, and Shane just walks right through that Molotov like it isn't even there. He wants to try and catch them a little off guard. But it won't matter as much now because the Molotov fades away. Shane. Going out. George and Junior take care of business, peeking and playing off of each other. There is that 6th for Nouns, and Elevate, well, they didn't invest much into that round, so they will be back to the rifles here to try to get Nouns one more time. That one actually got pretty close considering it was just the half buy.
Absolutely. I mean, you'll take it in a certain sense if you Elevate, but also you really want to close out one of those rounds sneakily if you want to catch them making some mistakes, maybe catching some over-aggression. That's definitely an opportunity for Elevate to convert. Just missing out. That catch-up spotted. So they're seen and ignored for now. Snav instantly traded as well, and Carson jumping in towards window, overwhelming Shane alone. Dia doesn't have a lot to say before Carson surfaces through the smoke, and they've got a round that is over at 1:25 on the clock, a quick 7th, and the lead vanishing in front of our eyes.
Oh yeah, let's not forget, I mean, it was a very dominant T side from Elevate, 10-2, but Nouns tend to win almost 60% of their rounds on T side here on Mirage. And there's a really large data set for that. It's over 16 maps played. So T side is absolutely where they start to make a lot more noise. And I thought just the way this one was trending that it wouldn't come to fruition, but definitely we have to talk about it now because it's the 7th round for Nouns. Elevate weren't able to do anything on their buy up here, so their economy is going to be in the dumps, and even more so now because Dare is unable to save the A1S.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to talk about some of the individual work that's been done. I think Junior on that pistol, you know, if you're on Nouns and you're watching Junior make that sort of play, I think that's enough to inspire a comeback effort. Because that round felt, you know, very over with how they retook control of CT spawn. Feels like motivation back into an all-time high as they hop into their T side. as you mentioned, you know, the stats don't lie that this is their comfortable territory. Now looking to put himself up against the wall here towards middle, and he stands tall.
Frag to find, because now they don't know what Elevate might have. Like, they're probably thinking, how is there an A1S up? Did they completely force up? What's happening here? It's not in fact the case. Everything else is just pistols and an MP9. But if Nouns decide to lean in towards that A site, they will be in a ton of trouble. If they go B, which appears to be the plan, everything should be fine. And I imagine Elevate could challenge a little bit because they have that man advantage. They want to keep that A1S at the very least. George coming out with the fight with Peeping. Can't get the second one in his hands, though. Shane with the USP will manage to get the trade. Man advantage retained. Uh-oh. This is getting kind of scary. Dare slipped onto the side. Hits the headshot onto CJ. Then finds Willet to rush. It's all down to Junior. Oh, no, it has happened. Elevate are able to win a round where they just went for the half buy. Nouns are kicking themselves right now. No questions asked. Beautiful deagle work from Dare as well.
And that's the issue. Even, you know, despite the comfort here for Nouns, you know what you're up against. A massive challenge. And at any given round, you can see players like Snap, you can see players like Dare take over the server and shut things down. And that's exactly what Snap does in that last one, putting his future into his own hands, making the play to shut down what can be a big problem factor. When Nouns get away with mid-control, they can work magic off of it. But Snap does not allow for that to happen. And now, even more pressure put on Nouns' shoulders as they try and work the comeback. Even less room for mistakes.
Into window. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. Dare is going to get two pretty much for free. CJ and Rush don't realize he's above them. And by the time that the alarm bells start ringing, it's just too late. Carson and Junior managed to squeak their way through connector, but they're the last two standing here. Carson with one, Junior can get another, but now he's the last one standing because Carson was just up by Dia. Junior misses his opportunity to strike, and that might be the only one he gets in the round. There it is. Elevate up to 12. Nouns' hope quickly fading away here, as looking at their economy, it's not going to be the best buys. It won't be the worst either, but Elevate have 5 opportunities to close this one out. And you have to imagine, you know, if Nouns had awoken a little bit sooner, perhaps things would have been rosier for them going onto their T side and looking a lot better, of course, but just 10-2 is always so difficult to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, it just puts it into a matter of time. One good read, one good play, and that's all that matters. Speaking of good plays, Snap making a whole lot of those. And gathering more than 14 kills. Bringing us to that PrizePicks checkmark. Dia with an op shot as well, eager to get there alongside him for this third map. Run down though on this A side, a little bit fearful. Snap needs to hold the line, running out of teammates. The support is a little slow, but it's there nonetheless, and this could just be curtains for Nouns not making it into a grand final, instead hitting a wall, hitting up against Elevate with 20 rounds in a row in between those second and third map. It is plenty enough to get them into the grand finals. What a fantastic victory for them as well, considering how this series started and considering the history that they faced in between these two teams.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I talked about it before that they were exchanging blows in the early parts of 2024, even going into May. But, you know, ever since I'd say that whole instance with Dia happened and, you know, all those changes were happening, Nouns were really dominating and taking care of business, and all of a sudden Elevate just awoke in that second map, dominated there. Even Mirage 10-2 lead. Yes, Nouns had a bit of a mini recovery, but Elevate were able to shut them down with some nice clutches, and overall the individual efforts looked much better on the Elevate side than they did on Nouns. And just that first half, if Nouns gets 3 even on the first half, win that last round, then they could still be fighting forward here and able to recover. Instead, it's already over. What a shame for a Nouns team that constantly appears to run into roadblocks when they're challenged at what feels like that tipping point, right? Where you're like, okay, Nouns is really going to be that dominant force. They're really going to be able to do it. And then they just slip a little bit and are unable to win these types of matches where, they've shown dominance in the past.
Yeah, and pressure, gets to them in a certain sense. I can imagine that's what it feels like when you're watching 20 rounds in a row for Elevate. Is that obviously there's a lack of ability to course correct, and I don't know if that's more so a mental state that they've found themselves in, or if that's more so again the direction and the level up of Elevate. But it's certainly a problem, and I think it's a problem that you mentioned. Flares up every once in a while for this Nouns roster where they just can't recover in a series. They face that in this third map. Go ahead and take a look at the PrizePicks expectations. As you can see, Junior more than 16 on Mirage, which again, as I mentioned, I kind of highlighted him as a silver lining. He was trying to get them out of that rut big time with some opening moves. Eventually, I think he just really put caution to the wind, put a lot of pressure on himself to just fire away. As for the rest of the squad and maybe some expectations for this team, Rush trying his best in this map alongside him, but a bit missing from the riflers.
Yeah, definitely. I think, Carson's always a player that they look towards to have a lot of impact towards mid, but Elevate were doing a fantastic job when Nouns were on their CT side of shutting him down. Even when they tried for those quick, aggressive plays, it didn't work out at all because Elevate were ready for them. You even saw that three-man nade stack towards
Yes.
Connector. Even though it doesn't do damage, it puts that fear in Nouns' mind. They're like, oh, crap, they know exactly what we want to do. They read us like a book, so it is very tough for Nouns to lose in that fashion. Then you look over on the Elevate side, not everyone, 3 of the 5 players hitting their estimated totals or surpassing their estimated totals in terms of frags here. Dia, Snav, and Peeping doing the work. All 3 of them looked great. I would say the entire team was solid throughout this recovery and reverse sweep.
No question about it. It was a full team effort. I had mentioned there was a lot of heavy Peeping, Snav, and Dia on Dust 2, but this third map just becomes influence from everyone. Shane, again, as we oftentimes highlight, taking a more sacrificial role. He got his work done in day one. He did the heavy lifting there. He got his teammates to this position in which they could start to do some of the heavy lifting and make good on that promise that Shane delivered in day one, which is exactly what you like to see for Elevate. And a massive credit. Makes it for kind of an exciting grand finals is, again, Energy got some competition at hand. If this is how Elevate looked up against, the likes of Nouns, there's definitely a fight that Elevate can bring.
Yeah, and they have beaten NRG in the past. We'll have to see if that comes to fruition. Before we head to the grand finals, we'll have a break. And even before that, we have to thank our sponsors, of course. And the PrizePicks NA Revival Series is, of course, sponsored by PrizePicks, guys. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stats predictions to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Cup is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts, they are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we are going to hit the break. When we come back, the grand final of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2.
either the most or one of the most travel esports teams in the world.
I think we travel the most, and it's not even close.
Yeah, I'd agree 100%. We're the most traveled team in the world. In fact, I don't even think it's close for CS at least.
We're definitely like up there with the most amount of travel out of any team.
Confidently say that we are probably the team that travels the most, yeah.
We're always on like 8-10 hour plane rides, like to and from. We have so many long flights, so.
Being a North American team definitely involves a lot more travel than the European teams. And then obviously there's the extended travel when you need to get home. It's a nice long 10-hour travel day just for you to get back home.
Last 6 months, if I can remember, we've been to Denmark, Poland, Malta, Germany, I think. Such a hard question because I don't remember.
I wouldn't say it's ridiculous. I mean, it kind of is, but it's a lot. It's definitely the hardest part about playing the game for sure.
We definitely face some challenges that other teams don't have. So we attend a significantly large amount of events around the world. Combination with the fact that we're a North American team and we want to practice in Europe, we travel a lot to just simply go and practice as well.
Longest amount of time like home, I honestly have no idea, but it would probably be less than like 3 weeks. We're usually never home longer than 3 weeks.
I think most of the time we're just trying to get through the travel day, so people will often find ways to just keep themselves entertained, whether it's like watching shows, watching YouTube videos.
Actually, before I flew here, I was playing Last Epoch on my laptop. That's something I like to do, just try and play some games, you know, pass the time a little bit.
Just watching TV shows, and I'm trying to sleep as much as I can, like on those long flights. Just try to survive that long trip.
Most of the time I end up sleeping anyway, and I end up only watching like 2 episodes.
A lot of times I actually am watching just like demos like on the plane, especially on like the really short European flights where I'm only doing like 2-3 hours.
I'm a bit of a weirdo, so when I'm traveling, a lot of the time I just kind of just sit there and just wait. The screen's off, but I'm just staring at the screen, like no headset on or anything, just like waiting for the flight to end. I pretty much do nothing when I'm traveling, honestly. I'm just like AFK.
With the Legion Go, with the amount that we travel, we're going to be using it all the time.
You know, Legion Go can help me out as an in-game leader on the plane. I could watch demos on it. Gonna try doing that when we're traveling, and then maybe playing games like on the travel and stuff like that.
I could definitely implement the Legion Go to my travels because I actually like playing like single player, like console type games. I think on the flight that will help me pass time for sure.
Something that I've also wanted to do, like playing like single player games when I'm on the plane doing super long hours.
Having the Lenovo Legion Go is going to up my Steam hours by a lot.
I can finally play like Rocket League and stuff, games like that.
What do you think makes it worth it for them?
I think for them, it's about being able to achieve your dreams. You know, they all want to be a world champion in Counter-Strike. They want to compete. They want to be the best.
I've been doing this for 9 years now, and if this wasn't the life that I expected, then I don't know when I was going to finally get it through my skull, so.
I love traveling the world. Like, I know like it's crazy to be away for this long, but if I didn't love CS, I don't think I'd be able to do the travel because it is very mentally taxing at times. But yeah, it's just the love of the game and seeing new places and exploring the world, and it's all what makes it good.
It's not the best part about the job, but I mean, I'm able to do what I love, playing CS.
You know, just being able to play the game with your friends and have fun with it is definitely like one of the best parts, is just having fun together playing the game.
I'm here with the Complexity guys, and we are going to be using ChatGPT to make new gamer tags for all of us for CS.
Hello, my name is Ricky Cameron. Okay. I play Counter-Strike for a living.
I am in need of a new gamer tag.
Yeah, describe it. Let's hear it.
He likes dogs.
I know where you guys live.
I love dogs. I am quite tall.
6 foot.
Anything else cool about you?
Sexy.
Nah.
My favorite color is
Off-white.
I am from Oregon, and
I drive a Toyota Corolla.
I think that's enough.
I'm a funny guy that plays anchor positions. I am very dependable, like a golden retriever.
Yeah, I'm a dog. This guy's having way too much fun right now.
Hi, Ricky. Nice to meet you. Sounds like you have some interesting qualities that we can work with. Here are 5 suggestions. Tall dog anchor. Off-white dependable. 4, Corolla retriever. Corolla retriever.
That was it. Corolla retriever. Corolla retriever with 4 on the A side. Imagine, dude.
I like Corolla retriever.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Jablanowski, and I'm the best Counter-Strike player in the world. I am a very smart player. Say that.
I am the smartest player. I'm bald.
I have no hair. Say I have no hair.
Anywhere.
Anywhere. I am known for my smile. Say that. It's actually true though.
It is.
So I like Brazilian food and acai bowls. I am rich, but I don't drive.
I'm a billionaire and I don't drive.
Yeah, because you don't have to. You're a billionaire. You get chauffeured anywhere.
Let's see what it's got for me. Of course, Jonathan. Here are 5 one-word gamer tag suggestions for you. 1. Brilliance smile. 2. Bald genius. I like that one.
Bald genius.
Bald
Genius was the best, yeah.
Not even close, really.
Hello, Chat GPT. You are one of the best chat AI models I have ever known.
Sean's so bad at it.
My name is Johnny Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah, that's my name.
I am a professional CSGO player on an American team, but I am actually from South Africa. I love it here.
Do I?
I am the leader of the team tactically, morally, and financially.
Although my teammates are very ungrateful.
I am very stoic in nature. Some describe me as a Greek god, and I can't really blame them. And I have dualies that make me really happy.
And I force my American teammates to use them.
Especially Bald's genius.
This is the most we've written. This is like off the dome, dude.
This is a good one.
Yeah. Glad you're here to hear you're enjoying my assistance, Johnny Theodore Roosevelt. Here are 5 gamer tags. We got 1, stoic strategist.
Dude.
2, tactical titan.
That's a good
I like that one.
These ones suck. I think Tactical Titans are right there.
Tactical titan sounds
Tactical
good to me.
Titan.
That's what they should call me, bro.
I like that
Tactical
one.
Titan
Yeah.
with the
That's
dragon on it.
actually good, man. That is good. Based off the gamer tags you created for me, Corolla Retriever, Bald Genius, Tactical Titan, who would win in a fight?
Fight!
In a light-hearted contest, it might play out like this. Bald Genius, being exceptionally clever, would likely come up with a strategic plan to outwit both Corolla Retriever and Tactical Titan. Tactical Titan, with his tactical prowess and leadership skills, could rally his team to work together efficiently. Corolla Retriever might surprise everyone by retrieving resources or tools that could turn the tide of the competition. But who would be the winner? Let's say Tactical Titan would be the winner. Are you serious? With their tactical expertise and leadership skills, they would likely have a strategic advantage in any scenario. However, remember, this is all just for fun and imagination.
I won.
I guess Johnny won.
You always win in the end, Johnny.
Tactical Titan. We were no match.
executed.
All right, we're back here with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2 Grand Final. Elevate up against NRG. And look, this has been a battle that we haven't seen for a little while. Yes, they did play a lot throughout 2024, but it's been a couple of months, maybe even 3 months, right, since they faced off against each other. And we haven't seen how Nitro's iteration of this NRG squad faces off against Elevate.
And we already know how much better Nitro has, benefited this roster. How much elevation this team has gotten since bringing in, this new IGL, and I feel like that's going to go a long way in this series for NRG. I feel like they're heading into this one with a lot of confidence. But you look at the other end, you look at Elevate. What they just did to Nouns was serious, man. That's a statement from them. They were just so incredibly eager for this finals, and the fact that they claim it, it's an exciting prospect.
Yeah, definitely. I think one player that wasn't necessarily as impactful as he had been yesterday, but definitely had his moments was Shane. I think he came alive, but we already talked about it. It was the entire squad as a unit that really elevated themselves. I mean, that just came out. It wasn't intended, but it happened anyway. They're the ones who really showed that they belong in this grand final. So credit to them. Dia finally awakening in a significant way in those last 2 maps. They need their Opera to shine if they want to find success. That's typically how they have found victories in the past. So good to see that element coming to life. And, Peeping and Dia were that combo they picked up a while ago that really were able to make a difference. So it's good to see that they're actually activating in a significant way. And let's talk about the NRG side now a little bit further. We talked about Nitro, and I think that he adds a nice fragging element as well, as upgraded I think in terms of IGL calling and everything like that. So that's good for NRG to have, and he's added more synergy to the squad, and most importantly, consistency map to map.
I mean, what I said he kind of did so well when he joined this roster is clean up the late rounds of NRG.
Yes.
I mean, the foundation that was set by Walco, I don't think this roster ever had problems in opening duels and finding ways to start rounds. It was all about what they did in the mid and late round decisions that just felt like wasn't a specialty for Walco. And as unfortunate as that is, that's just what Nitro, I think, is going to bring to this, is a clear direction in how to operate in those sort of situations. You could probably just take a large part of that successful playbook from Walco, implement it into your game, still have such a comfortable transition and just close out in these later stages. And that's what NRG has been doing so incredibly well.
I think
it could be something to do with OC's mustache that has gotten them that extra edge. Maybe it's just that extra element they needed.
I was going to say, I think we need to have a conversation with our producer, Rob, about what's going on with OC's mustache there. But yeah, there you go.
It's real.
Yeah, okay. I don't know about that. That would be pretty wild if it was, but no, it's not. OC has been a player that also did do quite well for his team. I think on the third map is when he really started to pop off on Dust 2 when they played that. So it was good to see OC at least find a little bit of rhythm for himself. But at the same time, did I say Dust 2? Was that actually the map? I'm losing my mind here, aren't I? Let me double check that.
Believe so.
Okay,
We do
whatever.
have maps on the bottom there, though, and as we look at the veto, it kind of just comes as a big surprise that Elevator's still leaning into their comforts. We're seeing Ancient picked out once again for the squad. They took a big hit on it today, but maybe they're a new team, a revitalized roster, as they were able to reverse sweep it. And challenging NRG on this map, it's the same case as Nouns, where it's just a strong suit, and that's kind of a liability when you pick into this map versus NRG.
Yeah, no, I think it makes sense when you're picking into it against NRG though, because it's a little bit of a softer map for them. Yes, they play it a lot, like just as often as Inferno, which is their strongest, but that's the insta ban for Elevate, so you're not going to get that map. And then you pick an Ancient, 7 and 8 on the map for NRG, still a map they play a lot, and you look over on the Elevate side, it is one that they typically can find success on, even if it didn't go well at all against Nouns with a 13 to 4 just absolute battering. But I think it's a good pick given the circumstances here into this grand final. Anubis also fantastic here from NRG. It's 0-2 for Elevate. Sure, they don't play it that often, but I think it's a great punish pick to go to. And then Mirage is again going to be our decider. This one, I mean, we saw how good Elevate can be on there. NRG, it's the same story for them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited to see it. NRG again. I think part of the reason as to why Nouns maybe taking a hit in that confidence on this map is the competitive nature that NRG have been able to place under Walco, and then also asserting some dominance, without. So I feel like again we're going to see these three maps all just very much so like be comfort territory for NRG. I think they'll be excited to have all three of these maps. Whereas again, Elevate, my big question is, are they going to be able to bounce back off the back of what was a pretty brutal defeat? Obviously, again, maybe that was just a one-off. Maybe it just took them a little time to wake up in the series, as we saw with the 20-round spree and the bounce back and that reverse sweep. But it was a big problem. The lack of just round count, the lack of ability to break through Nouns. And the defense couldn't take much map control, and that second half really didn't do anything for them. It was a very quick affair. So I want to see if they're going to run into the same problems, or if, again, it was just that kind of sleep at the wheel at the beginning of the series last time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, another thing that they're going to have to figure out is how to stop Breeze, who's throughout this revival series, he's had a rating of 1.48, an impact of 1.75, 93 ADR, and 107 frags. He has absolutely been lighting up the scoreboard. Very difficult to stop under most circumstances. So I expect him again to be a player to watch pretty much every single map. And I think he's proven that, yes, he is living up to that title that he used to have, right? He used to be that player to watch before everything kind of just went downhill on AG. I thought he was in his twilight, really. I thought it was over and that we wouldn't see him at all. And then all of a sudden, this revitalization in the latter part of his career.
Yeah, I mean, I would just gotta wonder how much work is being put in in his camp as well, because back when this guy was playing, out of his mind, this felt like, it was because he was putting in so much work back in the day, like in 2019, and constantly playing those face it pugs, getting those reps in. And I wonder if he's kind of getting back into that form, if he's still like playing a lot of Counter-Strike on an individual front, if that's like a big key motivator, because again, the way that he has been able to resurge on this NRG roster, and more so recently in these like last couple of months, has been super impressive. And you're just kind of trying to identify what to attribute that success to. Maybe it's confidence being built, but maybe it's Nitro being brought into the roster. All those could be factors, but also, is it work on his end?
Yeah, I mean, also, I think CS2 was something that revitalized him as well. Just coming out, I think he put the work in at the beginning and was really playing a lot of Counter-Strike at that time, and that helped him bring things back too. It's just because CSGO was gone, I think it was like a bad memory for him, really, with all the stuff that went down from EG. So he was looking forward to that fresh start. And I mean, obviously got it in a significant way, being picked up by this energy roster. He was a player that I questioned them picking up, honestly, and I didn't know if it was going to work out. And well, it has. I think it's without question that things are going very well right now for Breeze and the entirety of NRG, who are starting to climb their way into that top 3, top 5 conversation right now. Wildcard are with them. We saw that. It's the best series we had so far here at the NA Revival Series number 2. And I think that hopefully we get something good here against Elevate as well, because last time our final day was all 3-map series, and we got that again here, but that Nouns Elevate match was really back and forth domination. The third map, even then, it wasn't that close at the end.
Yeah, I mean that third map was just such a that entire series was such a head scratcher as to Nouns and where they win exactly, because they got lost a little bit in that best of 3, and maybe that's a credit to Elevate, who I mentioned I thought was going to be a team that was left in the dust. I thought this was going to be the series to prove it, especially after that first map. I said it. I was like, again, this is a team that hasn't made any big changes. The only changes that we saw were some like quick swaps because of what has been kind of questions around the roster decisions, right? In a short stint of Dia kind of sitting the bench. But now that they got him back and are operating with this full roster, maybe that experience is going to shine through, and it certainly did in that last series. So, looking to replicate that versus NRG, I think this would be the ultimate test for Elevate. If they were able to pass this one, it would be a proof of concept that this roster isn't left in the dust.
No, I do agree with you, and I feel like there's still so much up and down inconsistency when it comes to Elevate that you don't really know what you're going to get map to map, team to team, series to series, all that stuff. And I agree with you. At least now they can show, yes, we can be consistent. We can play well against the top teams in the league and compete. Not that they haven't been making playoffs at the ECL level, for example. They have been. They've been there. It's just that they're often just a footnote in the conversation rather than being part of the main one with all those rest of those teams. So I agree with you. Perhaps a chance to show that they can indeed be part of that conversation. That's what I really love about all of the PrizePicks NA Revival series. Events that we're having here in North America, is that we get to see way more of these teams, and it's not just happening at ECL and qualifiers. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I'll be honest, like with ECL being 2 best of 1s, it's just nice to see some best of 3s.
Yes,
with the best ECL teams. Like, that's such a breath of fresh air. I absolutely love like this sort of Counter-Strike. I love the best of 3s. So it's just good to see that that's the case, and that we get to see the best teams challenge each other on a 3-map affair, challenge each other's map pools. It becomes way more relevant, your strengths, when you don't have 3 bans, right? So it just is, again, super refreshing to see this. And it's kind of like for me, it's kind of like a test of seeing, okay, who are the teams that could be making these like qualifiers that are going to be taking some of these spots? And we've already identified that Wildcard are going to be one of those teams that's going to be fighting for those qualification spots out of North America. NRG is going to be in the same boats, but Elevate, they're frequent flyers in these qualifiers alongside them. So, as you said, looking to move past the point of being like footnotes and in these stories of qualifiers and ECL playoff runs, and become more of a mainstay.
Definitely. Guys, we're still waiting for the players to get in on the server to get started here. So probably just going to have a little bit longer to wait. Just going to get confirmation from our production to see what might be the holdup. I think we got 3 players that still have to join up, guys. So should we hit a quick break? Maybe hit that magic break and see if that works. Okay, let's go for it. So
yeah,
guys,
sure.
We're going to hit a quick
stop
break.
Talking,
exactly.
start game.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No, okay. Our production's saying
you
now,
almost
no,
got away from us.
Stop. We have 10 in the server, so it looks like everything's okay. So we're not taking a break. Let's keep talking about it then. A player that we want to highlight as well, and I mentioned it before, he was very good in that first series yesterday, is Shane. Still the top-rated player on Elevate throughout this tournament. 1.33 rating with a plus 24 kill-to-death differential and a 1.42 KDR. So, I mean, he has been still very good despite not being as exceptional as he was yesterday. He helped them on that reverse sweep against Nouns.
Yeah, it was a big part in a couple of those rounds. I mean, the one that sticks out to me the most part was shutting down Junior with his op. If Junior just kept getting away with it on Dust 2, if he was going to continue to be a nuisance and his confidence was never going to break, I just don't know if that goes the same way. But there was one difference in between what could have been just another junior 3K round and another shutdown on Elevate's T side versus what happened was Shane just taking over. And
Yep.
I think that round sticks out into my mind because he just didn't have a lot of like numbers on Dust 2. But what he did have was that impactful moment that I think, brought Elevate a lot of success in that series, was a big reason as to why they pulled through. That being said, casters don't even have to stop talking.
Fantastic.
They can continue to do so, and we can still start the game at the same time. So, look at that. We're into it. Grand Finals in the NA PrizePicks Revival Cup. Looking forward to seeing who's going to be closing this one out. NRG back in a Grand Finals once again, and Elevate new to the scene, but looking hungry.
Yeah, I mean, the defending champs unable to defend their title. It was wild card in series number 1. NRG trying to take it back. They will have a pretty solid chance, honestly, against the Elevate squad. I think the way NRG are playing right now, if it continues to look the same as it did over those first 2 series, they are probably in a pretty good position to take this grand final. But Elevate, one thing that was their strength previously was the pistols. Breezes on a monster flank. Should be able to get at least one here. There it is. Not a follow-up. Fades away. Back into A main. Oh, and then fakes it, holding the angle. Doesn't work out for him. Still finds an opener, shakes things up on the back lines for Elevate and forces them to second-guess themselves as to how far NRG has managed to get in on their flanks. But realizing that is the only player, they will just regroup towards the B site with a lot of time left on the clock and still 3 pieces of utility to go for a little bit of an execute here.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Even if he goes 1-for-1, it's just going to disrupt the game plan a tad. So a little bit of frustration in Elevate. One of those players with armor knocked out as well. They have been incredible on pistol routes, though. So we'll see if they can recover this one. In the 4v4, there's a lot of resistance on this B site. So many numbers to go around and little HP remaining. Finally going to start to punch in the digits, at least like in a bomb plant. Looking to deny, though. Hex goes forward, and that costs him his life. Just a little bit of greed trying to punch the player punching in the numbers, but can't quite land the blow. And Nitro finally does start to connect, and this 2v2 have to fight forward. Dia lands another headshot, and Nitro left last man standing. All of a sudden, this could be another Elevate pistol round. Still not given the fights. Finally, Nitro able to strike forward. Dia's got armor, needs a headshot, and won't be able to find it. Nitro shut down, and Dia stepping up. Elevate, they get themselves, I think, the 5th of the day.
Yeah, no, definitely. That is the 5th pistol round of the 7 they've played that they've pulled off. Looking good on these pistols, always important, even more so with fewer rounds to be played in MR12. Nitro, you saw him at least try to make a fight of it. I thought for a moment he might be able to win the round, but couldn't get his crosshair to the head of his opponent. So Elevate off that early lead again and immediately upgrading to 4 rifles. 2 of those AKs. Nitro pushing through Jaguar, doesn't work at all. Elevate punishing at every single turn. This is a force buy for NRG as well, and it's just nada. Wow, Elevate are just on a complete tear right now. Feels like this confidence just cannot be shut down.
Not picking up right where they left off, if you forgot.
Really.
We had a little bit of time in between those barn burners of a affair between NRG and Wildcard, but Elevate wasn't exactly close in any of those maps. It wasn't a competitive series in a certain sense. 3 maps, but they flew by. But Elevate in that reverse sweep, just going on a monster run. Now they get to bring that same energy onto Ancient. As I said, that was my question heading into this. Are they going to be able to bring back some of that confidence like they did on those last 2 maps? But Ancient was the map that went wrong, so question may be answered quickly. Although last time they did get a 0-2 start. This time they should be afforded the 0-3 start, and then we'll see if NRG can put up the fight.
You're trying to caster curse again, Cole. Last time you said that, it was now.
Yeah, I did correct myself very quickly, though.
Okay, you did.
I said George got the AK. That's a different story.
Yes.
And then maybe the reverse course. I don't know. He just took over. And that was maybe the last of what we really saw out of Downs. that was the last good sign of them.
Oh, jeez.
Before they got lost.
Got lost in the desert, truly, of Dust 2, and never really were to be found. Breeze, just gone. Not much in the round for energy, as you would expect here on the anti-eco. And Elevate decides that, well, I guess Dare will peek in again, finding himself more frags. There's the second, maybe even a third if he decides to triple dip in towards Cave, and he does! Snav actually taking that one away from him, so he came in just to steal the frag, as Elevate are now up to a 3-0 lead, indeed, coming through this time.
They don't get cursed by my prediction. Just shut things down as expected. Good signs, but again, this is where the rubber's gonna meet the road. Gonna see if they can find what they did in that last series. Replicate some of that success. Just build that confidence on Ancient. So far, already learning some lessons. Rush was a bit of a menace in this cave position. Now Hex is going to challenge them here, but using some great utility to ensure that they can't fight forward.
Elevate, 3 players in towards Jaguar. NRG have 2 waiting at the B site. One of them's automatic, and he's boosted up on top of the box here in Cave. He's also got Hex right below him. I like the setup. High-low. Coming through from them. Automatic. Spots the leg, so that's something. I think Snap might have seen where they were. Yeah, he throws the nade in, and it doesn't actually do much damage at all. Only 4 HP. So that's, when Snap watches that one back on the demo, he's probably going to think, what the heck? How does that not do more? But Elevate aren't really committing towards this B site. They need to get that bomb on their backs, though, if they decide to deviate away from here. And that is the mission that Peeping is on. He's got it. OC opening frag, though, onto Dia. He tried to challenge in towards Donut. 34 seconds left now in Elevate. They have to go B. There's really no choice at all. They don't have the map control to try and go anywhere else. 26 seconds now. Hex, the headshot. Here come NRG. Dare, nothing he can do either. Shane and Peeping managed to slip through onto the bomb site, so maybe a plant comes through? No, there's just too many bodies. Shane, isolated, alone, on an island, needs to win 4 fights just to have a chance here. And there's the first. Grabs the bomb. Nitro not going to re-peek him. That's surprising. Is he going to get this bomb off? He does, but he won't keep his life. So at least a bomb plant and a little bit of extra cash for elevating to this next round.
Not a bad into the round, considering.
Yeah.
Felt like there was nothing going for Shane, but finds the one important kill to at least secure a bomb plant. Some extra damage. That is kind of a nightmare scenario, though. That smoking towards Cave alongside the route being closed. This is Dia trying to break through a second option. And once he goes down, that second option is boxed out. And Panic has to be setting in for Elevate there. Forced to run into the crossfire in Cave. That's never fun. Not much of a lift off in that one. Full conversion for energy once they get the rifles out. Continues the test for the squad. Got to dance around Hex spam. Might look to make a move around this smoke. Super interested in doing so. Backs are turned, but he only gets one. And the collapse onto mid is so effective from Elevate. Strength in numbers. And OC's op now smoked off. I thought they were going to lean in towards A, but they've figured out who they've taken down. You start to realize that this opportunity certainly leaning towards the B favor.
Nitro and OC, last 2 standing. Nitro's managed to make it back towards B. He's usually the anchor. Here comes that nade. Nitro peering around. Shane planting the bomb. Nade sails in. Little bit of damage. Actually, that's a Molotov, so I'm going to do a touch of damage to Shane as he fades away from it. RG still trying to fight forward here. OC doesn't see any targets. I mean, Op and an AK in this situation isn't really that favorable. I think they should just fade away, and that's exactly what they will be doing. Smoke to secure Nitro's path out of this bomb site, and that's it. Elevate, isolate the round victory for NRG, and they pick up a fourth. They are looking really good. I mean, that collapse towards mid, you talked about it. Excellent. The timing, pacing, utility, everything was perfect. NRG just didn't even have a chance, a breath to react and get something done.
That's in order. That won't go. Well, Hex tries to make a move in support, but I mean, what he faces is 3 players running through that smoke with him. Thinks he's part of the pack. Fortunately, found himself with the wrong crew. And leveled out because of it. They have a 4-1 start. This T side again looking confident. And maybe it is the elevate we hope to see. Questioned why they would challenge nouns on this map, and we kind of got our answers confirmed for us on those questionings, but they tried again. Haven't lost faith in their ability on this map, and maybe for good reason. Brutal execution on towards this B side, just pressing their way forward. A little pressure smoke to toss in to start it off, set the tone. Nitro, that Molotov's gonna spray, and Hex denies the plant. Nitro as well on the fadeaway with 3 headshots. Nitro defending that B bomb site with his life and leaving only Peeping left standing. What a defense!
Back.
Oh,
huge!
And the last
for him, and even gets the last. On to Peeping, like you say. Second round for NRG, so we go back and forth. That is exactly what NRG needed to find themselves a little bit of rhythm. Look, Nitro's just locked in here on the shots that he's hitting. And NRG needed that shot in the arm. We go into round number 7. Elevate still have enough cash to absorb that round loss and get the AKs and full util up, but they've run out of cash. So if they lose this round, it's troubling. Keeping manages to get the trade after Breeze finds the opener. They have silenced Breeze for the most part. That's only his second frag in 7 rounds. Automatic giving up the space towards mid, joining up with OC towards A main, thinking that might be where Elevate are headed. But Elevate, in the meantime, they've done a good job readjusting and keeping NRG guessing. All 4 players grouped up in towards B with still a lot of time left on the clock for them to decide where the ultimate destination will be.
It seems like the and goal back in towards Nitro's territory. Can he replicate it? Had a monster defense in the last. They're going back and really leaning on this boosted angle for this cave position. They like that. Taking a notice too. They've got some aggression as well from Automatic, chasing down on the flank. So he's got the information saying, hey, A main's clear and so is outside. I'm gonna cut him off in the middle. You guys go and stack the B side. This is a great read. NRG set up for success. Around, can they execute? Finally, the pressure comes through. Nitro able to land the adjustments, but it's a trade that doesn't really put too much pressure. And with an OC missed op shot, that's gonna cost him the site. Automatic. Again, gonna operate on this flank, but showing up onto the scene potentially a little too late. A smoke and a kit in order to try and pull this one back. But both players repositioning, Peeping, securing himself a position, and just waiting this timer out. Automatic being careful on the clear. It's planted for the ramp side of things. He's expecting a flank. Both of them starting to panic, but he hasn't tapped the bomb, so there's no need to spam just yet. We'll see they got coverage when the firing crew finally starts to fire away. Automatic fire, quick kill on Adia. And still it's Peeping on low HP, tucking, waiting to spam. Waiting for that second tap, and he's right there, ready to go for Elevate's 5th.
It's so much more difficult to get those smoke diffusals now in CS2 because of how, you know, the smoke gets blown away when you fire some bullets through it, and on top of the nades being available. So that's why Breeze rightfully tapped it and then waited for that nade to come through. Ended up getting a frag off it, but just could not secure the 1v1 diffusal. Great work from Elevate to pick up a 5th round. So they continue to isolate the round victories on the NRG side, even though NRG, you know, they will have enough money to get another buy up through. They did a good job managing that economy. But Elevate, they love to do this, love to mix it up. Full on push towards the A site. OC's ready, only gets one though. Automatic manages to get a trade on back, so the man advantage is indeed there for the NRG side. They stop that quick push right in its tracks. Still a lot of time left for Elevate to adapt and adjust here. But that was a good opening frag from OC and a better reaction from Automatic to close that gap that Elevate were trying to crack open. Peeping. Peering around towards mid. Looking back and forth for potential pushes to come through. It doesn't happen. What do Elevate do? Bomb dropped behind Peeping, so we can go for a little bit of a peek, and instead decides no. Doesn't want to re-engage towards mid at all. And 2 players on Elevate are going to likely push through the smoke. There's a player Jaguar and a player all the way at the back of B. That's Nitro, but Nitro's leaning in more towards the A site. So there is this opening for Elevate to get site control, but the bomb will need to join them, and that could be the tough part. Wow. It's going to get even tougher with Nitro. F1 race car peeking around that corner to take down Dia. Snav manages to find the trade here, but oh no, Hexed. He's in a perfect spot in Cave. Let's see if he realizes what's happening here. Absolutely does. There's the first, and perhaps that'll be the round here in favor of NRG. Peeping wisely, throwing away the op, and will get the bomb planted. Surprised that NRG don't try to collapse on that site a little bit more aggressively, but yeah, Breeze with him coming up on ramp, I guess it makes sense just to yield the bomb plant and win the round. So there it is. NRG, even though it didn't start off, didn't seem like it was starting off well for them, they do get that third.
Tell you what, they got Nitro doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah.
On some of these rounds. 4K on the B defense just a couple rounds prior. And this time, I mean, what a swing from him. Early start sets him up for success. Jeez, feels like a liability re-peeking into the op like that, but lands the headshot to secure it. So I guess no problem there. Another bomb plant. Yeah, it feels like Elevate doing a good job of, even in losing situations, finding just small little advantages. And as you can see, outside of that big, Nitro defense, bomb plants on losing rounds.
Yeah, Nitro definitely was a little slower in terms of his fragging potential in those first 2 series that he played here. And first 2 BO3s, I should say, but right now he is finding his groove once more against Elevate. 11 frags, leads the charge on both sides of the server, and coming out with key, impactful frags on top of everything else. Well, there, an opener. OC an immediate trade, and we're watching Nitro immediately charge down the ramp. They know it's just pistols on the other side. Nitro caught with utility in his hands, but he manages to get the gun out in time to fire away a few shots and force Peeping right back around that corner. As Nitro, along with Hex, are manning the fort here at the B site. Elevate, even though they've taken a ton of damage and they didn't bring much into this round, they're still playing cautiously. They really want that bomb plant to bolster their economy, but it feels like a far cry. Although NRG are giving them a lot of space, and they do have that one smoke in Snav's hands, which, I mean, they could commit towards short B, and actually, a bomb plant feels exceptionally likely if they can just isolate Nitro.
I mean, Nitro's been playing good, but there's that smoke that you had mentioned.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a bomb plant, a chance to work in the post. That's not going to help, though. OC quick on the flank, pressing the issue, and Nitro's containing space, not allowing for these T-side post plants to get too far to control. They recognize the liability of Cave, and there's just not a lot that they can say with the lack of weaponry. NRG, again, playing cautious. Smart move here from Snav. It's a savvy move to go and grab an AK. You got a Glock in that clutch. You're not going to make anything really happen there, so. Walking away with a prize bomb plant, an AK to boot. NRG scaling back into this one, slowly but surely.
I mean, Nitro as well just continues to collect. I mean, doing great work. NRG almost tying up this scoreline, 1 round away from doing so. Elevate back to the rifles here. Incendiary and a nade tossed immediately towards mid, and I mean, that will force Dare backwards. He doesn't take any damage from it. Elevate ratchet up the pace. Already into Jaguar. Nade sails in for Cave. They got a player watching the push. Good flashbang. Fantastic flashbang, in fact. Forces Peeping around the corner. Does Peeping have the timing? No. Hex is watching that. Now they realize that Elevator trying to get in from Jaguar, but Dare retakes that space that Peeping gave up. Gets the trade onto Hex. Numbers even at a 4v4. And Elevate, they're scrambling a little bit. Nitro continues to pop off. A 3K for him. Finally dropped, but it doesn't matter. OC's right there for the trade. And NRG, off the back of Nitro's 15 frags, have tied up the scoreline.
I mean, when he first joined this roster, it was actually the last NA Revival Cup. They had played the bottom of the barrel, like, not the bottom of the barrel, it's not the right word, but the lower echelon of ECL teams. And Nitro was just farming. He was mopping up the competition, playing like an absolute beast. Right now, again, he's been able to prove it a couple of times that it's not just versus the lower ladders of ECL, that he can actually keep up with some of the better teams. And this is another example of that. He is firing on all cylinders, going above and beyond. 15 kills in the first half, and he's hungry for more. Might get a chance if Hex doesn't take it all instead. Whips out the sidearm, and Hex certainly will. My god. An ace for Hex as he gets all those sweet ecos, and RG find themselves a lead all of a sudden.
It's the second anti-eco ace that Hex has had throughout just this Revival series.
We're keeping an eye on you, Hex.
Yeah.
You're not being the eco-farming allegations.
You see the ace on the stat sheet, you're like, oh, nice, 2 aces over the last month. That's fantastic. And then, you know, he's hiding behind the fact that it's on the anti-ecos. But it's all right. You know, it all looks the same on the stat sheet. Next, oh, he's a good player, right? He's a great player.
Yeah,
So it doesn't really matter where he gets those kind of stats.
Someone's got to get him.
Exactly. Exactly my point. Final round of play here in this first half. NRG have clawed back from a very tough start and are looking like their usual selves now. Elevate like to lean in towards this B site. NRG, I mean, they haven't necessarily been stacking it up, but they've been playing in a way where they can adapt quickly to whatever Elevate throw their way, thanks in large part due to the way Nitro is entering down this site and continuing to deliver frags and give his team the chance to rotate back if it's needed. Pop from OCN, the collection of the frag as well onto Dare. He'll immediately give up the space in Donut, but that's exactly what they were hoping for. Automatic also holding Red Room from B side. Peeping. I think he has an idea that Automatic might be tucked around this corner. He's looking that direction. Now he looks away. The timing on Max favor, and Automatic gets only one, but still, it's that man advantage, which is now deleted because Hex got a little over ambitious on his attempted hunt. Elevate slipping on through towards this B site. Nitro, in the meantime, has gone down the ramp. I don't think he realizes how many players are behind him. Now he's looking up, and it's too late. His head is also taken clean off. Breeze and OC, the last two standing. A 2v3 clutch required for them to keep this lead.
I'll see if the other pieces can be picked up. OC has to work with this op, and he's coming through very late, so Priest has to start this thing off. It does a good job with the initial phase, but traded instantly. Off angle is tough, and Sav will just give him a swing. And so we are tied up at the half. And so some certain strengths shown from Elevate, a lot more than what they brought. You know, a couple of gun rounds into the mix sprinkled on in. But a bit of a Nitro takeover. Been doing a lot of work for NRG in this half, and certainly have to be proud about. Now Breeze gets to start on that T side. Nitro giving them a lot to lean in on to start with. We know Breeze can activate. That T side has been good for him, and he's been so willing to get aggressive.
Well, one thing that hasn't changed here for NRG is 6-6 halves. For the day, anyway. I mean, what is it? Their third one? Yeah.
This is number 3.
Third one today. Unbelievable. NRG, speaking of which, are just going to charge in here using the smokes to take control of the B site. Elevate, plane retake. They've got Snap on the defuse kit. Here. And he's going to get blindsided. Trapped in there by NRG. Automatic gets the killing blow, and the rest of the 4 players are all coming from CT. Dia Moving around, peeping, manages to get one back. They could swing on, find another one, but Nitro will deny them again. Gets two before he falls. And Diaz just hanging on for dear life. His teammate's gone, and so is he. NRG 7, Elevate 6.
Nitro's playing unbelievably well.
Yeah.
Shutting down a Elevate pistol. We've seen their success today. I mean, you can see what Peeping is doing with those dual Berettas. It's a serious threat, but Nitro just playing on that site, ready to strike, ready to catch them off guard as they move on in. Have to clear all those corners. That's one of those positions that sometimes gets looked over. 17 kills for him. And a pistol now. Elevate. Never super eager to force buy on these second rounds. Go for it this time either. They're gonna all fly through. Heck's gonna do it again. He's got 5 pistols ready to charge his location. Oh my god.
One of them, right?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Only a singular. There's no flash to push the smoke. They wait for it to fade. They've watched from Wildcard's woes and have learned.
Well, I mean, yes, they learn how to deal with one player, but there's still 4 others on the server, and right here, yeah, it's just an anti-eco. Dare and Peeping. Stuck in Jaguar. I think NRG have an inkling that that's where they are, but still OC just wants to make sure that no one gets the jump on him. Automatic. Retaking the space. Peeping gets nothing. And Dare is now the last one standing in that corner. Automatic might not expect him, so it could be the element of surprise favoring Dare here. It is. He tries to upgrade himself to a Galil, manages to grab it, swings around the corner, but gets stuck on the geometry a little bit. Does manage to tuck his way back into Jaguar, but not without losing a ton of health. He's only at 23 HP now. And I mean, this one should be done. I imagine Dare wants to try and keep the rifle into the next round because this was just an eco. But maybe he'll hunt a little bit. We'll see.
It wouldn't be the end of the world. You'll still have a decent purchase coming up next. He did pick up a T-side molly and a smoke, so it's not just the Galil that's being saved. A T-side molly, obviously a little stronger alongside us, so you like that.
I actually really love that. That change, right? Because now it makes it more valuable as you're on the CT to pick up the Molotovs. Before, it's just like, oh, it's a Molotov incendiary, it doesn't make any difference. You know, I've got it in my hands. But now you're like, oh, I've got the ability to take up a lot more space if I throw this Molotov down, and it lasts longer than the incendiary. So for me, I think that was a surprise change that came through, but a welcome one in the end with that additional element it adds to the way the map plays, the way the maps play out and utility plays out.
Yeah, I mean, for a little while there, that CT volley on certain maps just had to be respected. It almost feels like it's maybe targeted on Inferno
a little bit
in a certain sense, but it still has a lot of impact throughout the rest of the maps. This is a great flash setup. Automatic gets sent through the smoke. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though. As the dust settles, now NRG have a 4v4 to work with 1 minute and 30 on the clock, and you know how those 4v4s can create holes in the defense, create paranoia, and elevate. And they're gonna have to put some extra love on this A side. I mean, Bomb is interested in making its way out. We'll see how much of a commitment goes through. He's just poking and prodding, waiting for re-aggression. What it has done is brought the entirety of this elevate side. And you on the other side of the map have Nitro working through middle, and you also have this pressure being applied from Hex. There's Nitro striking, cutting off one of those rotates.
20.
And again, asserting even more pressure. He's thrown the smoke to make it think that it's still an A-side play. And in the meantime, the bomb is transitioning out. And Nitro's still alive, ready for more duels, ready for more fights, ready for the CT side to close out. He's calling and hearing Shane's position. Noise being made, though, that's going to allow Snap to strike. Not before he gets one more. Nitro just won't give up. He nearly turns around for another. He's bought time for his teammates to succeed. Dia still holds the line for a kill and some extra damage onto OC. The HE could seal that kill. It does, certainly, and Breeze waiting in the back lines of long. Snav reading into this possibility is going to look to catch Breeze off guard. He's watching the angle, though. It's still Snav. Smart as ever in the clutch, winning Elevate a round.
Ah, Nitro doing so much in that round. I thought for a moment he'd have the opportunity to find Snav as well, who ends up being the hero in the round with the 3K to clutch it out for Elevate. So it's a 1-round lead. Once more, automatic. You saw him doing work, but just like Nitro cannot be stopped. 21 frags in 15 rounds of play. It's just, I can't believe the pace that he's on right now. And even though, yes, Elevate win the round, their economy, because of the efforts of Nitro, is very weak. 3 MP9s off of a 1 round. An AWP and an AK that was saved over from the previous one. If you look at NRG's buy, it's superior, even though they have to settle for a MAC-10 and a Tech 9 amongst 3 AKs. Timeout called for Elevate, obviously to talk things over, because this is a bit of a mixed buy-up.
Definitely an awkward one. I mean, Nitro, he really did do so much in that round.
Yeah.
It was a good read. They get that early 4v4. Nitro takes the space towards middle, and what I like so much about it on the initial phase is just, you know, the bomb threatening that A side, but it was never going to be an A side play. It was just the utility being pressured. Elevate, rotate everyone. That allows Nitro to strike in middle. And he even won upset. It's just Snav. Snav in a couple of these clutches has just played it to perfection. Been so smart, reading into his opponents well.
He's really good in the late round, honestly. I've seen him throughout the entire series. Really, not this series, but I mean the NA Revival series number 2. Do a really good job when he's the last one alive at finding the gaps and getting the bomb plants and clutching out rounds. It's just been impressive. So let's see if he can continue it. Obviously already did there on the retake. 16th round of play. Elevate want to try and tie things up, but as mentioned, their buy-up leaves a lot to be desired. Looking to get aggressive here as a result. Shot fired from Dia. Doesn't connect with anything, and Shane only gets 1. He's traded out by Breeze. That will likely afford a bomb plant already. Oh, Automatic wins that fight and flicks around to try and get Dare as well, but he won't be able to achieve that. So Dare will get an upgrade to an AK eventually, and Peeping just wide swinging drive-by frag onto Hex, and Dia the same on Breeze. What is happening here? It's all down to OC with the rifle trying to collect his thoughts, and while he does, he manages to flick onto Dare. I thought that was going to be done. He is going to molly it. Is it in time? It's a 10-second defusal. He lines it up, throws it down. I don't think it's in time. I think the defusal comes through anyway, and it does. Oh, man. Nice try from OC.
Bomb as well.
Yeah. It didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad idea. That's a cool little gimmick from OC that I've seen a lot of teams try on pistol rounds to just get a couple mollies back there and toss it. The issue is it's a gun round, and almost always, a team's going to leave a smoke in the late round to throw on top of that bomb. So you can't get away with that as much. NRG in the post plant can't quite seal it once more. Put in a couple of good spots. This time looking to replicate. Dia gets dodged on the initial op shot, and PP getting overrun, and Donut but lines up a couple of kills. The last 5 or 6 bullets in his AK do so much damage, but OC in the same vein.
Oh, they're lining
up for OC. Oh my god. So many low HP bars and so many opportunities, but Elevate the ones that capitalize, Elevate the ones with the killer instinct. And Elevate now taking the lead.
What is that? Like, just like you said, like the last 5 bullets. I'll just hold my spray.
2
hey,
kills.
2 frags for free. Yay! 9th round found for Elevate. As they've taken the lead once more. Timeout on NRG's side, realizing the importance of this round. They will have the rifles again, but 2 Galils just to make sure their utility is full. We'll see what they're discussing. Nitro has been playing an incredible map of Ancient, but he needs the support of Breeze, who, I mean, look, I can excuse it. He has been lights out incredible in pretty much every single map. I think he had an off map as well up against Wildcard in the grand final of the previous NA Revival Series #1. So maybe this is his off map. 5 frags so far. They could use him, though, without question.
Yeah, I mean, if with how Nitro's playing, even just a little extra, right, would go a long way. Especially in these post plants. You just need that oomph from Breeze. I think that 1v1 versus Snav was a perfect opportunity to arise, but Snav shut that one down. Without that, they're definitely missing a key piece. They've got Nitro. They got him playing out of his mind. He did a lot in that first half. He's done a lot in the second. But it has to be the full team effort. Like what Elevate have going on. It's 10 kills on the bottom frag, 12 on the top for this Elevate squad. Nobody missing. And that sort of frag distribution we've been seeing a couple of times. And usually a good sign that everyone's doing their job.
No, it's been the case for Elevate throughout the day, right, where everyone is contributing. There's no one player that you look towards, and I mean, that's when they find their success. I think that's when any team finds success. It just means that everyone's playing their part. 45 seconds left on the clock. OC, util out. I thought he could get caught with it in his hands, but no, Snav wins that duel despite OC being ready for it, and then Peeping drops automatic from Red Room. Breeze looking to activate here. Nitro's down to 6 HP. Shane and Snav forcing the issue, and actually a couple of bodies fall here. The problem is Nitro is the last one left with only 6 HP. Up against 3 Elevate members, and as good as Nitro has been, 15 seconds on the clock, and the 1v3 clutch without the bomb on his back is just impossible. He will be backing off, saving the Galil, and Elevate are the first to hit double digits on a map that, let's not forget, they were almost blanked out of against Nows, losing 13-4.
Didn't even get to show a CT side. That's how quickly things ended versus Nouns. And this time their CT side holding up the test of time. You've got late round clutches when things are required. You've got so much going in their favor. And as we said, I mean, it is just a full team effort. Everyone up to the task. Meanwhile, Nitro still trying to lift them through this one. He's got the hero rifle. Saved from that last one. Constantly put to task.
Grenade kind of just splits the difference there. Doesn't do much damage at all. So Hex is able to hold the line with his Tech 9. Oh, great flashbang thrown, and Hex can't see a single thing. He's just firing into the dark. Dare able to easily clean that up. Nitro comes around, gets the trade even though he takes a ton of damage. Headshotted by Dare. Down to 12 HP. Breeze wants a response. And fast spots the player, but only gets a leg shot. That does 19 HP of damage. That's not going to be nearly enough, and I think Peeping's got to be on Breeze. And whoa, what a flick from Breeze! 4v3 NRG. If they can get a 9th here, it would be absolutely massive for their prospects of coming back here and having a chance on Ancient. Great coordination on the smokes being tossed and forcing Elevate back completely because they were already fading away. Breeze can't do anything else, though. Dia will take him down with the op, and 2 more players are leaning in towards this A site. That's surprising, given all the space they have here and the smokes that they threw. Now they're realizing, hold on a second, we probably need to go back to B. And they almost caught Elevate rotating off the site. Automatic should be getting a freebie here, and he absolutely does. Can he get traded? No! Automatic! A second frag for himself. 3v1 in favor of NRG.
This is going to be an attempt here from Dia. Enough has been done. Automatic wraps this one up with a bow. Lovely double up from him, making that move. And honestly, I thought what was going to be NRG just walking into a Dia op and that being a bit of a disaster. The potential of him to just multi-kill and donut. Even, you know, despite that, despite how it could have looked, I don't even know if running down Dia was the worst opportunity. It's just automatic herd rotations off of that B side, and I think, you know, use that little mid-rounding, like we said, which was one of the biggest assets of NRG. When they get these advantageous situations, how do we mid or late round call? Are we capable of making these adjustments without making big, massive, glaring mistakes?
I mean, yeah, and that helps with Breeze getting that shot. Dia getting the trade, but like you said, I mean, I think that automatic, obviously a little bit of information knowing that the players were around these corners, but what was even better is that because NRG send that one Breeze towards Donut, that makes Elevate think that it's going towards the A site, and they use that to their advantage. I don't even know if the plan was to use their advantage, but when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, so they're saying they do a great job of that. Hex and Osi get a couple of Shane strikes back for a 3K. Shane has awoken here at a critical juncture, bomb landing at his feet, and this round in the first 15 seconds already appears to be over unless we get a heroic effort from Automatic.
He showed up big time in that last round. He's going to need to one-up himself here. What a hold. Shout out to Peeping and Snav for the sacrifice. Because Shane sure did get some free picks as they try and fly through that smoke. Everyone turning their attention towards that, you know, Catwalk Cave side of things. As they should. And Shane has free shots in the back. Dia put pressure on. Some serious pressure. Down to 18 HP. His teammates coming in rotation. Can he chop these duels up? Automatic just might do it. Another kill coming forward, and Shane, left last man standing, has to finish with the 4K. Automatic having somewhat of a read here. Shane gets a swing, and Automatic absolutely clotheslines him. NRG saved once again by Automatic.
Clip it and ship it. Automatic 1v3 pulls it off for his team. He wanted a heroic effort, and they got exactly that. Wow. Isolates the fight, uses the shadows to his advantage. Timeout call because the comps are probably crazy right now with them congratulating Automatic on that ridiculous effort. Instead of being 11-9 and in a very tough spot, they are tied up 10-10, and the tough spot is what Elevate finds themselves in because they don't have enough money to afford the guns here. Just stuck on some pistol upgrades and a little bit of body armor for Snav and Dia. Wow. That is ridiculous, and a shame for Shane because he got that beautiful 3K and had the bomb control. They didn't even have to be on the bomb site, right? They could have just been all the way back towards the bomb, playing Jaguar, playing Double Doors B. Instead, you know, they get caught in cave, and I don't want to take anything away from Automatic, though. That was ridiculously well played, and you could even argue that Elevate were in pretty good spots, just Automatic playing it so beautiful. Dia charging down towards mid. It's just the pistols again, so they're hoping that some aggression will come out.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad 1-for-1. Next, gotta be careful because there's pistols looking to charge him down. Same for Nitro, although he just looks to feast forward. A little lackadaisical on the inbound. But again, there's extra help arriving onto the scene. Osi with a missed op shot, not going to cost him time to recover. Hex continues to charge forward. It's dicey, but it gets the job done. They get themselves a lead reclaimed. NRG. I mean, again, Automatic with these last couple rounds, throwing some gut punches. And checking if Elevate can get back up.
And we talked about, you know, when Automatic's finding success, it's usually a great sign for NRG because he's got those tough roles, you know, tough anchor positions, tough, you know, entries that he's often taking. And speaking of entries, there he goes, getting Dia with a headshot towards mid. 5v4 immediately for NRG. Nade sails to the feet of Dara and does almost maximum damage as Dara's down to 51. Peeping. Fading away towards A as the util out spots out the head, but he's also seen, so that will be a back off. In the meantime, Osi has connected onto Dare with the AWP, and NRG, I mean, they're just playing defaults at this point, but the frags keep coming their way, so eventually a decision needs to be made. Need to group up and choose where to go. Elevate leaning quite heavily towards the A site now. B is much softer. And should NRG poke and prod before this bomb gets here, they'll realize that it is completely free and clear for the taking. At least if they go now, and well, now there's one player there. It's Snav watching and waiting to see what happens. But he's very isolated. If they just get a trade here, then the round, the site and the round are probably there.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the past, again, there would have been a lot of rush decision makings, but I mean, you're looking at NRG in this default, and the round's going to come to them, and they're just going to feast because of it. OC 3-ups on the angle, lands a second connection. PP's going to walk away wounded. They're just making zero mistakes in the 5v3. I mean, you even see Breeze get a little aggressive, right? He wanted to give him a go on that A side. You can imagine that he wanted to take that fight, overextend. Yeah. He even reins it in and just says, no, why would I give up this 5v3 advantage? I you know, at least sold a little bit of presence on this A side. I did my job. Let's group up. Let's play this one just to the fundamentals. And everyone now stepping up in the late round. Automatic in the early rounds now. Making sure that he doesn't have to get another 1v3 clutch. He was a huge factor in that decider. As we had highlighted a couple of times today, again, I think being very sacrificial with this roster in terms of playing some more difficult positions, being more of an aggressive element, willing to make those sort of plays, take some of the rougher roles on this squad. But when the moments matter the most, I think that's one thing you can certainly rely on for this NRG roster, is that automatic is just not going to stay missing.
Definitely not. NRG. Maybe. For the first time today, they won't play the full 24 rounds, perhaps?
Just 23.
Just 23, right? Yeah. Still going a long way.
They took a round off.
Yes. 1 round shaved off, so a little more efficient. 3 MP9s and 2 A1Ss on the other side. It's just peeping here at A. He's going to need to do a lot of heavy lifting and does nothing. Nitro again, 25th frag, and now he swings around for his 26th and 27. He's just doing it all by himself. Says, guys, get on my back. I'm going to give you a nice ride to victory here. Snav and Shane are the last 2 standing here for Elevate. A1S for Snav and the MP9 for Shane. Can they do it? Can they keep hope alive on this map? Smoking gets her onto the bomb, and that should help. They tap the bomb, they don't defuse it, and indeed, they don't have a kit, so eventually they're going to have to stick the full 10-second defusal. Shane dancing around, along with Snav, and they get the 2 frags. We are going 24 here.
What? Oh, man. It just is destined at this point. We have to have all the rounds. NRG, not so straightforward in the closing stages. Especially, again, as that smoke gets down on the top of that bomb, panic sets in. Snav, he's just been playing incredibly smart in the clutch. And that's going to be another one. And she forced to go the distance. That just got 27 kills. Tell you what, gets the Exner check mark of approval, that's for sure.
Yeah, no question.
I mean, guy's playing out of his mind. And OC, again, while it could go the distance, it might not matter. They got another 2 entry. Nitro onto his 28. He was looking for the dirty 30. Boy, he's hungry for it. He wants.
Oh, I think he
might just get it. He's given the opportunities, the angles, and he'll just stop at 29 with one last tap, one last headshot. NRG seal it in classic fashion, 13-11.
Oh, man, their third 13-11 victory here today, and Nitro, 29 frags. Unbelievable stuff. The clutch of the match goes to automatic, though, in that 1v3. He loses that, and we're either in overtime or it's an Elevate map victory. I mean, the only benefit there is that a lot of things happen in the early part of the round, so he still had like 1 minute and 15 seconds to think about how he wanted to traverse the map and isolated the fights beautifully. What a play there, but Nitro deserves so much praise. IGLing this team, fragging out consistently, I would say, even though, you know, wasn't that great in the early goings of this Revival series, but now when it counts the most in the grand finals, he is here and ready to destroy the opposition.
I mean, just farming them. That's actually just so insane. He had that 4K on the defense and just didn't look back from that point forward. I'm pretty sure he had nearly 130 ADR, maybe 120, something crazy like that. But a monster map from Nitro either way, where he just continued to feast all the way through. And that's just not an easy task by any means. I mean, again, what he did was buy time for some of these other players to get involved. You talked about it. Automatic was in this case the secondary player alongside Nitro, proving that NRG just have so many tools at their disposal to win, so many different win conditions, and I mean that's an exciting prospect. It's going to put them in a good spot in this series, and again, now they have the same luxury that Nouns did heading into their map pick.
Yeah, it didn't go up for Nouns, right? They ended up
No, it did
losing
not.
13-4 on their map pick of Dust 2, but we'll see if it goes better. NRG going on to their pick of, I believe it is Anubis that we're going to be getting next. Absolutely will be. And we'll check out the stats, how things went overall for both sides. We already talked about it. I mean, Nitro, 29 frags, 124 ADR. And you look behind him, I mean, Hexosi and Automatic still did a great job. I think the biggest surprise is, Breeze on 6. Where did he go? What happened, Breeze?
He took the map off. He said, "Nitro, you take
Yeah,
over,
you take
man."
over.
Again, that's exactly what happened. Is luckily for Breeze, again, Nitro making up for the fact that one of the key elements was missing, and as we mentioned, that's not oftentimes the case that Breeze is finding himself in this sort of form. So the fact that he can have this performance and still close out a map is to the credit of NRG and again to the credit of Nitro for the most part, more than anything.
Yeah, and checking out Elevate on the other side, look, they still all contributed here. It was very even. Like the frag spread is only 3 frags from top to bottom. So, I mean, overall, you can't fault Elevate. They played an excellent map of Ancient. It's just that NRG with Nitro were a cut above. And that one moment, that clutch from Automatic was a big difference maker. It's tough. It's a tough one for Elevate to swallow for sure on their map pick as well. But there's just gonna have to put it in the back of their minds the same way they did in that first map against Nouns and head on over to Anubis with a fresh start and hoping that they can get to map number 3 once more. Guys, before we get started with Anubis, we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, map number 2 between Elevate and NRG. Welcome back to map number 2 of this grand final in NA Revival Series number 2, sponsored by PrizePicks. And guys, well, that first one delivered exactly as we would have hoped for a first map of a grand final. 13-11 final score in favor of NRG on Elevate's map pick. And now we go to NRG's map pick, and they don't often pick into Anubis, but this is more of a punish pick up against Elevate, who are not performing well, let's say, over the last little bit. Yes, they have some wins, 3 and 6 over the last 3 months, but it's again against Wicked, FlyQuest Red, and Take Flight. The losses are coming against the heavy hitters: Wildcard, Nouns, Boss, Mythic. Also, hey, you know, they can be heavy hitters sometimes, and the Party Astronauts twice.
Wow.
Yeah, but
it kind of reminds me of the one picture of the 4 people getting ready to like execute in real life, and then there's just that one clown in the mix. You know the picture I'm talking about? What's Mythic doing that now? I mean, not a bad win. Rolling on in there for Mythic. Obviously, they'll be excited about that one. But I mean, as you mentioned, it just feels like a pretty clear punish pick. We got the player cams though, which is nice.
Nice.
I remember. Oh, wow, we're going dark mode.
I don't know if Breeze is in dark mode or if that's just not his camera connecting. Who knows? Either way. All right, so they're all connecting. We'll have eventually. Yep.
I remember Breeze had the background with the mask in it, right? If I'm remembering correctly.
Yes, you're right. I think. Wait, was it Breeze that had the mask? I thought Breeze was the one in that open concept apartment, right? Wasn't that him?
Yeah.
Did he have the mask too? Okay, yeah.
I think he had the mask too, yeah.
And the crazy apartment.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we'll smack dab in the middle.
He'll get his camera up soon, so that'll be cool to have. But yeah, I mean, talking more about Anubis, over on the NRG side, they did just beat Boss there. Lost to the Party Astronauts and Wildcard as well, which I believe was the case on the Elevate side, but both those maps went 24 rounds, and one of them was in overtime against the Party Astronauts. So I would say overall, NRG are feeling exceptionally confident on this map, and they also had a 13-11 win against Nouns, who tend to be pretty strong on Anubis too. So I think that overall, having picked up that first map, it's great news for NRG, and if they can keep performing the way they were, especially Nitro with those 29 frags, they're going to be sitting quite pretty here.
I think NRG's so used to, as well, picking into Ancient, they get that luxury of getting a little more risky with their map pick, and trying to lean more up against what Elevate, or lean in against Elevate's. I think that's what they get when Ancient's picked by their opponents. And it's something that I think Nouns try to do. But this map for NRG just feels a little bit more buttoned up. Obviously, like Nouns, that was their first loss on Dust 2 since it got added, but there wasn't a lot of reps, I imagine, so that was kind of takes a hit, and Elevate also getting a chance to figure out maybe what went right for Nouns just moments ago, and then being able to get their revenge. That also is a benefit that Elevate won't have in this matchup versus NRG. So a couple different details there that I think NRG do got going in their favor to lean in on this map and again assert some dominance and do what they missed out on last time around, which is claim a first place prize here.
Absolutely. No question about it. And let's see if NRG can get that first place prize as we get going into round number 1 of what could be the final map here of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2, unless Elevate are the ones to get it. Jumping into the swing of things. NRG starting on CT side. Elevate T side, of course, it's Anubis, so almost every team, when they've got the choice, will choose to kick off things on that offensive end because it's just a more powerful side. Quite plain and simply. 3 frags coming through for Elevate, and their pistol round success continues. There they go. It's already done. First round found for them.
Nicely done. The T side pistols. I think on the T side, the pistols, they've just been near flawless on. Getting that aggression rolling is a specialty for them. They just keep on winning on those T sides, getting to set the tone. And having an opportunity to start off on the favorite side here on Anubis as well, which will be nice. NRG not forcing back, not trying to press the issue. Instead are going to lean in for a full eco. Just charge down towards this B side, but those pistols up against the AKs, not going to be able to gain much space. We have a sneaky position from Automatic. He's able to surprise, but his days are numbered, certainly. Oh, 2 AKs get knocked out, though. And Staff should be able to recover one, but that's all. I mean, that's not a bad eco in terms of damage.
Definitely. I mean, like you said, there is an AK that's recovered at the end there. But they walked into the round with 3 of them and only walk out with 2, even though the Galil is very serviceable. But NRG will be on to a buy up here. OC going to go with the A1S, of course. Doesn't have enough money to get the AWP, and it would have been, I think, a glass cannon if he did go for it. So no sense in that. NRG. I mean, I don't even know if he had enough money for that. I didn't get to see his money at the beginning of the round, but I'm pretty sure. Let's not get on that point for too long. Elevate. They don't want another 2-0 lead to disappear here. NRG are hoping they can strike with the rifles very quickly up against an Elevate side that did prove to be quite a threat on Ancient, even though NRG were able to overcome them thanks to an incredible effort from Nitro, who so far has been blanked off the score sheet, but it's only 2 rounds in. He's got plenty of time to start racking up those frags as he did on the previous map. Still looking for his 30th overall. Breeze throwing that smoke in. Going around the corner, and he gets nothing. Automatic only gets 1, but actually 2 because it's a TK from Snav. Will that make a difference? Well, Shane is trying to ensure that it doesn't. And, well, he only gets 1 as well. Trade comes through, HP advantage lying in the favor of NRG, and there indeed is Nitro's 30th frag overall in the series. Hex cannot be finished off by Dia. Snav alone with only 7 HP has to try and clutch this one out. He's done so well in these situations throughout the entirety of the Revival series, and he continues to hide in this smoke, but he's spotted out. Hex spamming on through, says he's got to be here somewhere, probably in the smoke, and he guesses right. First round for NRG comes through.
Oh, that was going to be another wild clutch from Snav. Honestly, in a position to he put himself to succeed. A nice attempt. Look at Automatic. The multi-kill in a certain sense, right? I would count it, even though Snav did some lifting in that one. Hex coming through in rotation. Dia had to do, you know, maybe a little bit more to actually make that clutch happen. Snav was down way too low, and he was always cautious of that possibility, that smoke play. Felt like for Hex. So wise to the antics of Snav. Not gonna let him win another challenging clutch. Right back to a fast play here for Elevate. There. Oh, trying to get cheeky around the smoke and the Molotov. You can try and work some of those tougher angles, but again, Hex is not falling victim to these smoke plays.
No, that's another really good frag to open things up here for Hex. Oh, and OC just locking things down towards B main. Shane trying to recover the gun. Still stuck with that Tech 9. Dia finally a frag coming through for Elevate. Breeze losing that fight because he had util in his hands, and I don't know if it's been relayed over or it's been called, but Dia has full control of this B site. NRG need to get back in here. I guess they were figuring that Elevate might use that to try and rotate into A, but I don't see why they would with Dia not being contested at all. Automatic looking to retake the space. Expect Dia to be this far forward? Not really. I mean, he was clearing that angle, but Dia just completely demolishing him with the AK bullets. Let's see if he can get a follow-up afterwards. No. Nitro continues to be hot here. 3v2 in favor of NRG. Bomb has been planted. Nitro, nothing else that he can offer, but the trade is fantastic from Hex, and it leaves only Peeping standing. Once this smoke fades, OC could have a significant edge on him, and Peeping, realizing that, is going to relocate himself, maybe, towards the site. Now he goes back in, and it's perfect timing. Last one standing is Hex. Peeping knows exactly where to look, and time is tick away on this bomb. Hex has to get him. Peeping dancing around. Is it enough time? No, it is not. Hex should have this defusal pretty comfortably, I say that, but yes, it does come through. 2-2, tied up, and Hex a 3K in the round.
Running and gunning with that AK gives him enough time to get that defuse off. And again, being a bit of the hero for NRG in this round. What just requires so much, though, considering it was a 5v3. And now, you know, again, you had your off map for Breeze, but at the start of this one, still caught a little lackadaisical. That, I mean, just with a smoke out holding that wide open angle is a bit of a wild death. I don't think he'll be too happy about, because he wants to right the ship. You know, Nitro did a lot in that last map to secure things. Maybe you got Hex stepping up to the plate this time around, but you also want to be influencing the server. The guy all the way up into this grand finals, on his way to, you know, top the statistics, top the charts, MVP performance, if you will, and see if he can continue that in the second map of the grand finals.
One thing Elevate's going to have to do here on Anubis is get a strong T side. Yes, it's only 4 rounds in, tied 2-2, but it feels like momentum is shifting towards NRG. And if they get this overwhelming control on their defensive side, then Elevate could be in a world of hurt once they switch over. We'll see. This round may not be much of anything. Just the pistols out. 4 players funneling through mid, not really challenged. Maybe problematic for Elevate. Excuse me, for NRG. Not really. Okay, OC gets a couple. Nitro takes care of Dare. Dia, last one standing. And a freebie here onto Hex. Can he cook something? Dia, what you got? Flashbangs coming on through. I mean, 18 seconds left. He could grab the bomb. He picks up an M4 for himself, but favors the Deagle anyway. Says, you know what? I'm going to get some headshots. Dia, around the corner. Can't get anything else, actually. Nitro puts him down into dirt. 2K for Nitro as he's up to 4.
Is it done? Nitro's securing it. Hex still eager to take these fights. Look at that. Fighting with conviction. OC using that rifle strong as well. Building up some confidence for this NRG side for a good defense. It started out with Hex closing out a couple of close rounds. They get much more comfortable up against the half buy. But now we're right back into the rifles for Elevate. We'll see if they can continue to find ways to win. Get into those bomb sites. I feel like Nitro's got a re-aggression on this B main side of things. He will take that space. In the meantime, Automatic again with the smoke antics. No luck though getting past this utility. The smokes should be treated as walls, but the Molotovs are not flying through. Oh, Dare did fall. He did get caught by the last tick of that Molotov. So an extra kill for Automatic, even post for the grave. Jeez. They cracked through.
Yeah, that
Shane
is
Stev.
really rough for Breeze. Got caught with util in his hands. Just should have been taking the fight, but yeah. And after that, his teammate also falls by the wayside. So you have a 2v2 post plant coming through. Both players on separate sides. And ooh, Nitro could activate here. Both players heading in his direction. Oh, they expected. Oh, Nitro can't find his crosshair. And Shane will take care of that. Hex slipping in. Information at least gained for him. Only has the flashbang. No smoke to throw onto the bomb. Taps it. Trying to draw the peek. Gets one and a second. Hex clutches out again with a 2K there in the 1v2. 4th for NRG. He's up to 8. We've got a new hero here for this map.
I mean, that'll do the trick. It is 3 clutches now that he has delivered. You know, one was a 2v1 situation where he knocks down the final kill, but these 1vx to follow suit, where Hex plays it to perfection. A spray down, catching the double swing.
Jeez.
Shane and Snav furious about missing out on that opportunity. I mean, he just looks cool, calm, and collected. You can see after he won that one, just chilling, puts his arm in the back of the chair, goes and relaxes for a second. Needs that time to breathe as every single position he has put in has stakes around it. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, look at the damage the nade does against Dare, Peeping, and Snav. Hex waiting behind Pillar. Perhaps another round where he'll strike for a multi-kill. Great timing. There's one. Sees the second slip by. Realizes he could be under threat from A main as well. Excuse me, B main. Hex. Nade sails in. Throws the smoke. He finally gets caught up. But Nitro, he takes his opportunity to get one a second. Pulls out the pistol, but it won't be enough. Another 2v2. Bomb is available for Elevate. Should be able to grab that soon, but they just want to make sure that no one else is close by for NRG. And Breeze will indeed be charging into this site very shortly. OC spots out the player but can't hit the shot. Had an opportunity to give his team the advantage, but the bomb does have to cross over. Do they have a smoke? They don't. Only the flashbang. And the thing about throwing it, they will toss it. Can they slip past? They do. Okay, Breeze going in towards Khan. The flashbang strikes for one. Stays alive. No, will go down 1v1. OC knows that the bomb hasn't been planted yet. Dare trying to pull him out of position. Fakes the plant once and now is going to commit to it. This gives OC a chance to close the gap a little bit. Charging on forward, holding the right side of the site. Dare peeking around. Oh, the timing! Is Dare going to come around and peek him at this moment? OC hard clearing the left. That is so unfortunate. Dare doesn't peek there, at least for him.
Oh my God.
OC, they're both dancing around each other at this point. Oh, the timing! This is unbelievable. OC will have no idea that Dare is right next to him. This is probably an Elevate round. Yeah, OC slipped through. He says, where on earth can he be? I don't know what to do at this point. So he throws the smoke. Probably going to try and stick the refusal. It is done. Dare will finish it off.
That's such a tough clutch. Dare.
Yeah.
Showing up big time. Playing up against that AWP, playing up against this site, 4 kills in recovery with a strong defense to set the tone. And again, it's just a little bit lumbered from Breeze. I think if he's quicker on that frag, it's a whole lot more straightforward in that position, but missing out. Just finding himself in the tough spot in this series, in this grand final. You know he wants to get activated. You know he wants to be more influential. What he's shown so far. HE for the smoke. Not wanting to tussle with the op shot. They might just bring a desk pounder here. Dia is flashed off the line. Nitro chases down the kill. He will be able to find it and get a second. So much impact out of the MP9 from Nitro. Where does it leave the rest of Elevate to make the moves on in? Hex has got the B side cleared, so you can see this A side is still stacked with numbers.
Oh, nice push coming through here from OC, but he was blinded as well, and yeah, he's not going to see anything peeping. We'll take care of him with the Galil. Breeze looking for some more beautiful one-digs. We saw some over on Ancient. This time, fortunately for him, not going to be able to deliver anything. He gets a headshot to the dome, courtesy of the Galil of peeping. And Hex just going to decide to get on the save. Looking for some util on the ground there, perhaps?
That was where the op dropped.
Yeah.
But I don't remember them discarding that. Maybe they did and just wasn't paying attention to the minimap, but I guess they did get rid of it. X can't find it. Has to hold on to the Galil. I'd be interested to see if there's any recovery of that. AWP for Snav. If he hit it somewhere that maybe he could find it just a little later. Keeping himself a stockpile of treasure. Either way, not going to matter. It's going to be covered once again. Not a bad idea from NRG. Felt like a right motion. But some of these flash plays, you know, for better or for worse, traded out and towards middle. And this one was so good. It was such a right read, but OC's already let one creep by him and didn't quite anticipate that. So we're all tied up.
Yeah, and it's an eco for NRG to boot. I mean, they will have some upgraded pistols, a couple of CZs, and the Galil available to them. Man, oh man, that one round where Dare is just dancing around Pillar, evading OC the entire time. It's like it might be a difference maker as this first half is about to close out. Or not about to close out. It's as it progresses. Right there, a very quick round will come through. Elevate a 5th as they take the lead.
I mean, at that rate, could close out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
That is a dominant round from Elevate. But we know NRG, they love themselves a good 6-6 half. That's their ideal territory. That's their comfort. So you can figure out a way to get through to that point, especially on the CT side of Anubis. You get onto that T side, you'll be looking forward to it. Nitro's still rocking 180R in the second map, though. So still performing well. It's now Hex that has come through in the hero moments with a lot more individual impact.
Next, behind pillar here on his home turf at the B site. Elevator just taking their time now, waiting out the smokes that have been tossed down by NRG, in particular that one right outside of connector. 3 players into canal, peeping, looking for a potential push to come through from A main. But the bomb is leaning B, and you see that right now with Dia having it on his back, paired up with Shane. This is a very slow pace from Elevate, and I think NRG want to make a move here. They want to see what's going on over in Canal. They do, and that's, well, they're going to get some frags. At least Elevate are going to get one, and then Shane is also going to rack up a second. Great trades coming through from Elevate as they will be walking on towards that site. Dare finishes off Automatic and Breeze before they can have much of an impact, and it's OC, the last one again, this time though in a 1v3.
This is wild. The amount of times I've just seen NRG caught with utility out and die because of it. I mean, you could make a whole list of that, and that's maybe to the credit of Elevate capitalizing on some good timings, but it feels like so many of these opportunities to change the tide of a round are coming off the back of maybe a small mishap at awareness and where these T's can be, where the pressure's coming through from. Almost every single time you pan over to a member on NRG, they've got a smoke or a Molotov ready to go, and it's just too little too late. And that was Hex with the Molotov right there, and then Nitro whips one out, gets flanked for B. Maybe didn't have the most impact, but it's interesting to see that consistently on a CT side. I don't think you see that all that often.
And I mean, look, 4 rounds already on a CT side, though, is pretty good on Anubis, right? If they can get to 5, I think that's ideal. But NRG already picking up those 4 in a row at the beginning, near the beginning of the half, is exactly what the doctor wrote. Maybe they get another one here, but that's not a great start. Just the pistols, of course. Peeping, going to find OC. Automatic win beyond the smoke. Hex, okay, that's one, but only one. Dare immediately calms things down. Automatic wants to strike, pushing down all the way across the bridge. Could get in on an interesting flank here. We'll see. It depends on how long Elevate wait to make their move. 3 players outside A. The late arrival will be Dare, and Automatic hears him, so he's waiting. Oh, no trigger discipline, though. Just goes for the straight fight. It works out. He gets one, but that means that the full-on flank won't really be able to materialize. It's going to be up to Breeze and Nitro on the other side to deal with the frontal assault here. Elevate charging up. Molotov thrown right next to Nitro, and actually Nitro is gone. It's Breeze who has to try and deal with that molly. It fades away and nothing doing at all. Automatic, the AK picked up. It's a good save, and it's not that bad of an eco round getting a couple of frags. And it doesn't really matter, though, in terms of economic damage done, because we're heading into the last round of the half, and Elevate have tons of cash.
Plenty of bread. You're gonna have all the money to buy up in these next round, no problems. You can go even for a hunt here if you want, because Automatic taking that AK out of his hands would be nice. Elevate, I think putting NRG down for the first time in a half. They've been able to tie it, they've been able to level it out 6-6, and they've even, you know, won an 8-4 half. Staring down the barrel of a deficit here on Anubis on the CT side. Which again, maybe isn't all that surprising, but still could be a problem.
Was it not Elevate that had the 8-4 in the half at Ancient? Am I crazy?
On the last map?
Yeah.
I think it was 6-6 again.
Oh yeah, it was 6-6. Wow, I'm losing my mind. I'm going back like a couple of
Inferno was
years or
8-4,
something.
right?
Yeah, there you go. Ah, jeez. It's getting late into the night. We have hit the witching hour. Here on the East Coast, anyway.
That's where it counts.
Seconds. Yes, exactly. 1:30 on the clock, 1:25 now in the final round of this first half. NRG would certainly love to get a fifth here to keep it close and pull off a successful CT side. I know that's weird to hear successful losing half, but you know it's true with the way New was plays. Beeping an opening frag over onto automatic. Hext, along with Nitro, they've been doing a pretty decent job of defending here towards B, but now they're thinking about aggressing into Con. They've thrown a lot of utility to try and keep Elevate at bay, and it's worked for now, but Elevate are kind of encircling this site, or trying to, getting ready to charge forward. Flashbang drone, Nitro loses the fight against Dia, who hits the op shot down to 23 HP. But still, this is a 5v3, and Elevate are now poised to strike. It's going to take a heroic effort from Hex to try to keep him at bay. And he's got Breeze by his side, but Hex is gone. Breeze, who's been so quiet throughout this series so far, needs a big play, gets 3, pulls out the pistol, will finally fall, but he's made this so much more winnable for OC, who's now hightailing it over towards that B site. 17 seconds left, but that doesn't matter. The bomb is being planted now. That 40-second timer kicks off. OC needs to get a move on here. Smoke fading away, peering around the edge of it. I should say edge of the corner. Where are they hiding? Oh man, both Elevate members are tucked in so far away from the site that OC's gonna have to waste all his time hunting for them. Peeping, maybe he gets him. Misses the shot and then won't be able to connect at all. This one is over, even if he hits the no scope now. There's no time, no time at all. This is going to be an 8th round for Elevate. Great effort from OC, but it's just not enough as Elevate get a very nice lead heading into this second half.
Excellent lead. 4-8 on the scoreline. Not allowing NRG to get away with much at all in the half. Double up, new tech on the T side. Peeping and Tia, a powerhouse duo with the AWP, bringing in 2 entries. They've got a big advantage in the second half now. Chance to sink things in, and I'm sure they're just licking their lips to hop into a third map of Mirage if they get the chance here on Elevate. With how good they looked versus Nouns. Prospect looking more and more promising. It'd have to be a long day at the office for Elevate, but they are willing to do so. Already a headshot landed. Dia put the pressure on. Dare needs to hold the line. He's so sharp with these USP shots. Instant dismissal of 2 on the trade. The Dilberettas don't find much, but at least Dare steps up to the plate. The A side is empty, though. And Automatic's aware of the flank, or Nitro, rather, is aware of that flank, and they're going to walk into a pretty open site and a chance to really establish themselves in post plans, because these 3 players on the CT side are all the way on the other side of the map.
I thought they might wait a little bit longer to plant the bomb to see if Nitro could get more damage done against Elevate, but they don't. And Nitro, I mean, still in a great position. They're not going to expect him to be so far back. Yeah, they're all turning their backs to him, so he's going to try and strike, but his teammates up front are both gone. Nitro going to have to do it all here. It will be a full 10-second defusal. Slipping on through, sees the head, can't connect the shots. Finally, no, will not. It is Shane to cap it off. I think there's plenty of time. Yeah, they should be able to get this 10-second defusal in and Elevate. Another pistol round goes their way. They just can't seem to be stopped for the most part on these pistol rounds.
I just think this team has a couple of specialty players. Peeping typically super sharp with the Dilberettas. That time was a anomaly, but Dare, his first bullet accuracy, his quickness. It's what I feel like made him such a strong operator in the past, was the accuracy of him, and that shows up on pistols. I mean, you can see he steps into that E-box fight with confidence that he's going to win both of those duels, close range versus Glocks, and for good reason. Quick on the retake. Elevate. Move up to 9. Those pistols have been a luxury for them today.
If we do go to a third map, it's going to be Mirage for a second straight series. And we saw how good Elevate were there against Nouns. Maybe they can have a repeat performance against an Energy squad who, similarly, are very good on the map too. They still have to get there. It's a long road ahead, and this T side can quickly pile up rounds on Anubis, even when the deficit seems insurmountable. 55 seconds left. NRG. They're going into A. Good flashbang throw. Dia can't connect on his shots either. Gets one. Breeze overwhelms him. Snap could get overloaded too. And no, he gets one before he falls. Peeping, doing work as well. And it should be safe here for Elevate. Yeah, absolutely. Automatic, no chance at all. Dare will get the last. And they do hit double digits. Force buy doesn't yield anything for NRG.
No, wait. Hold on. NRG stuck on 4 rounds. Are Elevate gonna do it again?
Oh, dude, you... Oh.
Oh my god.
We'll see. Before this one started, folks, if you're wondering why we're laughing a little bit, Cole said that it would be 13-4 for Elevate, just like it was against Nouns after losing that first map. So if it comes to fruition, 1, you need to get Cole to predict your lottery numbers. And 2, Elevate have proven that they can recover quite nicely after losing their own map picks. And kind of...
All they gotta do is lose map 1 and they're golden.
Lose map 1 and get reverse sweeps. That's it. If you're Elevate. I don't know. Look. It's far from over. Like I said, it's Anubis, so T-side rounds can really come at you very quickly. I think the problem is just this deficit is so large, and if Elevate are able to win this round, it's 11-4, so you need to literally win out in order to end it in regulation.
Right.
Not the easiest of tasks.
That force buy really set the tone for, you know, potentially how this could go. Closing that distance with the pistols, so they are keeping their distance with the A1Ss. Not a bad long-range duel with the Tech 9 for Breeze. And another one from Automatic. Keep on letting these guys take these fights. You might be walking into a bit of a mistake. Bit of a missed opportunity. Another headshot, man. Breeze! Tapping through into a 1v1 within a flash. Tia there to clean up, but it's a graveyard on that B side. Everyone goes down besides 1. Look at this. The shots rattling off. I want to see here from Breeze. The Tech 9 taps. That's one way to use the gun. Not oftentimes the case, but my god, landing those shots consistently. They didn't even realize that was a winnable round, I don't think.
Well, Breeze, this would be a good time for him to awaken in this series. So far has been eerily silent. There's a 3K from the Tech 9. Elevate. Looks like they want to push around the smoke. Oh, there's the headshot from Breeze. Okay. Maybe it is his awakening. 5v4 gain. He sees the head of another player, knows that they're pushed out very far, and wants to cut off their path of escape. Breeze, pushing up. Snav and Chain, expecting it. Breeze comes around, can't get anything. Is the trade there? Great flashbang throw, but I think the timing just slightly off. That nade won't do anything. That did not hit the angle they were hoping for. Snav does eventually get traded, and there's Automatic finishing off Shane. In the meantime, all the way on the other side, OC managed to find one towards Elevate as well, and it's only peeping left at the A site. So here we go. NRG have finally found their first T-side round.
And again, no need to jump to the convenience store and start going in for some lottery tickets for me. Not going to be the case. Elevate not going to get their 11 or 13-4 scoreline. Said it's 5 for NRG, and as you said, I mean, even though Breeze had a bit of a slow start, I think that Tech 9 round, wake up. It could be just what NRG need. This is a steep comeback, but what they've done right there by closing out this round, closing it out with confidence, is avoid giving Elevate a chance. You know, 7 of them of map points. to try and take this into a third map. Great awareness from Breeze, you know, catching that aggression. And even for the side of NRG, I don't think this fight, with the way that Elevate were positioned, the fact that they just had all of these numbers constricting those two players, there was no getting out of that.
All right, well, at least Elevate are able to save the AWP. But yeah, Energy played that really, really well. Snav walking into the crosshair of Automatic, potentially, if he takes a few more steps forward. NRG are just waiting, playing defaults right now. They want Elevate to get aggressive. Oh, first frag could come to Elevate here. Oh, missed shot from Peeping, though. He's going to want that one back because he had plenty of time to connect with it. Will fall back, and that means space is afforded to Energy. But now they know where the off is, so the big piece has been revealed. They could deviate themselves all the way to the other bomb site. It's still pistols, 3 of them stacked up together, which can be very dangerous, especially since they're upgraded to Deagles and 5.7s. But looks like that might be their final destination.
Also, this mid looking and prodding, you feel like in a certain sense, as time goes on and you don't feel pressure on the map, that you're going to be fearful of that potential of a flank. So at least that's what that mid utility does. There's no one really watching this either, but there is an aggressive Snav that's going to clear out canals. This execution is in. Shane's close range. Well, Gunsy Rocky, he's got the Deagle, needs some body shots to land. Finally gets a chance to strike. They're constructing on this canals position as well, and they've got the kills to back it up. Breeze and Automatic gonna make a late play. Bomb recovered. I think just in time, Automatic gonna be able to punch in those digits, but it's still not comfortable just yet with headshots like that from Snav, turning on a dime and looking for 12. There's 2 more pennies needed. Automatic trying to find the finishing blow, but he can't quite get past Peeping. It is going to be Elevate claiming the half by exactly as you said. The threat of those 5.7s, those upgraded pistols, and the unity of Elevate in that play. They catch NRG right in that trap and water.
Oh man, it would have been better just to go to the B site and challenge Peeping, honestly, because then you know it's just maybe an op that you have to worry about. Instead, they walk into the stack site and Peeping, okay, Peeping, adding a little bit of BM. You did lose the first map though, sir, so you might want to be careful how you throw that BM into the mix, because you still need 1 more after this. Don't want to fire up Energy too much, and Breeze in particular, who hasn't had, you know, the best of series, might get going a little bit more and say, you know what, you want to try that BM? I'm going to come right at you. Anyway, we'll see. It's all in good fun, of course. 7-round lead for Elevate and 7 opportunities for them to close out this map. Send us to map number 3 of Mirage. NRG have been so good at making recoveries and getting back into maps and series, but this one is going to be a very, very tall ask.
Well, they've hit it. They've gotten to that 12. They've hit map point with 7 chances to close, and X has hit a rager of a headshot right there. That's brutal stuff. Snav to trade it back. Has to kind of keep his space here. Yeah, same case. Connecting on the op shot, gets it through the smoke. It's not going to matter as Nitro again returns the favor. And NRG still kicking on Anubis.
It felt like that one was going to end. But nope, yep, Shane gone as well. Good read from Nitro. For a moment, it could have swung Elevate's way, but, you know, Breeze, I think Nitro in particular, going to come out with 2 critical ones and taking control of that bomb site. So yeah, like you said, NRG still kicking here. 6 rounds up. They need 6 more in a row in order to get to overtime, which would be very familiar territory here at the NA Revival Series for them. Not in this one, but certainly in the past one where they went to OT so many times. Nitro. Off the smoke. Automatic. Charging right through. Dia with the 5-7 gets the information. Great flashbang toss forward. And Dia has no idea where he's walking. And Nitro just gives him a nice shot to the head and says, goodbye, sir. Next, going to get another one onto Peeping, and it's just a 5v3 materializing for NRG. They've got full control of this round.
Could just be a slam dunk. There's no rush. As we've seen from NRG in the past, they get these advantages. They've been wise to close out in the fashion which they close out. OC get in position with his hop. Doesn't fire the shot on the little jiggle peak. Still going to take some space elsewhere. They have this pack taking some ground towards middle. I mean, again, it's going to be Nitro on a solo mission towards A to say, hey guys, it's clear. Let's take it towards that A side. Energy treading water. 5T rounds in a row doesn't feel that impossible. You just got to take it round by round. And it's not an NRG fashion to lose dominantly. Lose without a fight. They're usually good for 11, at the very least.
They certainly are. But right here, it just feels like, I don't know, there's the possibility of it happening. It's just that Elevate have such a significant lead that I don't know if NRG can crack on through for this. They did force up to Elevate in this round, so the next one is going to be an eco. That's why you see them just hanging on to these pistols, making sure that they don't go into any unnecessary fights. NRG might hunt a little bit, but they also want to hang on to everything they've got. That'll be that. 7th round picked up after time expires on the bomb. 5 more rounds in a row required from NRG to hit overtime.
See what they can make of it. We got another half buy and swords for Elevate with the saved firepower. So, you know, that 5's going to turn into 4 pretty quickly if they can get through pistols. This time, no hero op and peeping. That's what caused them a lot of pain, a lot of stress in the previous. Oh, see, it looked like he was looking a little bit for those HEs to be sent in, but still catches them just a little delayed.
OC just waiting for the engagement towards Khan at this point. Still as a statue, crosshair locked in. You have to be careful sometimes as an operator not to stay still for too long. Reset yourself a little bit, move your crosshair, because it can affect your reaction time in some instances. Peeping. Sees that utility fly in. 2 players waiting here. I think Elevate are going to gamble, maybe sending everyone towards this A site. 2 players already here. An opening frag would certainly do them quite well. They are going to gamble towards B, but, I mean, NRG, look, they're just playing defaults right now. They can just grab that bomb and go right towards that B site instead of heading to A. And it appears as though that is what they're going to do, but they're so slow about it that Elevate are just going to make the adjustment on back. So it is just pistols, of course, so it should still be NRG with the significant advantage. And there's the first frag, finally found with less than 35 seconds on the clock.
A little bit risky. Not guaranteed. They've got players on the site. Proper, ready to just try and deny a bomb plant. They just don't have the weaponry to cut through, although Dare finally overcoming the odds. His position boxed in. OC to seal it. Some fear as the time just ticks down lower and lower. Something that they used against Wildcard in their series, and it almost cost them on this map, but they avoid it. And again, 5 turns into 4 rounds required to get back into this one. Becomes more and more doable.
Oof, unnecessarily scary, though, for NRG in that round. I mean, they had to have known it was an eco coming through from Elevate. And again, it's another eco for them. Just the 5.7s and the MP9. I guess it's more of a half buy into this round. but their economy was really in a bad spot. So a chance for NRG to continue this run. Still being very cautious. I'm sure, as you can understand, given what's at stake here. In these grand finals, they want to come out and be #1. Swinging around Text, he loses his life immediately. Snav finds him, and then a smoke comes in. It's actually an NRG smoke, which disadvantages them in that situation and prevents the trade from coming through. Now there's 105 on the clock. Yes, Snav's pushing through, and he gets caught. OC's watching. There we go.
That's huge. I thought that there was not being covered. I thought Nitro was trying to get attention elsewhere. Good looks from OC to keep his teammates in good stead. This half by looking so threatening could continue to. Automatic's gotten hit on the timing. Peeping capitalizes. Yeah, that's a bit tough. Automatic maybe scratching his head as to how that happened. Either way, with the trades ending up in NRG's favor. Again, 9 on the board before Elevate likely bring out the full arsenal in this next one. They're going to have all the tools at their disposal, everything you could ask for. That's what they've saved and got these couple half buys in a row to get this purchase as strong as possible.
Shane, you got it. 1v3, maybe? No, not even a start to it. Nitro, the headshot, 9th round for NRG, 1 round away from hitting double digits. And like you said, though, here comes the full buy for Elevate. The AWP, the M4s, everything will be in the mix. NRG will also have another full buy coming their way, as they have done a great job of keeping the bodies up. Haven't really struggled to get the past few round victories. Economy is exceptionally healthy. So even if this ends up being a tough round victory for them and it gets down to 1v1, they will be comfortably buying up in the following round. The team that won't be is Elevate. I mean, they're already spending down to their very last dollar. Yes, the full loss bonus is going to come into effect, but on CD side, you need at least 1 round to recover from that one. So will we go the full 24 again?
That's just going to be nuts.
I don't know if there's ever been a time when that's happened.
NRG might be the CS2 versions of VP.
Yes.
Paid by the round.
Exactly. I was going to say, in any of the previous Cups or Revival Series, that's never been a team that's played every single map into 24 rounds for an entire day.
Just want to get the most reps in. It's all about practice. It's all about consistency. And I tell you what, they are consistently good at getting 11 or 13 rounds.
This is a little bit troubling, though. 43 seconds left. Troubling for NRG anyway. 43 seconds left, and they don't have much map control at all. Like, they are just hovering around the peripheries of the map. Oh, boy. Here they come. It's gotta be a B hit. At this point, 25 seconds left. Snav gets the opener. Shane potentially poised to punish even further. Breeze and Nitro, though, clear out the B site by their lonesome. That's going to be a plant. So well done. Time was very, very low. And if they weren't perfect, that doesn't work. But they are. Dia, Peeping, and Snav. I mean, do you even go for this one? Your money's low. You still have to lead. You've got multiple map points remaining at this point. Well, you know, it's only going to be 2 after this. But still, you got to keep things healthy. Otherwise, it'll be almost a free 11th for NRG because they'll be forced onto Unique in the next round. Instead, with 3 rifles saved, they'll be able to justify a full investment.
Oh, it's getting scary, though.
Yep.
I mean, you can't make much of an effort on this retake. Snav's down to a quarter of HP. You got very little utility to get your head back in this one. It is an incredible execute. As you said, injuries had to be instant. There was no time to dilly-dally. You had to find these instant kills, especially as Automatic gets taken down. It's a big pickup from Snav, but Breeze catches there off guard. I think they might have been expecting that to be a A-side finish, considering where Automatic was heading. And caught it in transition. Down to the wire. NRG abused that almost against the opposition. That's, again, a great late round call. I was with you. It was dicey to play like that, but they get away with it. And it almost gets used to their advantage. So Dia still has that saved AWP and gets to set the tone in this round.
It's a great opening frag for Dia to find. Nade will connect on Breeze. How much damage does the question? Not much. Only 12 HP of damage. Breeze smoke in main. Snav finds himself another frag for his squad. It's a 5v3. OC, Hext, and Breeze need to do something special here. And now it's only OC and Breeze. Make it only OC. Oh, goodness. Elevate the shutdown round at the perfect moment. Looks like we won't get 24 unless OC pulls off a 1v5 clutch. There's the first. Not the second. All right, Elevate. Secure the 13th. Took a little bit longer than they would have liked here on Anubis, but they finally do win the map against NRG and will be sending us to map 3 on Mirage. But that was a valiant effort from NRG, and instead of going into that third map saying, oh man, we got blown out on Anubis, couldn't even really come alive on our map pick, they get up to 10, make it a great fight, but do fall. So it's got to build their confidence and keep them really rolling along as they head on to that deciding map.
Absolutely, and what works out so well for them is using, you know, a good T side to get your heads back into things, having Breeze a little bit more awake, getting him more involved into that second map as time goes on. Unfortunately, get shut down. Dia's opping, you know, very proactive. I think saying, hey, I've got to be the one to shut this thing down. I got to be the one to activate. Taking risks is not an easy thing to do, and the comeback has started formulating, and Dia was still a player willing to take that initiative, so Elevate again, man. Despite what has been, you know, a long day for them for both camps, really.
Yeah.
It feels like so eager to pull through, and I mean, have to do it in a reverse sweep fashion. But they've already proven one time that they're capable.
All right, let's check out the stats over the first 2 maps, and I mean, you see OC, Hext, and Automatic kind of hovering around there at 30 frags, but Nitro still, I mean, he had 18, I think 18 frags, maybe even 19. On that, no, it was 18 because he finished the first one with 29. So 18 on the second map, still doing a great job contributing. ADR of 103.5 over 2 maps. I think we're going to see a lot more of him as we go on to Mirage, but everyone really doing a good job. Breeze at least starting to get going, like you mentioned, on the tail end of that map. And then we look to Elevate, where, again, the frag differential is so small. Yes, Dare had an incredible map too, but everyone else is still right there.
It's incredible that Elevate continue to operate like this. That, I mean, as map 2 goes on, especially as the game gets longer and longer, and as the comeback starts to formulate from NRG, that it's still everyone up to the task. Snav continuing to play good in the clutch. You've got Dia being a proactive player with the AWP. And it's just refreshing to see a team try and win like that when it's just a full team effort. That frag distribution's so close, so tight knit, and again, Mirage is something that Elevate, I think, are so excited to get into. We saw what they could do at their peaks. I think we saw their peaks last time around. NRG is definitely a different task. I think they have a lot more confidence on this map compared to Nouns as of recent, but still, you know, once you get past that task of beating Nouns on Mirage, it means a lot that now you have another chance to get it versus NRG.
All right, well, Elevate's excited. We're excited. And, well, before we get to that final map of Mirage, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, well, we'll see who is going to be crowned the grand finals, the winner of these grand finals here for the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. We're back for the third and final map of this series, the final map of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2. We are ready to go. We will have a champion crowned after this. The question is it Elevate, who I consider to be an underdog coming into this Revival Series, or is it NRG, who were honestly one of my favorites to make it to these grand finals again, maybe even take it all? I thought they'd be up against Wildcard on the other side, but that didn't work out because of the bracket, right? Because they ended up facing off against each other a little bit earlier. But even then, it looked like Nouns were poised to just take control in their previous series against Elevate, and instead that didn't happen at all. Elevate were the ones to just dominate them in their reverse sweep, and they're trying to do it again here against NRG.
Elevate have just been consistently surpassing expectations all throughout this semifinals, and even in the quarters as well, with a pretty tough victory over Party Astronauts. So the fact that they just continue to replicate this success, and now they get a chance, as I said, a team that could have potentially been kind of left behind and left in the dust, instead gets to move forward into a grand finals, an opportunity with one map of Mirage to try and seal it in the grands. And again, up against a very strong team in NRG. Like you said, this was a team that was hungry to get back into the grand finals, took down and got the revenge versus Wildcard. So a lot to prove in this Elevate squad. And if they manage to make it happen despite all of the dramas, despite the rocky start off the back of the player break, it just go to show how strong this roster and how resilient they are.
I think it's just one thing for them anyway. Great to see them take some series, and great to see them take some BO3s, because things were just not going well with Dia in the lineup since the player break ended. It just felt like everything was going the opposite of the direction that Elevate were headed before the player break. And finally, there's something for them to build upon as we jump in live for Mirage, the final map here. Who will come out victorious?
One more map. All I ask is that you give me one more map. That's what we get. Final map to decide it. The final of 9 today. And I'm so excited to see who's going to be closing this out. Both of these teams have had incredibly long days of Counter-Strike. One's going to be walking away a bit frustrated. But hey, still $1,000 richer if you're in that second place. See who's going to be the automatic in charge of this A side, in charge of as they take that space. And a quick rotation rolling through. It's a lot of conviction in the rotations through CT spawn. Challenged by peeping, but meeting the resistance of the entire defense. Now they're going to charge forward, and it's going to be a clash here for Elevate to deal with. Pressure applied on their location, and they just avoid that fight instead. Dia catches a 90 damage HE that won't help him without the armor. The dual Beretta is going to tear through the low HP bars. In fact, just take him down before they can even pull this off. But Snav again in the clutch. The bomb not planted, a smoke and a kit. It will just do the trick for NRG. And even though Snav might find all the kills, he might secure the ace. NRG secure the round.
The ace in a losing situation for Snav. At least he racks up a ton of money for himself, but NRG are still able to do the job of finding their first round. And if we look back to yesterday, when they faced off against Boss, they won 13-1 here. And before that, against the Holos Laser, won 13-5. And before the player break, they finally were able to get a map off of M80, winning 13-5 here as well. So this has actually been really good for NRG over the last little bit. And Elevate on the other side, yes, they just had that nice win against Nouns. I think it was 13-7, that final score there. But NRG is a different beast.
And a team that's feeling a lot more confidence on this map. Again, this was a strong suit. This was something that NRG, but prior to the Nitro change, were already able to challenge some of the better teams in ECL. Using this map as a strong, place to stand. And Again, they've just gotten that much better with the addition of Nitro. Both individually, apparently, and through the firepower. This conversion on mid, a whole lot stronger for NRG. A run boost. I like the idea. Only gets him so far.
Dia and Snav still standing here. Snav, off of that pistol round, was able to afford himself an AK. Dia hits nothing. Nothing but Hex will take care of him, and Snav will also fall by the wayside. Nitro delivering the killing blow, and NRG, they've got themselves a 2-0 lead. I think for the first time this series, right? Because Elevate have been so effective on their pistols, they kept on getting off to those early starts.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, it feels good for NRG to be on the other end of it.
It's just a gut feeling, but I think Elevate have won every T-side pistol they've had today. And finally, someone is able to beat them in that department. It ended with Snap with all 5 kills. Just to defuse the objective going in the way of NRG for the round. This time Dare charging forward towards middle. They've got weaponry to counteract what's been thrown at them. Very cautious of this underpass smoke. They're concerned about that pressure. Dia's got an SG as well. He's got the Krieg being brought out. He's got to get a scope in some fashion.
He does like getting those scopes out. It's just to see the SG on Mirage. I don't know. I think that is one of those guns that could be used well on Overpass. I remember just because there's so many long-range engagements, you can get those nice little taps. But Mirage, we'll see. Not unheard of. Peeping is going to get that opening frag onto Breeze. Nice little swing in that situation. So some space gain towards
that
B.
timing.
Yeah, timing. Elevate managing to escape the crosshairs of Automatic. And so we have 48 seconds left on the clock for Elevate to make their move.
Automatic. Lucky to walk away with his life. If he peeked into that a second earlier, that's exactly what they were waiting for, that rotation through the window side. Hex put up to the task of holding this B side. There is no help anywhere nearby. He's on an island. And Dia uses that SG to full effect. And the retake. Not gonna ever happen. Elevate on the board as soon as they get those rifles out.
Alrighty. Well, OC Nitro and Automatic are going to save the guns, and because Nitro and Automatic have a good chunk of change in their pocket, should be able to drop for Hex and Breeze, and Hex even himself could afford a buy-up, so we should be okay to reset and start over in this next round. As Elevate are able to strike true for their first round. Yeah, they didn't waste any time getting into that B side. I mean, the first one found onto Breeze was a great start for them, and it led them in towards B as a result, since Breeze was trying to tuck into that corner in the carpets. After that, Hex just, unfortunately for NRG, couldn't get anything at all. And NRG just pulled the plug. Yeah, right there. Just beautiful peek and clear.
That's exactly how you need to clear that. Breeze trying to get a bit aggressive. Again, this grand final hasn't been exciting for him. Not as it has been all the way through this event, right? He's just been such a stud on that first gun round. No fun to be had. Just blasted on his aggro. There's that connector nade stack that they've really taken a liking to on this side of Elevate. 2 players in ladder to start this round off. This is maybe solutions for NRG to handle some of the mid pressure. You know, move past some of the constant recycling of utility towards window. That's become a bit of a commonality here on Mirage. This utility's good. One little flashbang to head on in towards this ladder position, and it could break down the setup.
Shots just being rattled off here by Elevate. OC waiting in window. Great Molotov. No, but it's a little far back. Actually, no, it's perfect. OC forced forward. Hex does manage to get the trade, but he dies in the Molotov that snapped through. There's a frag from the grave for Snav. Automatic. I'm surprised that doesn't do more damage. That was 20. A headshot, right? And with an unarmored opponent, at least unarmored in terms of the head.
Right.
Wow. Lucky, honestly.
Yeah, he's walking wounded. He got away with it twice on this window. Has just managed to avoid death 2 times in a row. But how long can you avoid it? What feels like inevitable, this B push, waiting around the smoke, and NRG fading up catwalk, away from where the target is of Elevate, and figuring this out just a tad too late. Breeze long range fights does contain the spray, and a big pickup from Breeze to lift off on this map. A 3v3 and equalizer found. Dia again has that scope to go on in, and HE that does land on a dare to start off this retake. Again, more opportunities, and that Krieg just firing away, continuing to do damage. Finished by Peeping, who looks for even more, and follows up with a second kill. Peeping on a tear, and Automatic, again, just too late on the arrival. Bomb past half tick, he's been able to pick up the kid on the inbound, and 2 very low HP bars to crack through. Slowly inching forward, there's one, needs a second fast. Dia's just not going to give him the fight, he's low. A tap onto the bomb, a swing from Dia. That Krieg continues to work for him. We're all tied up at 2-2, but Elevate with these gun rounds, finding consistent success.
At the very least for NRG, they managed to ensure that no one from Elevate survives. But right there is that critical engagement where Elevate get a 2-for-1. And then Breeze, although he does strike for 1, and then Nitro, of course, with that great HE toss, it's not enough. I mean, Dia did a lot of damage with the Krieg, or the SG-552, whatever you want to call it, but he only ended up with that last frag, and that's what was the difference, though.
I mean, I gotta say, the way that Elevate systematically flushed that ladder position out, 2 Molotovs, HE, it was like ants just running away from, you know, a flood in that ladder position. That's exactly how you gotta do it. No fun to be had. Automatic again, just frustrating to deal with on this window position. Gets a 1-for-1. A trade that I don't think Elevate will be too concerned about just yet. I think the name of the game so far as these gun rounds have come through is that Elevate are diligent.
.58 seconds left.
Cat splits are just so perfect on anti-ecos.
Yeah. Elevate continue to be diligent as they push forward. Next, tries to tap some heads with just a P2K. Breeze overlooked. No. Keeping stomps right on him with the AK, and this round should be done, even with Nitro on the MP9. Yeah, there's just too much util being thrown their way. No kit available to them. Nitro might just want to save the armor at this point. I mean, they'll just have a poke in. OC on a flank could do damage as the players try to escape, which I believe is his plan. But as it stands, this is going to be a 3rd round for Elevate. Peeping around the corner. Wow, that is very disciplined to clear that.
It's just buttoned up Counter-Strike all the way through from Elevate on them as they hit Mirage for the 2nd decider in a row. It's not going to be easy. It feels like the same Elevate that Nouns had to deal with.
Terrorists win.
Efficient trading, good utility usage, and not making much mistakes in on this map so far. Look at that, Peeping. Diligent on every clear, isn't he? Can't sneak one past this guy. What do you do if you're NRG to stop this? You got, again, the rifles back in play, so that's going to be a relief. OC having a hard time getting anything going with this AWP because he's constantly met by utility, constantly met by smokes.
Yeah, feels like you have to have a nade ready as an opper just to pop that smoke immediately. And there's a great angle to throw it from that a lot of oppers employ. But otherwise, you're just not going to see anything. And just constantly be re-smoked. Hexed. There's a crossfire setup with this connector player here. Automatic. Full visibility. There's a smoke pop coming through, but Elevate can't really capitalize off of it. 3 players just hovering around the smoke at this point. Dia heading in towards Cap, probably dead. if he steps forward, and Hex actually takes the initiative, gets the first dare, the trade, automatic, strikes for a couple, looks for the 3K now, and he got it. Automatic, the 3-piece. Shane, last one standing, trying to slip his way on towards this ace site, but he will do nothing of the sort. Nitro puts him right down into the dirt. 3-3, all tied up again.
That's automatic, just being able to thrive in this connector position. Having so much fun getting aggressive. Again, interesting to see this change. It feels like automatic now. Here on Mirage, getting more of that active role. You see Breeze kind of anchoring that B side as well. But, I mean, in this decider, in this third map, as things roll on through, it feels like that's where you want automatic. He's been so strong as these third maps have come through, as the pressure's been applied. Nitro's had a hell of a series so far in the grand finals. And it was that duo that, you know, did a lot to get them through on that first map. Feels again like a little while ago, but finally lifting back off on the CT side with automatic. Denying some of the trades that Elevate have been so effective in.
No question. Elevate, they've got the guns once more. Nade's going to sail in from Snap, and a pretty heavy lean towards the TNB apartments. Right off the docket here for Elevate, but the bomb is still dropped right outside of T-spawn. And Dia, there's another opener for him, right onto OC. So OC just... he hasn't had a good day. It has not been a good time for the Opera here on Energy, as maybe aside from one map.
Not thriving. Definitely not a Mirage right now. The CT side has been challenged. Yeah. He's been left watching gray screens, and I mean, this is again a non-starter. Shane firing up, tapping away for more. It really has been like OC looking at smokes. He finally tries to jump out. He makes a move past that smoke, and guess what he jumps into? It's Dia's op. So, I think putting a little pressure on himself to be active, and in doing so, walking right into the trap set up by Elevate.
Alrighty, Breeze and Automatic just on a mission to save here. Elevate, they have Peeping and Dare on the hunt. Oh, Automatic turning up at the right time, but he gets his head taken off anyway. Breeze manages to get one. Does he realize the second player is going to come through? It doesn't matter. They will at least save an A1S, but man, oh man, Elevate almost prevent them from coming into this round with much of anything.
It's a brutal shot from Dia. Doesn't even give time for OC to react. Peeking into his position. And again, that's where you really want to see OC thriving on those shots, given duels where his counterpart is walking right into his location. But, you know, on the other end, Dia has been incredible throughout this day. He's been strong with the op all the way through. And while Elevate's success has come as a unit and not necessarily on the individual front, it has been helmed in a certain sense by Dia with this AWP. He's been again a contributing factor in that.
Well, looks like Dia's mouse is acting up again. Having some issues.
You couldn't tell from that last round.
Yeah, definitely not. But he's got a... maybe get a new battery for it. I don't know. Whatever might be happening on his side. As we wait here for everything to get underway again. How do you feel about Nitro's glove-knife combo there?
I mean, I like it. I've never been a big glove enthusiast, so...
Oh, really?
Just don't really care about him that much, you
Oh
know?
my God. Oh, you're hurting me right now.
It's just not
Cole.
like it's not my thing.
It's like you're stabbing me
I'm just
repeatedly.
all I look at is the knife. If the knife is cool, then you know, that's what matters.
It's all about the combo. It's all about
The combo is for the you know, elites, you know? Once you get to the I can't whip out the combos, just pretend like I don't like gloves.
Automatic's got a good one going here. The purple.
Yeah,
with
that's
the
nice.
Doppler.
But as soon as you get into those like colorful gloves, you lost me because you gotta start forking out thousands.
Oh yeah, the Vice gloves. Oh, those are
Wild.
the Vice gloves are honestly my dream glove to have. Both of my knives would work well with them. So it's you know, maybe one day. I remember at one point I was opening up a ton of I forgot which case it was, but there's a specific case that came out with the Vice gloves. One of the first ones. It's got the bird on it. Man, why can't I remember the name of this case? Okay, now I gotta look it up. We have got to.
I wish I could help you. Bird case.
Nope,
This is the
I'm gonna
bird
get it.
case.
I'm gonna get it. Clutch case.
There
The
it
clutch case. It's got a bird. It's got an eagle on it or something.
Okay.
But yeah, the clutch case. I opened up a ton of them, and I was like, oh, actually no. It was like I opened up 5, and I'm like, I want to try and get some gloves. And on the third case, I got gloves, and I was flipping out, but they were the fade gloves. They still look really nice. I still have them, and they had a really good flow. So unfortunate I couldn't get those gloves. Anyway, let's get back to the action. Who cares about my gloves? Darren, Peeping, and Snav gonna get a 3K. As NRG are just walking into this round with pistols. Diaz Mouse is all fixed up. Well, should be a 5th on the board for Elevator. Peeping spots out Nitro, who can't do much of it. Takes a pistol, and Peeping will finish off the last here, Cole. 3K for him.
Yeah, what did you even need his mouse for? Just the rest of the team goes and takes them all down. We don't even know if Diaz mouse is fixed. Can we get confirmation on this? As the rest of his roster just tears through it. Again, it's NRG trying to lean back to what has been effective in the past. That's these mid collapses that, you know, again, Automatics had to do a lot of work in. And when they have been able to collapse on middle, it's looked good, but they don't have the tools, they don't have the weaponry to get past it. Maybe not the same result. Again, OC, his like purpose in some of these rounds just feels like to get a Molotov top boxes and just shrug his shoulders in terms of these opening affairs. For me, at some point, I think maybe it's best to switch up where you're starting around from if you want to get started in this map, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I just can't track it. Snav. That's frustrating. Not allowing for him to get away with anything on this A site. And not a big overcommitment. There's still a minute on the clock. Snav has just pressed the issue out of the same main position.
It feels like Elevator stalling out, though. Even though they get that opener. They will reaggress here. No smokes left. I think that's the biggest problem. So Energy are going to have clear sight lines. Oh, and that's what happens when you can see clearly from CTOC connecting with the op. Maybe he can awaken a little bit to help Energy find a way back into this one. Breeze. He gets stairs. 27 seconds left. Now Automatic. Moving around. Finds one. Breeze with 2. Speaking of waking up, that's another play they need to activate. And it's only Shane left in a 1v3. Up against this NRG squad. Doesn't have the bomb, doesn't have the time. And he's going to try and retreat, but Hex is on the hunt. He's waiting towards T-spawn. In fact, had a better angle before. He tucks himself back towards the site. I guess it's more valuable for him to keep the AK up than to try and take a fight with Shane. And I respect that. They get a couple of AKs and the op out of the round, along with, of course, the more important thing, the round victory.
Yeah, get on the board again. Shut down some of the momentum that Elevate have been picking up. Just feels like Automatic and insurance policy on this round with his position in Sandwich. Which Elevate, you know, throwing that initial play towards A, I like a lot, and then the pop, I almost like it even more. The issue is they didn't have the re-execution. They needed those follow-up smokes to get space. And didn't quite have that secondary phase of the play nailed down. I kind of highlighted OC maybe needing to start on other sides of the map. This time he's facing towards B instead. I like this adjustment. If you can't get anything rolling towards the window or towards middle as an opper, not a bad idea to just target this B site. It can be a good way to open things up.
.105 on the clock here. Wait. Trying to fend off an NRG squad that refuses to say die. Automatic. Oh, wow. 2 players slip right past him, unbeknownst to him, of course. Hex watching for the boost here into window. Dare about to jump up, it seems, and Hex gets distracted due to that smoke. That's exactly what Elevate were hoping for. Let's see if Dare decides to actually jump up.
Oh my
Snap!
God.
What a wall bang onto Automatic. That is a fantastic find for him. I think the problem
You
here,
got
Cole,
Dare in market. He's gonna flank on towards this B side.
Exactly. Yeah, and Dare gets the instant headshot on OC. He was not even expecting it. How could he? He thought it was being watched, and now they're going to slip through, and they found all the space they could possibly hope for. Even Shane right here, ready to punish over at A ramp, lurking around. They're probably going to hightail it over towards that B site. Shane catches Nitro rotating, gets breezed as well. This is domination station for Elevate.
Just style points here. Oh! Oh, Shane, take it easy. My God. What a finish for Shane. Nothing even saved. This is how it all kicks off. Now to the wall. Automatic play the and neither does OC. That is so infuriating. It's a statement made from Elevate. A round that goes all according to plan. A round that felt like nothing could go wrong with them, even. So many holes punched through that defense. You can just see it. I mean, Automatic, frustrated.
Snav, going to go out here towards the top of ramp, trying to give Elevate that 7-4 lead, and perhaps they can replicate their 8-4 lead going into the second half that they had on Anubis as well. NRG stacked up on the site. They've guessed right here with some of the upgraded pistols. Elevate biding their time. They don't want to rush into anything. They know the threat that lies on the other side, that is NRG. And NRG looking to upset the apple cart a little bit. I thought they were going to go for a 2-man push there. Looked like they were through Palace, but instead, one player doubling back. It's Nitro as the Execute is going to come on forward. NRG still hiding, waiting for their opportunity to strike. Breeze. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. That audio from Molotov gave him away. Automatic manages to get the Deagle headshot on Dare, but Snap trade onto Nitro, and the pieces are quickly falling away here for NRG. Despite the fact that Automatic has an AK, he needs to find a place to strike from, and there's the Molotov that he's going to toss on forward. But, I mean, best case scenario, probably a save here, and yeah, that won't be afforded to him. Dia, the op shot, and this will be a 7th round for Elevate. Yeah.
A little bit of funny business. Nothing too painful, though. Hex, again, looking to inflict some damage that might just not matter all that much at this stage in the half. Elevate getting a 7th, again, putting NRG down at the turn of the half. Position that NRG not super familiar with throughout this event. They've just always had the lead, it feels like. Or they've been tied up. They've been knotted up at these turning points. But it just feels like as the game goes on, Elevate gets stronger and stronger. And it's been a long day for these two teams.
Yeah, I would say longer for NRG, right? Because they had to play 3 full maps of Counter-Strike versus Elevate that had 2 blowout maps, and then even the third one wasn't that close at the end of the day. Automatic and opener, though. On to Dare. Good start here. They're hoping. 5, Breeze spamming through the smoke. Great timing on that. 5v3 now.
That's going to help out big time. 5v3. I want to give this one back, though. And Automatic wants to press the advantage. right on into the crosshair, though, of this T side. Snav will trade one back. Again, Snav having himself fantastic grand final. It's been clutch and now needs to continue that form. We're going to see if he can keep it rolling. OC with the op and connector is able to have some success towards middle. His teammates follow off the back of that. The B side's claimed. Peeping says, guys, can we make it out towards that B side? Unfortunately, he doesn't have any teammates left. So now at this point, desperate effort to try and bring something back. There's 30 seconds to recover the bomb, and a lot of that just has to wait out the smoke, wait out the HEs that are chunking down his HP. Look to give himself some leg room into this one, but can't get past the first piece of the puzzle. The first hurdle being hexed. Energy again, another 5 to 7 half. But they're in the deficit. Elevate now hopping into this defense, excited for what the capabilities, what the possibilities are ahead of them. One thing's for sure, I mean, the pistol success for Elevate has been there throughout the entirety of this semifinals, the grand finals. They've had some good pistol rounds alongside it, so why stop now? We see 0 dual Berettas purchased though in this one. It's a bit of an interesting position to find yourself in. It's been a large part of the reason why their pistols have been so strong. Peeping with the dual Berettas, Dare with the dual Berettas. Both of those players, when they got 2 guns in their hands, become twice the player. But USPs will suffice, says Snav, and a 4v5 retake in order. RG maybe looking to test some of the advantages towards jungle. Hex really up against the bat here. All of these players charging him down, looking to box him into this position in jungle, keeping this ground maintained. Snav again firing away. Hex is dodging bullets, dancing with death right now as he uses that smoke to his favor, but the bomb's being stuck with a kit. Shane looking to lock this defuse on in, everyone else covering. It is a flawless game plan for Elevate, executed to perfection, and then executing the rest of NRG.
I mean, they've been so successful on pistol rounds. I don't have the exact number here, but I'm guessing more than a 70% or 75% win rate today just on pistols. They continue to dominate, and if you're having that much success in those rounds, then especially with MR12, things are probably going pretty well for you, as they are here for Elevate. NRG did get the bomb plan, so they will be afforded a force buy here, but only 1 rifle featured in it because they want to get that util up. 2 Tech 9s, the MAC-10, and the Deagle around that Galil. Automatic. Setting up some early util here. Nice toss for a connector smoke. NRG moving their way in. Shane gets the spot, and he gets some shots rattled off onto Hex. He's probably going to call for reinforcements, but the way this one's shaping out, NRG can have a bomb plan before you know it, but no, the trades come in and they favor Elevate, and then Snap makes it even better. A 4v2, and now a 4v1. Automatic manages victory, gets 2. What the heck? How does he even achieve that? Shane and Dia gone. Automatic swinging around, and he punches without another highlight reel play from Automatic. Perhaps a 1v1, and indeed it is! Automatic pulling a rabbit out of his hat, and that's his second ridiculous clutch of the day!
It's absolute magic from Automatic. It's so unbelievable. A 1v4. As you said, just pulling through some tricks and getting NRG back into this one. Exactly what he did in that first map. The 1v3 on Ancient that really put NRG back into the right foot. And he's done it again in a 1v4. It cost Elevate so much last time, and it's fresh in their mind what it cost them. They're familiar with that sort of position. And the snap decision for a force buy, a little bit uncharacteristic of Elevate. This team's not all that often willing to force buy, but left into that position, facing that double eco territory, they've got to. Automatic has been a monster when the pressure's been applied.
That could not have come at a better time because it felt like Elevate were going to start running away with things. Similar to exactly as you mentioned on Ancient, where it could have been Elevate that had taken that map and maybe he wouldn't even be here at this point if he doesn't win that clutch. Unreal Steve. 1v3, a 1v4. There. Oh, he's gone. Nice shot from Dia, and then Shane as well. Hold on a moment. Okay, settle down immediately. Automatic and OS say, guys, don't worry, calm down. This is an NRG round. Peeping, 1v3. I say that, right? But Automatic pulled off a 1v4 in the previous one with the MAC-10. It was just purely based off that positioning towards CT. I still can't believe it. And Peeping says, well, I don't have those heroics. I'm sorry, I'm not Audi. And he backs off.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Don't have that tenure. So, whole history around Automatic and that success in the last one. Peeping maybe just not up to the task, understandably so. And yeah, I mean, Familiar and this Decider is Automatic leveling up his game. Same map 3 impact from Automatic from the semifinals carrying forward. It's just so familiar.
Yeah.
Map 3 just leveling up. That's what that clutch provides. A more clear path back into this T side for NRG. A path so clear they should be able to tie it up.
Well, let's see if they can actually achieve that. Peeping did save the MP9. That can be the difference maker here as Nitro spamming the smokes. Making sure that no one gets too cheeky trying to push up mid. But in fact, Elevate are just holding their ground. They got a crossfire set up towards Connector. Should NRG go that way? NRG at the moment are playing defaults, waiting for pushes to come through. And Elevate are going to give them absolutely nada. Waiting, biding their time until NRG walk into their crosshairs.
He gets eventually walked into. Chance to again gain some confidence. Farming up those ecos. Snav on a recovery mission to pick up that AK. Not a bad try. Giving Nitro a bit of a go, but we're all tied up fairly quickly off the back of that clutch. Without too many casualties, a chance to stabilize for NRG now. There's been no easy games for them today.
No. Everything has been hard fought. No easy maps. No easy games. Ay. NRG. Now up against the rifles of Elevate. Util's a little light. A lot light for Elevate. They've only got 3 smokes and a flash left, and there's still 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Here comes a smoke. Couple of smokes. Man. Automatic. He's opened up the fragging this time. On to Snav. Where do they go off of this? Still at the bottom of T-spawn. Nitro, in the meantime, sprays down Dia, who tried to get aggro towards top mid. And I mean, so much found now. 2 towards mid. That B site is looking like a mighty fine prospect here for NRG. And you still have 1 in underpass. That's Automatic trying to peer over and find out if there's anything he can help his team get. He is going to be joined by Hexed, and in fact, it will be an A lane, which is where the remaining Elevate players are stacked, so this might not go the way NRG are hoping, Cole.
Still a 3-man lean. NRG usually good with these long delayed defaults and pulling onto the advantages. That's the sort of stuff they look for when they delay out these rounds alongside it. Automatic her jumping into the window, and now Shane, his attention turned every which way. I don't know how much he can gather out of this. He needs some help.
Oh no! Oh no!
He's still able to strike forward. 28 HP and a 1v2. but there's not much chance to reroute. It has to be on towards this A side. Another fight won. Not a single connection coming through there from Hex. And a safe plant. OC will allow for the reposition. Peeping a little bit of time to cook through this round. Without a kit, it's going to put that time pressure on. 2 HGs to clear out that firebox position. And noting that he most likely is not there. Gonna charge forward. OC here in the footsteps. Back is turned. And OC will secure it. A scary 5v3 though. NRG still kicking in these rounds.
Jeez. Yeah, I told you. Once they go towards that site with 3 players posted up, it could have gotten messy. It absolutely did. But OC plays it very well in the 1v1 to ensure that there is no heroic clutch on the Elevate side. And the only one that comes through so far was Automatics. There's the lead for NRG restored. Pistols only on Elevate. Only do upgrade to body armor. And it will be all upgraded pistols for them. P250, 357, and Snap on the Deeg. Just spamming around the corner of that smoke to gain some visibility. Eventually, gonna give up on that task and wait for the smoke to fade out. Another default round for NRG. That's Nitro. No, Automatic. Pushed up all the way at top mid. And this could be a potent spot.
Yeah, I gotta wait for that flash. Peek off the back of it. Does get some contact. Walks into that position. Here's the footsteps chasing him down, but it does leave this CT side very exposed. As they try to press forward, they're catching flashes constantly. They can't escape the grasp of Automatic, OC, and Breeze. And they handle the mid pressure with ease. 0 questions asked.
Alrighty. NRG, 3 rounds away from their first NA Revival Series championship. Cut short by wildcard last time in a 2-map affair that went the distance both times, so it was a very tightly contested series, but they were unable to find even one against wildcard. This time they face off against wildcard in the semis. It goes 3 maps, but they do manage to secure it. All 3 maps, 13-11. And right here in the finals, they're on map 3 again. Peeping.
Double up.
Yeah. Double ops coming through. Dia also having that. Ooh, yeah, that's aggressive. That push from Peeping. Misses the shot and the opportunity, so he's just going to fall back now.
Ooh, look at this boost from Dia. Yeah, that was sick. They had an elevated angle to cover underpass. And making sure that Dia can get away with some trickery. Again, not left looking at those gray screens. There was no smoke down towards window. I think Automatic thinking he had more space. And wow, look at that dare. Having a bit of a tough go about this map so far, but on that CT side, eager to activate, to lift off. Smoke Molotov towards Catwalk. He's going to try and play off this. Inflicting more pain. OC, likelihood that he charges through that smoke. Not quite there. Breeze inching his way forward, though. Shane up to the bat of holding off this A side on the balcony. Tries to play off the timing. Breeze clearing so many different directions. They're not too careful about his mid approach in the mid round. It doesn't matter, actually. It's 15 seconds with no control. Elevate strike back.
That's a great round for Elevate to win. They had a heavy investment right into the double ops. They only lose 1 player. They've still got a little bit of util, 4 pieces. So the investment into this next round won't be that bad. Gives themselves a little bit of an economic foundation. On the other side, NRG, they also have a good economy going. So we're going to have a full buy from both sides once more. And Dia, that's a great boost, right? Because you get full visibility into underpass, Automatic, not expecting it at all. And then Dare spots out another over the top of that smoke. So, Elevate, not done just yet here. They went out on time. Let's see if that double op can go through. Yep, go ahead.
Comparing the 2 CT gun rounds that we've seen, that one's so much more cohesive. There's some unity. A boost to start off an opening pick. That's much more like it. This time Dia left very scary spot, but again, being a player that wants to take initiative in this round, not willing to wait behind these smokes, but diving through them, diving into the middle of mid and standing his ground. Without a connection in this one, but at least giving it a go. Nitro. Oh boy. Dancing around the fire. That's the sort of position where you think maybe it's safe, maybe it's clear. Nitro has a chance to work some timings now. Up connector. He's going to be at the top of stairs. Shane's going to have challenges from all different directions now. Getting charged out. There's finally Nitro's chance to strike. He is instantly dismissed by Shane, though. There's a lot of low HP bars, but Breeze starting to heat up. Alongside it on this A side, a chance to make their strides on in. But they got to wait down for this utility.
That's a perfect Molotov thrown into jungle. It isolates 2 players.
Running away.
But they're running. Yeah, that's a very strange decision. A great Molotov, and then they decide to fall back. They leave Breeze behind. So Breeze is going to have a look to see if anyone comes back into the site. But Elevate have the read already. They're leaning in towards this B site. 26 seconds left.
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
NRG is putting themselves in a very difficult spot. 20 seconds now. They're walking towards B. I think that they're going to try and sell Breeze as the one who's hitting the A site and call players over. It works! It works! He's only one player! And he's able to pull over at least one. Dare realize that Saru, 7 seconds left. There's the nade. Ozzy hits the shot. And the follow-up. They stop the plant, though! So Elevate win the round anyway. That's what happens when you play with fire, NRG. Sometimes you're going to get burned. And that's exactly what happens there. As they fall off this hit, probably would have just been better to go for the A site. Instead, they burn down that clock, slowly but surely make it towards the B site. And yes, give yourself maybe 5-10 more seconds, and that one works out beautifully. Instead, we are tied up again, and Elevate burn a timeout.
What a lovely move from Dare. That's a hard call to make. You dive through that window and you get blasted by OC Zop. You know, that's could be curtains on the round. No further chances. But able to deny the bomb plant because of his forward positioning, and again has had a bit of a tough time in this decider, in this map 3. But that kill is going to mean everything to Elevate if they can capitalize on this advantage. Tying things up and putting the money on the brink for NRG and using all the timeouts they can. You might as well, because this is the swing round.
Elevate. Still talking things over. Deciding how they're going to approach this next round. They've won 2 in a row on time. Obviously a little bit of a different situation than this previous round where they literally just got NRG burning out the clock too much themselves. Previously it was just a save on the NRG side because they realized the round was done. Alrighty. Here we go. All tied up 10-10. NRG throwing immediate util. 1 for con, 1 for window. That's a smoke, that is. And then they're going to send 2 players into Palace. Shane waiting on balcony.
Oof.
Yeah.
Forward position, but this looks like a quick move from NRG. They're not going to hold anything back. Not going to let time be a factor in this one. So they're going to leave them in a comfortable spot. Already setting the tone is Shane with the MP9. That close range duel, but a trade as quick as can be. Snav, who didn't stop talking in those 2 timeouts called, was setting everything straight, making sure that all of the details were nailed down, but you can't account for Nitro finding more impact on their way through this round. And no hesitation on this A-side bomb plant finally taking place. With 50 seconds left, not enough time to deny it, not enough time for there to be any further pressure. It's just a retake that has to take place. And Elevate don't seem all that keen on sticking around. Oh, that's going to encourage them.
Yeah, definitely. Dare, headshot onto Nitro, 3v3, but time is still taken away. They need another quick one. Smoke thrown for Palace. No one's there for NRG, so that won't matter too much. Bomb is right within view. There's 2 simultaneously, and Hex finds the last as well onto Dia. So nothing doing from Elevate. the reason why they were pulling away so early there is because of this. Their money wasn't great, so they would have been set up for maybe another buy up here into this round if they decide to fall off. But because they get pulled back in thanks to one frag, they lose everything. So now 11 to 10 for NRG.
Was that a genius tactical death from Nitro?
Yeah.
Becking them into the rest of his squad to set the trap. As it's essentially Elevate playing for overtime. With the 4 Deagles and a 5-7, not fully there. It's not like it's completely empty on this purchase. They're gonna need some nasty Deagle shots here to bring it back, and already the 5-7. Rather, one of those Deagles is knocked out of the round. Underpass push. Gives them no space.
Elevate. Oh, nice shot from Dare. On to Nitro. Okay, right before the smoke blooms again in window. Nitro has to sit this one out as he watches his team attempt to take this A site. Oh, this is problematic. Yeah, this crossfire is scary. Hex and Automatic take care of it quite handily, though, so that should be it.
Saw the vision. You see a world where Elevate make that work. There's no question about it, but not this one, not the one we live in. And it's a guard of the AWP for OC, or rather, a guard of the AK with OC's AWP. Dia try to make a late move to grab that. It's going to be locked in 12. Series points, 2 of them. As we said last time, NRG, they like to win with the most possible reps. It's usually not 10 that their opponents gather, so that trend continues. Elevate got something to look forward to at the very least in this next round. But I think NRG have had just about enough of the Counter-Strike today.
Yeah, maybe.
They'll be good in 23.
I think NRG becoming the VP of NA at this point, and they're getting paid by the round, folks. They want as much Counter-Strike as possible. But look, 2 rounds left in regulation, 2 opportunities for NRG to end this. Perhaps, for the first time today, they will win a map without it going 24 rounds. But for some reason, I feel like it's not gonna. I don't know. Just
I mean, on Ancient, feeling. They just had to lose the like crazy 2v3.
Yeah.
So that they could keep that secured. Again, I don't know if they have any interest in playing 1 extra round of Counter-Strike, though. All jokes aside, I know that they want to finish this as soon as possible. Call it a day. 6 intense maps of Counter-Strike for NRG. They never got a break in the server.
Here comes the execute towards the A site. Smoke for stairs. Smoke for jungle. NRG mixing up the pace a little bit. They're going a lot faster than they have in the previous ones. Here they come charging out. Snap gets an opener onto Breeze. Smoke thrown by Shane to guys off his position. Feels like Elevate are just going to play for retake if NRG even decide to commit towards this A site. But look at what's happened here. Yeah, Automatic's already on B. That could pull Elevate off the A site. So NRG are just hitting the pause button right now, saying, guys, wait up. Let's see what Automatic can do towards this B site. He has been so very good. Here's one. The follow-up as well. He's just by himself, and Dia doesn't know what to do. Hex finds the headshot. This could all be over right here. Automatic does get domed. And of course, Elevate realize, yep, this is going to happen towards the A site. So they're getting right on back in here, Cole. This is going to be an exciting finish.
One last hero's moment for Automatic. And one more shot for OC to close this one out. He finds it. Oh my god, what a fitting end for NRG that they finally break the streak of giving their opponents 11. It's only 10 for you, Elevate. That's all you will get. As they are our second NA Revival Grand Finals. They close it, they complete the mission, and they do it in style.
Yeah, the champions here today of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2. You saw the smile on Heck's face. I mean, he's obviously thrilled. They played so much CS, and never does a win feel sweeter than when you go this far on every single BO3, right? It just feels so much more well earned. And I think that NRG, this is the first of many for them to come through, right?
I mean, if they keep on playing, yeah, that'll 100% be the case, that they'll be making these deep runs. They've proven that much, that they can consistently contend with some of the toughest competition, and it doesn't matter in what sort of fashion. The fact that these games go deep, if NRG are figuring out ways to win these games in a consistent fashion, it makes them that much stronger, that they have that endurance. And again, if you get to that point where you're this deep into a game, it just feels like that's where Automatic's going to thrive. And that's what we just saw. Another third map where he does so much, and it's fitting. The man in the center right there gets the money raining down on him, because that's what he was throughout the entire game. Nothing but money.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, for me, I would say that Automatic is the MVP of this series. I know Nitro was incredible for the first 2 maps, and even onto the third, he had some pretty respectable numbers, but Automatic is the one that made the biggest difference both times. On Ancient, that 1v3 highlight reel clutch. Then he one-ups himself and gets a 1v4 with just a MAC 10 to start with, and then upgrades himself to an AK and just plays it to perfection. We can see why this guy is a major winner, and now, of course, a champion of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. I mean, obviously, the major winner is a little more of a prestigious title, but still, you got one of these under your belts, too. And I think $4,000, of course, earned for the squad.
It's just an exciting victory, as you said. A team that has a lot to prove coming into it, and they prove it in the toughest possible fashion, especially with the revenge match versus Wildcard in the semis. A lot of credit. As for Elevate, I think they have a lot to be excited about. If you're looking at this team and you kind of take this event as maybe a retrial of Dia back into the squad, I just feel like it's mission accomplished for them. They had chances, and if they could have gotten it past a couple of tough Automatic clutches, we could be singing different praises here. Unfortunately, that's not the reality that we face, but it's just massive improvements from the Elevate of last series.
No question. And we're going to get stats in here, guys, in just a little bit. But I agree with you. I think Elevate really did perform well. Dia finally, making his way back into this roster, looking more like his usual self. I think there's still a few steps to take until, he gets to that point where he's looking the same way he did in the first half of this year. But yeah, it's just those behind the scenes issues that are plaguing Elevate. I hope for their sake they can resolve it and continue to look the way they did today, competing with the top dogs in North America and looking good in the process. Even here on the loss of Mirage,
yes,
it was hard fought. You already kind of mentioned it. Getting to this point in the first place, playing on Anubis, a map they didn't find much success on, NRG is still unable to close it out there. So yeah, credit to Elevate. NRG, I think, deserve a lot of props, of course. There's no question on that.
I'm right there with you. So again, good looks from Elevate, massive strides. Just want to see that consistency. They had a lot of frustrating things that took place throughout their semifinals, like that thrashing that they faced on Ancient, and then losing out the same in a similar difficult fashion in the second map. But again, if they're able to stabilize and if those sort of losses didn't haunt them in either of these series, I think they were able to step back into it quite well. It's good signs of what's to come for Elevate. Hopefully they can keep that up. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you in NRG being strong.
Absolutely, and that is going to wrap things up here, guys. Before we go, we have to say our final thank yous to our sponsors, of course. So the NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat predictions to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months, guys. Congratulations again to NRG. Awesome stuff from them. Thank you so much to Complexity, PrizePicks, Flom, Jason Lake, everyone for making this possible. Of course, our production crew, Rob, Chestpuff, Griffin, you, of course, Exner, for coming out here with me. This has been another amazing PrizePicks NA Revival Series. We can't wait to get the next one going. That's going to start on September 20th. Until that point, have yourselves an awesome night.